EJ and Nana on the road. California sun it glowed. Heading east to Boston town, stopping in Florida bound. Driving truck through desert heat. Brakes went out, just couldn't beat. Cooling system filled with mud. Sweat was dripping like a flood. Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious. Challenges can't bring us down. Driving till we hit the town. Geek Nation, join the quest. Never stopping for a rest. Fixing problems on the way. Together nothing's in our way. Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious. Challenges can't bring us down. Driving till we hit the town. Beating through the rain, through the struggle and the pain. EJ Arno, Geek Nation crew. Drive on till the sky is blue. Geek Nation, join the quest. Never stopping for a rest. Fixing problems on the way. Together nothing's in our way. Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious. Challenges can't bring us down. Driving till we hit the town. Through the heat and through the rain, through the struggle and the pain. EJ Arno, Geek Nation crew. Drive on till the sky is blue.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. We're a little early today, but we got the long stream today, so we're locking in. We're locking in for June. That's what we're gonna do. Ever just want to get work done, but you're held up by others? Once upon a time, illness, like 15 years ago. The only person that holds me back at this point is me. Supersonic Retro Leaf Springs. Yeah, sure. I'd actually like to get the car into the tunnel, Jared. That'd be pretty cool. I don't think the car is very aerodynamic, dude, to be 100% real. I'm pretty sure it would have a very bad coefficient of drag, considering the front is mostly flat. Yeah. Yeah. I actually, Jared, one time, and I still can't believe I did this because the amount of rust that's in this thing. Um, One time I legally, like, put my foot into this going down the highway. First of all, taking that thing on a highway is bold move. Um, you know in summer car how the car kind of skitches around? That absolutely happens. Oh yeah, that happens. There's so much pressure underneath this car because it's high up in the air, right? There's no air dam in the front. There's no splitter. There's no way to create downforce on the front. So all that air ends up going underneath the car and it compresses. And then there's a huge open area, right, where the solid axle goes up and down, right? And it pressurizes in that area and it picks the back of the car up. Yeah. Chargers are notorious for that too. Yeah, like 68, 69, 70 Chargers, they're notorious for that. That's why you got to get the Daytona nose. That's why they put the Daytona nose on it. And the big wing on the back, because this thing, these B-bodies were notorious at high speed of picking the rear end up, because they didn't know any better. Go to bed just talking to yourself. Oh, okay, Gee. Yeah, so a lot of pressure builds up, like, right in this area, and it picks the back end of the car up, and you can feel it. You can feel the back end of the car when you're driving down the road, 60, 70 miles an hour. Like, once you get above 70, you can feel the back end of the car pick up. It's sketchy. Like, what happened to the car in summer car happen to me when I was driving this down the road. It is it's a little sus. With the stock height, wheels, and tires, the 69 Mach 1 comes off the ground at about 80. Well, that's why they put on those Mach 1s, that's why they put an air dam in the front. It'll also handle probably a bit better once you have the back half of your car. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think the deck lid being up like that is helping our top speed much, Jared. How much extra surface area do you think that is to the coefficient of drag non-dimensionally on the front of the car? Like, that's it's probably adding a good amount. If we like welded it in place, it would get great downforce on the back, but I don't think the car would be able to overcome the aerodynamic load. I don't think the 318 has the guts to do that. I tell you, I wasn't sold on lowering this car until we built it in Beam and I saw it lowered. Creeper actually sent me a picture of it a little while back. Like, he took his screen cap from the stream. Car looks pretty mint. Looks pretty good lowered, man. I actually don't mind it. It looks pretty damn good. NASCAR would call that a spoiler. Hold together, I believe in you. Everything's better with the pinch welds on the pavement. I think in Beam, not so fun. I think we dropped it like 2 inches. We put, yeah, I mean, with the front, they just got torsion bars. You can just adjust it. Yeah, I wasn't sold on it, but I saw, we saw this. I found a mod for my exact car in the game, which is strange. And I was like, that doesn't look bad at all. It looks good. It looks good, man. It's pretty sweet. Like, I don't want to slam it on its face, dude, but it looks good when it's low. Like, just a little bit lower. Just a smidge. In fact, I guarantee you, not so fun, I'm sure you've had this. Like, I guarantee you, I'm so used to seeing the car up in the air because it's up on the jack stands. I guarantee when we lower it, I'm going to be like, why is that thing so low? Not a fan of the vinyl tops. They hold water and will rust the frame out. Yeah, I thought the vinyl top looked cool, but yeah, I wasn't sold on it, but I thought it looked nice. It looks pretty sharp with the blacked out wheels. I like that. But yeah, I'll probably end up just fogging the roof. Just painting the roof black if we did do that. But yep. Hey Starlight, what's going on? Yeah, I'll probably just paint it, dude. Give it a little bit of a rake, might get more traction in the back. Well, the torsion bars are really easy to adjust on this car. You can change the ride height just by undoing the screw. There's screws in the lower control arms, or bolts, and if you loosen them, it'll lower and raise the ride height of the car. Torsion bars are really easy. It just sets the torsion rate. Anyway, we got to work on that left frame rail today. I got the new leaf spring perch, but we have to drill the old mounts off. The paint is pretty much dry, so let's get out to the garage and let's get going. You didn't stream the paint dry? I'm going in the shop.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Test. Is that fixed stock carry handle? Oh, yeah. No, I don't keep my steel in a non-climate controlled building. This is an airsoft gun. It's an old airsoft gun, if you really want to know. This is a CAM-15 from like 2005. This rifle is 20 years old. Pretty good, right? It's really nice airsoft gun, dude. I bought it a long time ago. But yeah, it's just an air gun, man. I wouldn't keep the real steel out here, dude. Keeping the steel in a non-climate controlled building is a good way for it to not work when you need it. You know? This thing has tolerances. These have tolerances in real life. Way tighter tolerances than a 1/4 inch, like the car, you know what I mean? Wouldn't keep it out here. But it is nice, dude. Up early? Yep, Yanix, that's right. Yeah, it's just an air gun, guys. It's nice looking though, right? Pretty sweet. These classic armies are really, really nice, but they're still, even then, 20 years ago, they're still made out of pot metal. It's not good steel. It's still pot metal, but it looks the part though, that's for sure. But yeah, I wouldn't keep this stuff outside. But dude, I airsofted with this a lot. Here, let me switch it. I'll switch it to the other camera. Hey Trey, what's going on? Hey man, when stuff gets tough, bury yourself in your work. It works. Get stuff done. Feel like you accomplished something. In light of the bad news, I'm making the best of it. We got work to do, man. We got stuff to do. We got people to see, starships to launch, airsoft guns to show off. Hey, Mark, what's going on? The heck is the hard thing now? I don't know. I have no idea. What bad news? I was talking about Rook. It sucks. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, here, let me check it out, dude. I did a lot of work with this thing back in the day. I used this thing a lot. Look at how worn it is. Looks like it's been in the desert for a little while because, well, not the desert, the jungle. I airsofted with this in Florida back in the day. Control your controllables and live life. Bingo. Yeah, dude, it's worn. I wore the trash out of this thing. I scroll through and see a man with an assault rifle peeping to defend his home. What is happening? No, 355. Yeah, I got to defend my home. You know, like, no, this is an air gun, dude. I wouldn't show real steel on Twitch, dude. They don't like that, or YouTube for that matter. Yeah. So we're working on the car in the shop, and I have the airsoft guns in the shop for when I need to fix them. This one actually works. I just put it out over there. I put it over there on the rack because chat bought me a gun rack as a joke because Wayne's World, which is pretty funny. They're in the trees. When the trees start speaking Vietnamese, you know you got problems, boy. No, yeah, it's a nice gun. I mean, that's a real red dot for what it's worth. Like, it's a real red dot. You have a KWA gas blowback vector from many, many years ago. Nice. You ever consider enlisting when you were younger? I kind of get that vibe from you. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I pushed out. Yeah, that's the truth. I wanted to, but I didn't really feel like. So, two big things, man. Two big things. Clap tests. Two big things. I would have loved to, dude. I like discipline. I like a disciplined lifestyle. That helps keep my brain in line. So two big things why I didn't. I'm the only son in my family, and I'm the only son on my dad's side of the family. All my cousins on my dad's sides are all girls. So I'm the only one to continue the Eric Johnson name. That was a big one. I didn't want to risk it. That's kind of why I pushed out. Yeah, or else I absolutely would have. Yeah, and I have a lot of cousins on my dad's side, which is ridiculous, right? But what are you gonna do? I would have loved to, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I like that lifestyle. That's how I roll. That's the kind of lifestyle you got to have to do space flight. You know, I gravitated to it anyway. But yeah, I pushed out. That's a right way to do it. I wanted to join the Marines, but I was too much of a bitch to do it at the time. I'd do it now, but my back is shot, so not happening. Which really sucks. I think that would have been really good for me, but it's okay. Stuff happens. It was 20 years ago. I think I turned out all right, right? Important news, booster transport stand is in Mega Bay 1. Trey, this stuff's happening. I told you, they ain't taking their foot off the gas. Sync is not too bad. I'm still out of sync. Video behind your audio. Your mileage may vary. I'm sure people appreciate you're not in some desert. What I didn't really realize at the time, dude, is that, you know, you could join the military and not be on the front lines. Like, probably would have been better as like a quartermaster or something. Like that's, because that's the stuff that scratches the monkey brain up here. Or like the Air Force or something. Yeah. Like, yeah, that, I probably, like, probably should have done that.
Discovery,
you know?
go at throttle up.
Because I was the kid in high school that was talking to the Marine recruiters all the time and, you know, shooting the crap with them because Marine recruiters showed up in high school during lunchtime, and I'd go shoot the snot with them. Talk about like Mark 19s and stuff, and like M16s because I saw it in Call of Duty and stuff. Yeah, I was that kid. Whatever. They're like, you want to join? I'm like, no, it's cool talking with you though. And they're like, all right, man. Call me though. I'm like, probably not. No, probably not. Oh boy. Hey Jim, good morning. All right. You guys had your coffee? Because we got work to do today. That's why I started early. Mark, you're in the same boat. Only son on my dad's side of the family. Totally get the feeling. Yeah. I was a weapon repair mechanic in the Bundeswehr for 1 year. Nice. Fresh pots of brewing? Good. I've had my extremely unhealthy energy drink. All right, you're good to go. Your diabetes is brewing. No. All right. Let's get the cameras all set up and we'll get to work. I have not repaired the left frame rail yet. The right frame rail is pretty much good to go. But where we last left off, dudes, is here. Give me 1 second. I put everything on the charging stand yesterday, so should have plenty of light, should have plenty of microphone. Now you could join and fly drones from the comfort of your gaming chair. Nah. That does not appeal to me. But yeah, space flight is pretty cool. I like that. Okay, so, all right, the right frame rail is pretty dang good, but we kind of had an idea. Like, we still have to do the frame rail ears and the leaf spring perch ears that are here, 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 and here. There's tabs that go off the top of the frame rail flanges and on top of the leaf spring perch flange. And then there's what's called an ear. It's a piece that goes off to the side here, here, and here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tabs to do. Now, we came up with a little bit of a breakthrough idea yesterday. The idea is that if we work on the other frame rail, if we work on the right frame rail, and I get the new leaf spring perch that we bought mounted, and we fix the right frame rail, I don't know the exact location of where these tabs exactly need to be. I don't know the exact spot, right? If we get the leaf spring
Discovery,
perch
go at
mounted
throttle up.
over here, I can figure out pretty much exactly where the rear cross member needs to be, and I can make those brackets. We kind of reverse engineer it. We can make those brackets accordingly. Now, this frame rail over here has seen better days. It's struggling. We cut the leaf spring perch off, the old leaf spring perch off last night, and it's not happy. It's not, there's not supposed to be nothing here. There's supposed to be a plate that goes all the way out. Here, let me show you the difference. That's what it's supposed to look like. That's what it did look like when we cut it off. We're missing some pieces. There's metal in your rust. Yeah, exactly. So we gotta do some repairs. This is pitted all hell. Like I said, the Titanic. It's the freaking Titanic. So we have the new Perch, but I have to get what's left of the old leaf spring Perch off of here. That's what we're gonna do today, in hopes that I can at least mock up the leaf spring Perch over here. And repair the rest of this frame rail. This frame rail is pretty grenaded. It's got a couple of speed holes in it. And there's also that fun up there that we found. The paint did dry though, looks good. I painted this with primer last night, or I primed it all last night, so when we go to take these what's left of the 2 leaf spring Perch brackets off, when we get those off, the area that's unpainted is where it'll basically index where I need to be. Good news is that a lot of this frame rail is actually not bad. There are parts of it that are completely wasted, but it's not as much as it might look. Like, I thought I would have to cut all this out. This is good metal right here. Hear the difference? Hear the difference in pitch? That lower pitch is rust. That dunk, 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 dunk. It should make the... That's the noise you want. So this is actually in pretty good condition. We won't need to cut much out, as much as we think, out of here. But I'm still waiting for what's behind that. That's probably going to rip a lot of the frame rail off when we go to try and get this out of here. I'll try to drill the spot welds, and yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, so that's where we're at. What are those Twitch? What does Twitch do? I don't know what that is. Has this car always resided in the Northeast? Yeah, Mark, this is a Northeast car through and through. It's been here its whole life as far as I can tell. I am the second owner on paper, third owner total of the car as far as the paperwork can tell. I didn't really get much with this car. There wasn't much in the way of paperwork with this. I had the original registration. I knew the car was registered in New Hampshire. It drove around in the Lakes region in New Hampshire. That's not good for a car. Salt, lots of salt. Yeah, as a Canadian, you understand the pain. Dude, yeah, exactly. This is like pulling something out of like Northern Ontario, dude. Or like something from New Brunswick or something, or PEI, like something that's been by the ocean or something that's been in salt. Dude, it's Titanic pretty hard. That's why I didn't get much paperwork with this car. It's just, this is not a car you restore, and I fully admit that. This is not a car worth restoring. Like, I mean, it might be post-COVID, now that I'm really thinking about it, but I bought this car with the idea to learn what needs to be done. So when a nice car, like if we ever get like a 70 Super B or something, or 69 Super B coupe or something, or like a post car Roadrunner or something, we can make it nice. Is the Northeast bad for rust? Yeah. If you look at a map of the US, pretty much anywhere north of like Kentucky, like if you find Kentucky on a map of the United States, anything north of there, no matter where you are in the entire US, anything north of that is bad. The car will rust really bad. Anything to the south from like Kentucky all the way to Florida, those rust, but they don't rot. They rust. Differences. Rot means you're physically deforming the metal. Rust is just scale. Cars all the way from Kentucky all the way down to Florida, they have rust. They rust. They don't rot, because Florida is super humid, and basically the South gets super humid. So like Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, in Florida, they get super humid in the winter. So cars will rust like this. See this up here? See the rust? They'll do that. But they, for the most part, will be okay. That, of course, is the exception is if you live by the ocean, in which case, Titanic. You will learn heaps on this thing. Cheers. Thanks, Shari. Yeah. cars that are like so from maybe like Texas over in the Southwest, those cars don't rust. They don't rust at all. So from like basically about, well, not Houston, I'd say like Austin all the way to Los Angeles. Any car that's been around in there, it doesn't rust. There is no humidity down there. California is like 5 to 10% humidity all the time, and it's pretty much like that throughout most of the desert. Cars don't rust. You'll see, it's weird. Like if you ever get out to California, like if you're not from the US, you get to California, you go to New Mexico, you go to Arizona, you'll see people just driving old cars around because they don't break. The 97 that we have is a good example of that. The F2 Shitty, that's a good example. That's a California truck. It has 175,000 miles on it. Looks brand new. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fine. Yeah, what the Southwest will do is toast your paint off. The sun beats so hard, it'll actually cook the paint off of the car. Don't worry, it won't rust. Like, hey, Mats, what's going on, dude? Yeah, and then in the Pacific Northwest, so from like Northern California all the way up to Seattle, like in that region, cars they rust, but they're not bad. It's kind of hit or miss up there because it rains a lot in the Pacific Northwest. So from like Northern California, Oregon, Portland, right? Portland in Oregon, that's where that is, all the way up through Seattle into Vancouver into Canada. It rains a lot. So it's kind of hit or miss up there. Sometimes you'll find a clean car. It doesn't snow in the northwest part of the country. It doesn't snow too much. If you're inland, it absolutely does. I understand that. Like if you're in Spokane, yeah, it doesn't snow. Yeah, no, it does. I know. So it's kind of hit or miss up there. Luvas is a perfect example of what California does to paint. That's right. That's right. Yeah, so it's kind of hit or miss, dude. Your C5 is a New Mexico, Arizona car, and the clear coat is done. Yep. Yeah, it'll cook the paint right off. Yeah. This car is just kind of prototypical Northeast. This is a car that was driven. It was driven around. As far as I can tell, the original owner dailied it from like 1969 when it was brand new to about 1994, which, oh boy. But it only has 97,000 miles on it. That's it. So I think the guy just used it to go to the shop and stuff, as far as I can tell. But used it to go to the shop in the wintertime, which explains all the rust. Like, I don't know the full story behind this car because, yeah, once again, it wasn't really expected to. This car was not expected to last this long, dudes. It was not. You got a 53 oval window that sits in your garage. She will run again. Oh, yes. She will run again. Yeah, baby. I just learned that the eastern part of Washington is actually much more arid and dry than, say, Seattle. Yeah. Like, you get over to Spokane, you go into Idaho, like Coeur d'Alene, you go a little bit further east into the Tetons. Yeah, it's pretty dry up there. Like, that's what I mean. The Pacific Northwest is kind of a round robin. It's hit or miss. But like, guys, I want to be very clear. This car right here is like the modern day equivalent of like a Toyota Camry. It's not anything particularly special. It's just a four-door car. And because of that, somebody used it. It's not a race car. We're going to make it into a race car because race car, but it was really never, it's not designed for that. This is a commuter vehicle, believe it or not, from the 1960s. It's gigantic. I know. It's awesome. Luvas is a good example of what California does to paint. You trying to confuse me with the repeater boy? You won't make anything with all this yapping. Get to work. You're right. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm still waking up. All right, let's get to work, dudes. Okay, so first thing we got to do is we got to try to get these leaf spring perches off, and then we really got to see what we're dealing with here, and then attempt to make repairs. Well, not attempt. We'll do it. It's just, yeah. We'll do it. All right, so I need my spot weld cutter. and the drill, and we will go from there. Can't find the spot welding bit. I have no idea where that is because we haven't used it in a little while. That's great. Ah, I found it. I put it with the other bits in tips. It's kind of full of caca. I got the drill. I'm gonna get the index here. Do they put salt on the roads in the U.S.? It depends on where you are, dude, but yeah, for the most part. Where I live, Shari, yes, absolutely. The roads get salted hard, and it does screw up cars. That's why this car is the way that it is. That's what I was just talking about, dude. This car is roached pretty bad. Yes, roached is a hot rodding term for its junk. But we can fix it. Cool thing about these cars, it's all metal. There's no plastic on this thing. We can fix it. Fix all of it. Build the whole damn car back together if you have the skill to. That last part means a lot. Anyway, okay, so I got my spot weld cutter. Let's get to work. I need my safety glasses because I'm gonna have to do this upside down, which really sucks. But that's the way she goes, bud. Sorry, I'm trying to just take the carbide burr that I had on here and make sure I put it back where it belongs. I knocked over my tungsten carbide index the other day, yesterday, and it fell all on the floor, and now I got to figure out where each one goes again. All right. Commuter highway miles are kinder than stop and go city miles. Yeah, I don't know if this was a highway car, but yeah, whatever. I got to find my safety glasses, and yeah, because I'm not drilling when you drill upside down. Where the frick did those go? I had them in my hand yesterday. Bah. Bah. No, mine. No. Dude, seriously, they really couldn't have gotten far. Where the heck did they go? Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, then again, my welding mask is over here where it shouldn't be. Should probably put that in the gloves with the welder. That makes sense. Give me one moment. I mean, I have another pair, but where the heck could seriously, how far could they have gone? We had them less than 24 hours ago. Damn it, chat. Hey, Dan, what's going on, buddy? Oh, there they are. I found them. I put them by the respirator. Excellent. Wow, early stream. What's up, Sea Kraken? We got work to do. Look at this thing. It's roached. We got to fix it. It is roached. All right. I'm putting in hearing protection. And I did vacuum the floor because I don't want to happen what happened yesterday. So there's 3 spot welds, 2 on the front perch, 1 on the rear perch back here. Let's make sure the drill is turning in the right direction. And let's see if we can get at these things. The bottom ones are going to be easy because, believe it or not, the bottom of the frame is actually pretty good. Should be good enough. Probably get the tap magic so this thing doesn't overheat. I don't know how I'm gonna do that upside down though, so. Maybe get at this one just a smidge more. Don't ride up on me, come on. All right, I got him. All right, so now we got to figure out where the spot welds are here and here. Yeah, it's just a weird angle because there's a car in the way. There's a quarter panel in the way. All right, what do we got? I see one here and one there. This is going to be a weird angle to get at. Here, let's try over here. Does this feel good? Yeah, this isn't bad. It's riding around. Crap. You know what? I'm going to put the jacket on. There's a lot of sharp metal around here. I don't feel like cutting up my hands. That's a spot welding bit. Yep. So the spot welding bit, it has a guide in the center, and then it's like spring-loaded. Dan, you're driving to California today after breakfast. Definitely going to listen to some EJ streams. Right on. Cool. All right, I got the jacket on. I'm probably gonna put some gloves on too. Probably would be a smart thing. Where are my red gloves? There they are. Got them. All right. All right, how are we going to do this? So this one, I'm not sure there's really much holding this thing in place. So I'm going to try to bash out that bottom spot weld. I'm pretty sure rust has kind of claimed the other spot weld, so to speak. This is going to sound stupid, but I want to try and preserve as much of this Titanic frame rail as I can, so we can just get the right spot for the flange, for this top piece right here. I know there's not a lot of it left. We're going to have to end up cutting out about this much, but it's okay. Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. So let me get the hammer and the punch out. Try to get that thing off. Red gloves so they can't see when you bleed. You guys are crazy.
So I just have a punch and a hammer, and I'm trying to punch through the spot weld. Oh look, more rust coming out of the frame rail. Gee, that never happens. It's not going, dudes. Huh. Okay. There's only one spot weld down there. Why wouldn't that be doing that? I think I got the spot. Let me just keep being a little persistent with it. Yeah. How did I not get that spot weld? Whatever. There's just a little bit of spot weld that's hanging on. Yeah, I missed a little bit. Story of my life. There we go. Got it. Just took a little bit of persistence. Now, yeah, how much of this is still good? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought would happen. There were spot welds here at one point. Not anymore. But look, the bottom of that was actually pretty good. And that's about all that was pretty good, but. So water got in between this flange right here. Water got in between the flange and it rusted because it wasn't protected, and it rusted it and it separated it. See that? See all this crap right here? Water came down through in here and it kind of stayed in here, and that's because it was leaking through the trunk. That's what rusted this frame rail out. Oh man, there's really nothing left here. It's okay. If we can save the bottom of the rail to out to like here, we'll be good. The rest, yeah, we're gonna have to. I want to try and keep as much of it there as I can, so I can reference it. But yeah, it's seen better days, man. So what happened is, I think, with the original car, here's my running theory. So if you guys go up here, this drip rail, the drip rail piece at the back of the trunk, I had to replace this. Now keep in mind, that's just tech screwed in there. It's not like welded in. So the original one, if I go and get it, the original one was struggling. But I think the interesting thing here is that it was struggling because it only had 2 spot welds. There were 2 spot welds here and 2 spot welds on the other side, right? On the right side drip rail, there's 10 spot welds. So whoever had this piece here in 69 tacked it here, tacked it here, tacked it there, called it a day. And 4 spot welds wasn't enough to seal this thing up good enough to not let water in, and that's why it rusted out. That's actually, I'm not going to say that's a factory defect, but that's actually a factory defect. And because of this, water dripped down into the trunk and rusted that out, and probably combined with all the road salt that was up there and held, and it just kind of held in the frame rails, and that was the end of that. Take photos for reference? Yeah, that's what I've been doing, man. I take photos with this all the time. Try to take at least one a day. Okay, so now I got to try to get the rest of this off to see what's behind that pile of rust that's just attached to my frame rail. We got to get this thing out here. It looks like cordyceps in there, man. Ridiculous. Yeah, but see, we got that's roached. That's toast. We're not fixing that. We got to cut this all out and remake it. No problem though. All right, I'm gonna get my safety glasses again, and I don't know. I don't think the wire wheel is gonna be good enough here with the grinder. We should probably flap disc that thing because we're trying to remove metal. So I'm gonna put a flap disc back onto my grinder. Give me a sec. All right, so 2 things. This grinder's really freaking loud. It's really loud. So, headphone users, just be advised. Guys, I have to, there's no way I can get at that other than the angle from the camera. So, I'm gonna step in where you guys were sitting and we're gonna get at this. I'll put you guys over here. Can you guys see? All right. Put you over here. I don't want you over there because then it's going to just shoot crap at the frame rail. Or I'll put you over here, show the work getting done, and I'll give you guys a sneak peek of it. So headphone users, be advised. I'm putting the respirator on. There's too much rust. You have a new rail? No. No, I don't have a new rail. We'll repair it with steel plate.
You were merely born, adopted into the rust. I was born into it, molded by it.
There's a lot of crap in there. Yeah, I'll see if I can get you guys like up. There we go. All right. There we go. trying to get at what's left of the flaring on the spot weld. The flap disc, remember, it looks like it's cleaning things, but what it's actually doing is taking metal off. You've got to be careful. All those sparks are little bits of metal that I'm taking off. What I'm trying to do is get at what's left of the spot weld. I ain't going to be able to cut that. I ain't going to be able to cut it because we're not going to be able to, there's too much rust, so, yeah. Look at that, all iron oxide, unbelievable. Yeah, there's fellas, there ain't a lot of frame rail here left, but that isn't anything we didn't know. All right, let me try to get at the rest of this, okay? I got most of it out. It's just such a weird angle to get at, dude. Huh. Yeah, it's roached. It's totally screwed. Yeah, that's toast. There's nothing left here. Now the very bottom might be okay, but wow, that's bad. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Let's keep going. Okay, I think I got a good deal of that off. Let's see if we can. Somehow, the spot welds are still holding. Somehow. There isn't much left of the leaf spring flange here, though. What I'm trying to see if there is any good metal here. I'm trying to see how much of this we can save, if at all, just for fun. There's no freaking way. Behind all of that rust, there's good metal. What? Huh. How? Yeah. All right, let's... There ain't much good metal, but there's good metal. Like so much that I probably shouldn't flap wheel it anymore. Yep. Yeah, bottom of the frame rail's okay. Huh. That's strange. Now don't get me wrong, the top of this is completely shot. But Yeah, this is all bad. But the bottom channel is pretty good. That'll make bending the pieces a lot easier for us. If the more of this is intact, the easier it's going to be to fix. Okay, not bad, dudes. Not bad. All right. Here, I'll show you. Come here. So take a look at that. Good metal. Behind all that rust, there's good metal. Not much. We're gonna need, that's basically the line of demarcation where we need to cut. And this is all shot up there, so I didn't even bother. But that's all pretty good, dudes. All right, we'll get at the front one here in a second. When EJ says it's fine, he's not telling us that. He's trying to convince himself. Shut up. Be quiet. That is not true. Did I hit my head? No, it's just crap. Okay, cool. All right, we're good. We're good. No, it's just we had some trouble using the metal bender in there, dude. So I got to open up the garage. It tastes like metal in here. Get some ventilation. Yeah, it's just with the metal brake, it doesn't break as well as I really want. Dan, I don't give up. I don't give up. It's whatever. Just wade through it. If you're going through hell, keep going. Yeah, the metal bender doesn't bend exactly like I want. It doesn't bend. Doesn't make the right bends that kind of mimic the factory, and that's my fault. I kind of skimped on it. I should have bought the hydraulic press bender, but it's okay. That would have been equally as difficult to use. So, yeah, let's get that front one. We'll get at the front one. There's more spot welds to drill, but yeah, I'm also gonna drill the gas tank cross member. We'll drill those spot welds out so we can mock up the new one. Get ourselves a quick W. She's gonna be sweet when she's done. Yeah, man. Time and persistence is what this takes, dude. I want this trunk pan done by the end of the month. Yeah, that's my kind of internal deadline. I want to do that, and I also want to do more gaming. We're gonna lock. That's why I want locked in June, man. We're locking in this month. Let's get stuff done, dudes. It's summertime, baby. I want to drive this car relatively soon. Yeah, not so fun. That's the, I was going to get I have a press, it's over there. And I was going to get a press brake for it, but I opted for the manual one because I thought, it was $70 as opposed to 180. It doesn't bend very well. Like here, I'll show you. Like, so you sandwich the piece of cardboard. You sandwich a piece of metal, dude, and look. I mean, not so fun. You'll be able to see. Look what it does. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, see how it creased it? The reason why is because the sandwich plate, I clamp the sandwich plate down and you move the brake and it moves. If you have some square tubing that fits in there, you could hammer it out. I don't think the square tubing is the right size, dude, but I have this flat stock I have this flat stock that I have been using for a dolly. Oh, no way. It almost fits. Yeah, I could put it in the vise and we could hammer out that crease. But, yeah. I mean, this is what I mean about metal, dudes. Like, and not so fun. You can attest to this, right? I know you mess with this stuff, too. I remember you telling me. You can bend metal. You can add to it. You can take away. With the welder and the grinder, bro, we're playing Minecraft with metal. Like, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to illustrate here. Like, as long as you have some technical know-how, it's like, think of it like redstone in Minecraft. As long as you have some technical know-how, you can make anything. People have made computers with redstone. Yeah, hammer it in, dude. Absolutely. Like, yeah, you can fix anything. Everybody says in cars, if you're into cars or you're into anything that's like restoration, it could be anything, like old tools, cars, wood, whatever. Everybody says like, oh, you can, anything is fixable for the price. Yeah, okay. I'm putting that theory to the test. I want the experience, not the wisdom. You know what I mean? Everybody says that this car is not savable. I want to understand why. I don't just want to parrot what everybody else says. Oh, everybody says the car is not savable. Frick that, dude. Let's fix it. Frick that. Frick those people. I don't have time for those people. We got a car to build. Frick them. Frick them kids, man. All right, let's get that front perch off, dude. Give it a lick of heat to make that corner easier to bend. It's not a bad idea. I do have the torch over there. I was watching Bad Chad yesterday. The man's an artist. Peter, I've been thinking about that tape thing, dude. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I'm using that. Thank you, Bad Chad. Dude, there's that's what I'm saying, man. There's so much good info out there, like with cars. There's so many good knowledge resources. Anything from like Vice Script to Bad Chad to even Cleater, even though Cleater's more entertainment, right? Cleater's fabricators, Ty and Zach and Jackstan, man, they're really good at what they do. And even I don't know if you guys watched Month of Freedom, right? The last episode of Cleater's Month of Freedom, right? You get to see what old Squirrel can do in the engine shop. Squirrel knows what he's doing. George knows what's good, man. That guy can build motors. Do you watch Grindhard? Grindhard those guys are insanely good fabricators, man. I aspire to be like that. Check out Morgan Clark Design. Okay? Lots of car people here. Shari, car people like rockets. You know why car people like rockets? Because rockets go fast. You know why I like cars? Cars go fast. Rockets go faster though. But most people that like rockets also like cars. Most. Like not everybody. It's not a blanket statement, right? But yeah, most people do. All right, I'm shutting up. I've been talking too much. How are we going to get that other thing, the front mount off? Now, we got to be careful with this front mount because the metal there is still good. I don't want to bend it. In my experience, this is true. Well, yeah, of course, S. How many people there are car nut cases? People like going fast, man. Rockets go fast. It's not rocket science, right? I mean, it is, but you get what I'm trying to say. All right, so we got to get at that front thing there. I can't believe that's good metal. Pete, you're giving me crap, dude, but look. That was behind probably about 3/4 of an inch of rust. How is that metal still good? I don't know. I can't, I don't have an answer there, man. Crazy. All right. I got to go in and take a look. I got to take a look at this front piece. The outer was the rust donor. Yeah, pretty much. How much good metal is left? Dude, it's solid. You can tell it's solid by the sound. I mean, I can see the back, right? Hear that? That kind of tinny noise? Not that. Hear that? That's good metal. Hear this? Hear the pitch difference? That sound is the really easy way to tell if metal's roached. And this is very much toast. But down here at the bottom of the channel, which is where you would expect it to rust, it's not. That's actually solid, which I can't figure out for the life of me why or how. But it is. And just as predicted, check this out. Look, we got our index mark. See that? That's why I painted this yesterday, so we could have an index where the new hanger needs to go. That basically shows you exactly where the new one needs to go when we get to put it on. I have to grind that spot weld flat, but there you go. Now I just got to get the front index marked. Pretty cool, huh? There's tricks all over the place, dude. And I'm not a fabricator. I don't come from a fabrication background. I come from 3D, which is kind of fabrication, but not. Yeah. This is all learned from watching YouTube. I'm not even kidding. Okay, we got a spot here on the top. That should be easy to get. And then we got 2 spots here. Those ones are a little bit harder. But let me, I have this nasty habit, guys, of getting in the car with not the equipment that I need, which is not smart. A scribe works good for that too. Scribe it over to give a super defined shape. Oh, okay, not so fun. I have a dumb question. This is a noob question, and I acknowledge the noobiness. Do you need like a metal scribe, or could I take a punch? Could I take like a pointy punch and just scribe the mark? Sharpies make poor man's die chem. Yeah, there you go, man. You need an assistant. Where the heck is Titan? Titan's roaming around in the backyard. That's his new favorite thing to do. Once you realize that the weather is not rain, he's like, oh, I could go outside. He figured out how to use the doggy door at the back of the damn house. And now he's like, what? I can go outside whenever I want? Holy crap, why do I need you? Like, that's what he's been doing. He just goes outside. That's what he does. He's from Tennessee. He's a farm dog. Or at least a farm stray. Right? Like that's what he does. He likes outside. He just Forrest Gump. He just felt like running. We need the tap magic. The bit's getting hot. I need the cutting fluid. I just felt like running. Why are you doing this? Are you doing this for world peace? No, I'm tired. I think I'll go home now. Glasses, I just went and got them, dude. So this is cutting fluid. It just keeps the bit cool, because if the spot welding bit gets too hot, it's gonna crack. Okay, there's no way that that's not through. And I know I drilled through the frame rail. I don't feel like using the spot welder upside down, or the spot weld cutter upside down. Sorry. All right. So I'm gonna get the punch. Too early? Too early. There we go. We got through. Excellent. All right, just 2 more spots. Down. Down. You know, while I'm here, I'm going to get at the gas tank straps, or the gas tank cross member. I'll just drill these 2. Let's get the tap magic. Through. Bit road a little bit. Oh, that was, did I go through? No, I didn't. All right, cool. You know what? I'm grinding wheel the hell out of that thing. That thing pissed me off now. You're gonna get ground, son. You're gonna get ground. Don't play that. Gator, don't play that. Sorry. All right. I really don't like pointing this like directly at me and firing it, but whatever. Okay, there's no way we didn't get through that one. He said as he didn't get through it. Man, every time this thing wants to grab, it starts skitching around. We'll get it. Or we won't. It's because the rust has made it all crooked. It's not a flat surface. It's really hard to get at that thing. Like, I keep trying to get it to bite and it doesn't want to. I might drill a pilot hole, dudes. Or we could just try the old trick of, well, have you tried pushing harder and not being a bit? Sorry. It's tried and tested. Pushing harder and not being a boot didn't work. All right. Well, in the meantime, I feel like getting a W. So. There we go. We got one of those spot welds. Didn't get the other one though. Man, not doing good with the spot welder today, dudes. Or spot weld cutter. You know what I was thinking, just on a side note? Harbor Freight has spot welders that are not expensive. They're like $200. Spot welding some of this actually might be not the stupidest idea. Could make it look factory. But then again, that's $200 I could save on, you know, we could use on, you know, actually fixing the car, so. Yeah, that one bottom spot weld is being a little bit difficult. Let me get my other drill and a small drill bit, see if we can make a pilot hole. Or we could punch it. We could get the metal punch out. Spot it with the MIG. Can you do that? Center punch those spot welds. All right, all right, all right, all right. I got my punch. See? Look, see? Don't. Just relax. Baby, go relax. Baby, go relax. Yeah, this one. We'll use the sharp one. Sharp things, burning dog poo and the human response, reflections of society in literature. You can make a blank drill hole and some scrap, the size you need for that bit. Clamp that to the frame and drill through that hole, stop the wander. That's actually not a bad idea, Peter. I think the center, I'm gonna be lazy, just a little bit lazy, and try the center punch first, because I already have the center punch in my hand. Sorry, man. That's a good way to do it, though. We will fall back on superior firepower. There we go. Just got to put some barbecue sauce on this thing. There we go. Yeah, that worked. So pro tip of the day, if you use the tool how it was intended to be used, it works. I know, weird concept. Now you freaking rat. You rat bastard of a spot weld. You son of a goat herder. Here I come, God. Here I come, you freaking rat. The mole. You know, that works a lot better. Holy balls. That works a lot better. Weird. Can't be. From the consulate, right? This is weird. They did not protect the metal on here before that was spot welded on, and it looks like a pile of dookie. There we go. Yeah, not bad. Metal's okay. You know what really sucks? Grabbing the wrong end of the wire brush. So I'm going to take your advice, not so fun, and scribe this. I'm lining up the spot welds. Probably would have been a smart thing to do before I took it off, but before I forget, I'll go do that on the other side. So that was weird. How long has that been like that? Last thing you said is let me do the other side before I... Why? Why? Well, I haven't gotten the bracket off yet for what it's worth, but what the hell? What did I miss? I don't know. Oh, I was talking to myself the whole time. The computer made no noise, dude. I can't tell if the computer's off. And I didn't really check chat either because I was kind of working on something. Car's done. Yep, you missed everything. So I scribed both sides and I've been trying to get that bracket off, but it's not. I did get the, I had this whole thing about scribing and how it works, but don't worry about it. We'll mention it again later. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry about that. I think it looks like Windows restarted the computer without asking me. Great. What was strange was that you still heard traffic. Yeah, you would because you didn't lose signal. It's the auto computer. So I'm picking up this picture, Peter, and this is why we get desync. I'm picking up this picture over the LAN. So I have a computer out here that's on a LAN with my streaming computer. The streaming computer is still streaming. Nothing's wrong in there. But this computer, it looks like Windows decided to restart. Did you get kicked out of bed this morning? No, not too much. Yeah, so you would have still heard Starbase Live. But yeah, so scribing is basically taking a punch and kind of scratching a line into the metal, and you can use it to locate stuff. I did get one of the trunk cross member, the trunk cross member plates off. I got one of them off. You have your PC configured correct. Change the Windows update in Windows settings. Yeah, probably do that. What's your standard for this restoration? Showroom or drivable? Somewhere in between, Fred. I'm using really, really nice resto parts. Probably parts that are a little bit too good for me. I have all Auto Metal Direct, like genuine Mopar resto stuff. Once again, this is probably not going to be something to write home about, but it's going to work. Now, once again, and this goes into building this for a second, like when you have a project car, you need expectations. So if you guys remember like Kerbal or how I play any game, like I make expectations. That's really, really important. Like with Kerbal, mission mode was the expectation, right? Like that's the rule set. I make a rule set for working on the car. So Fred, my rule set for the crew cab Charger is make the shell stock and don't modify the shell in a way that differs too much from stock. That's my rule set. So don't like cut out the floor pan and cage the car. Like that's not my expectation for this vehicle. This is not a race car. Don't get me wrong, we're gonna make it go faster, but even a B platform with no reinforcement still has its limits, right? So my expectation with this car is not a factory restoration, but it's not like a patch job either. I want it done right, more or less, within the best of my ability. The main thing, in the downtime you finish the car? Yep. 10 to 15 minutes. Damn, dude. Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot of work. I've been just trying to get the other mount off. I got the gas tank strap off, and then I mean, you guys didn't miss much, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's my expectations with this, Fred. I want a factory shell, and then I want to see where you can go with bolt-ons from a factory shell, believe it or not. That's long-term plans for this car. Right now, my main goal is to fix all the rust. Get the shell solid so then we can start having fun with it. Don't get me wrong, this car is not supposed to be a race car. Not right now, at least. Maybe if we get the shell all done and patched and really nice. The expectation is not to be a race car. I want this car to be a cruiser. For now, a cruiser with some good power. What I really would ideally like is like 300 to 400 horse. And that's about it. 300 to 400 horsepower. Nice suspension, make it ride nice, make it handle nice, modern amenities, stuff like that. Cruiser, a good cruiser. But a cruiser that if you want to get your foot into it, you can. I'm not expecting I don't want a 700 horsepower car. This chassis cannot take 700 horsepower. Source, anybody that's Hellcat swapped a Charger has bent the chassis because that motor is way too strong for this car. You need to reinforce everything if you want to put a big engine in it. So what's your ETA on this project? Shazap, I want to get this thing, I want to get the shell rebuilt by the end of the summer. Yeah. I have my 59 F100 outside, and that's my baby. I do not want that thing outside during the winter. I don't want it outside during the winter. I want it in here. At the very best, I want it and this thing in here side by side, which you can do in this garage. This garage has enough room for 2 cars. We could build the 318 in there, digital zeros. We could build it for about 400 horse. That's no problem. Yeah, with bolt-ons nowadays, sure. I did find a 440 on Facebook Marketplace, a 440 and a 727 from a 74 motorhome, $600. But there's going to be a lot that I want it to be sure, and I'm not asking. If you tip the stream right now with the expectation of me buying that motor, I'm putting it towards more metal for this car. So maybe in the future. I do want a big block for this car. That would be cool. But the 5.7 that we put in there, that I want to put in there too, is going to be cool as well. I have a 5.7 Hemi outside in an old Dodge Ram. I'm going to take the motor out. My buddy wants to take the rest of it. So we're going to take the motor out, see if we can salvage the ECU and see how many parts we could take off of that and bolt onto this one. 440 in the Ferd, make it sacrilegious. People would definitely get upset. No, my other thing with this car, my other expectation is with this car, and this is how I like building cars, is I like to keep Dodge parts in Dodge cars. Ford parts in Ford, Chevys in Chevys. That's that's what I like doing. This thing, I'll put any Dodge motor in it, or any motor that came in a Dodge from the factory. The 5.7 is going to chew through fuel, and the 318 won't. Look, man, at the end of the day, we got a V8 and a 3,600 pound car. Fuel economy is not. That's the end of the sentence. Miles per gallon. I mean, you don't want it to rust again? It was so much for the first time to remove. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so we're having so much fun. So yeah, that's my expectation. I want this car to be able to drive around, tool around in. I think kind of phase 1 of this is to just, we have a motor and transmission that works.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Fluffy, gifted 2. Thanks, man. If you want fuel economy, get a Prius. That's right. That's right. Yeah, the fuel economy sucks, but I have like a 25-gallon fuel tank or something. I actually think it's an 18-gallon fuel tank. That's fine. It's a huge fuel tank. You know? And if we're driving highway miles, we could probably get 20 miles per gallon out of this thing if we tune the carb right. I do have a 4-barrel intake manifold for that 318. We put a nice set of Edelbrock dove heads on there, or not dove heads. Dove heads are Ford. Sorry, we put a good set of I think 360 heads on there, on that 318. Put a nice cam in it with a 4-barrel. You make 350, 400 horse, no problem. We can do that. I'd actually prefer to do that because, from what I can tell here, we're we need to spend a lot of money on metal. So be it. Like I said, I'm here to learn. I want to learn how to do this. I want to practice welding. And I want to have some fun with this, man. This is about learning. That's what this car is for. Not a fuel injection guy. The 5.7, I could do fuel injection. I can do either one. Not so fun. I'm not, you gonna put modern brakes on it? It's got 10-inch drums on it. Honestly, if we build the 318 out for like 400 horse, I'm putting discs on it. I'll put power brakes with discs. Not that the drums are really bad, but 400 horse with drum brakes is, if I'm going to be driving like Bree, the dog, etc., around in this car, nah. But yeah, I mean, not so fun. We could do a fuel injection system on this thing. With the 5.7, we could do fuel injection. I need to get a standalone ECU. I don't think we can take the one out of the Ram and put it in here and get it to work right because, you know, unless we figure out a way to put ABS in this thing. Because the ECU looks for ABS, it looks for that, it looks for the transmission. Without any of those, it doesn't work. Dude, this thing with, what if we, it'll never work, but it would be funny to try. We hook up the drums to the ABS unit. The pressure is not going to work. The pressure will break the wheel cylinders, I'm pretty sure, but ABS drums. That'd be pretty funny. If we're gonna tool around and this car's gonna do city driving, I want discs. The drum brakes are really good. Drum brakes, believe it or not, have a lot more stopping power than like a 2-piston caliper disc. Problem is that they can't cool. They can't cool themselves. So if the drum brakes overheat, they become about as useful as using butter to stop your car. Drum cars did have ABS. Yeah, we buy the, yeah. So like what I'm toying around with in my head is like I'm gonna take the 5.7. I have the 5.7 out there in the truck. What I'm toying around in my head with is words, man. You know, for the price of a standalone ECU, right? For the price of a standalone ECU, we could just buy a big block. You know? Hey, Kinder, 98-month resub. Thanks, man.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Go at throttle up. All right. But yeah, there's a lot of things we can do. But once again, that's like down the road. My priority is just get the shell good and get the car working. Like we have an anemic rear end. That rear end sucks. It's a light duty transmission. It's a 318. It's a small block, the smallest small block that Chrysler made. We got discs all around. What I want to do is just get it running after we do the shell. Just get the thing. I mean, it's already runs, but there is some wiring gremlins with this thing because it's a Dodge. It suffers from Dodge wiring. Something weird with the motor that causes a voltage drop when like the brake lights turn on. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, I want my main priority is solid shell, and I'm not gonna get there by talking. So, Kinder, your brother's Corsa has drums in the back and ABS. Yeah, but it's discs up front, and the ABS is controlling the discs, I think. We have a 271, I think, Creation. There's a 271 rear end. It's a 7 1/4 271 rear end. The 7 1/4 rear end in the 904 transmission was not designed for a V8. Chrysler retrofitted them to go with the V8. This rear end is designed for a slant 6, which is why I still don't understand this car too much. It's a Coronet 500, premium trim, with an anemic drivetrain. You'd think a Coronet 500 would have a 383, right? A 383 with a 727 and an 8 1/4, running like 323. But this, yeah, it's weird because Coronet 500, like I said, it's the highest trim that they offered with this car. And it has the lowest, it has a Coronet 440 drivetrain, which is very interesting. See, now I'm wondering if that 318 and that 904 is stock, if that's supposed to be there. I don't know. That's a question for another day. Oh my God, it's the science guy. Yeah. Hi, Evertons. Hi. How you doing? Anemic, is that a term for cars? Gutless. Aaron, they're light duty parts. See that rear end that's down there behind the frame rail? That thing can only take like 250 horse. You try to put like 300 horse through that thing, it's going to break. Well, maybe a little bit more than that. But yeah, point of fact, like that's a light duty rear end in a medium duty car, which is weird. And I do have the build sheet for this car. This car was not special ordered, so it came from the factory like this, which is very weird. Actually, no, the engine codes on the build sheet say it's a 318. So yeah, this car came like this. This is a strange combination for Mopars. Usually a Coronet 500 would have like I said, it would have a 383 in it with a 727. That would have been the other engine package for this car. The two V8s that came in Coronets in 69, Coronet sedans in 69s are 318s and 383s. Anemic is so fitting because it usually indicates low iron levels. Yeah, right. All right. Let's get that front perch off, and hopefully my computer doesn't decide to restart itself. Product segmentation, you can't have it intrude on the charger. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what I was doing before we were so rudely interrupted by Bill Gates was trying to get that front perch off. The spot welds really aren't cooperating. I'm going to get my bigger punch out, and we'll get the big boy punch, and we'll try to get this front piece off. Yeah. I've been trying to get, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get this freaking thing off. Ready? Okay. There we go. This is just a weird angle to get at, dudes. I gotta get at the bottom. You know, one of these days I'm gonna be able to hit this thing with a hammer and rust won't fall out. One of these days. How the hell is that thing still attached? you? Why are you attached still? Get out of there. She's hanging on by a thread, chat. Spot welds are just hanging on by a thread, man. It's just a little bit, but I gotta be careful because I don't mind breaking the bracket that I'm trying to get off, but I really don't want to mess with the frame any more than I need to. Is there a spot weld that I missed or something? Oh no, there it goes. There we go. Come on. Yeah, it looks like I didn't get, didn't get all that spot weld. It's just hanging on by a little bit. Same with the top. Almost there. Oh yeah, she's going. Got it. You suck. You jackass. Try to see if we can. Yeah. Yeah, spots, man. Frame's a little bent. I bent it just a little bit. It's okay. We'll hammer it back. I'll put the we'll put the a flat edge. I'll put that flat stock back here. We'll hammer that thing flat. I got to get the remnants of the spot welds off. Yeah, it's not bad. We should hit this with the wire wheel. I don't think I have much wire wheel left though. All right. Well, we got it. We got it off. Thank God. Headphone users. Yeah. Good call. Sorry. Hands look bloodless, doing good. Yep, nope, hands are clean. I did hammer my thumb though, but it didn't break any skin. That happens. All right, so, yeah, I need the grinder I gotta get the grinder just to flatten out the spot weld because I missed a little bit. Those spot welds were weird to get at. If you see that little nick up there by the hole, right here, I missed. I didn't get the whole spot weld. That's why it's stuck. That's why that thing gave us such a hard time. So I'm gonna go at this with the wire wheel. We have our scribe marks on the bottom, right? We'll go at this thing with the wire wheel. or what's left of it, and we'll see what we can do. Do I have a good wire wheel? I don't. We don't have a good wire wheel. Crap. All right, what are we gonna do? Well, we got a flap disc that weld off anyway, so. There's not much left. Yeah, Takezo, thinking of welding a flange to stiffen that thing. I'm just gonna cut the plate out. I'll back plate it, dude. So we'll cut this out. I'll put a back plate in, then we'll put the regular plates back in, stitch all that back together, plug weld the back plate, and then redo the flange. That should do it. That'll keep it strong. It'll be stronger than it was from the factory. Yeah, is that like, dude, I'm fairly new to this, but I do understand structural engineering. Like, I know this is a unibody. I know it's got to be strong here on the frame rails, right? Like, it's got to be strong. It's holding up the suspension. I think that's yeah. That's what I'm asking. Is that a good plan? I think that's more or less in the ballpark, right? Like, can't seem you got a 4Runner 280K. Steering's a bit roach from abuse, but with multi-point fuel injection starts like a boss every time. Yeah, my 97 is port fuel injection. I started it in like minus 30 degrees this winter. Started right up. It froze to the ground, but it started right up. How'd that table turn out? Which table, Gamer Boy? Oh, how'd that tab turn out? Oh, yeah. Here, I can show you. How's that, dude? The tab was right there. So part of the flange was rusted here for the people that don't know, and I stitch welded that thing back in and we ground it down. Look at that. It's pretty good, man. I mean, I ain't no welder,
Go at throttle up.
but I'm practicing, I'm getting better. That one is plated too because this frame rail was toast from here back. So Takezo, if you really want to know, like the other frame rail, this is the right side frame rail, it was gone from here back. So I cut back to good metal, plug welded and plated back, and then I slipped the piece on and then plug welded it and then seam welded the plates and then seam welded the outside. So that frame rail is pretty good. We have to do that over here. But yeah. Looks solid, well done. Wait, holy hell, that's really good, no offense. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, grinder and paint and all, right? Like I said, by the time we're done with this, we'll be really good at it. There's enough welding here for a good amount of practice, dudes. Let me put it that way. Sorry to question, I was just wondering. Oh, Takezo, dude, question away. Question away, dude. I'm learning. I'm learning. Like, dude, this isn't like, oh my God, don't backseat me. I don't care. I'm learning. Please, dude, say something. If you see something that you don't think is right, be like, yo, EJ, check this out. I would prefer it if you were like, yo, EJ, check this out. Yo, not, yo, that's really stupid. You're an idiot. I mean, you're not wrong, but also, you know. So, dude, if you see something weird, I'm learning, tell me. There's a reason why I'm working on a 4-door, because if this was a 70 Super B, like with a 440 factory car, like, dude, I would not weld anything on that, because that car needs to be like factory restored for money, you know. All right, let's get the see if we can get the flap disc in there to get that little nubbin off. I call it the nubbin. Who wants to touch the nubbin? Good. Cool. All right, so just because part of this is, you know, about the small W's. So small wins. This piece right here, it's toast. We're not getting any use out of that. I just want to see something, but this big chunk of rust being here is not doing me any favors. So let's snip this sucker off here. This is all part of the frame rail we need to replace anyway, so. This is not the way you use tin snips. Okay, now let me just hammer that flat for a second. Let me put the flat stock behind it. Not that it really matters, but. I'm trying to just flatten up that because what I want to do is get a quick W here. Yes. Yeah, baby. Yeah, buddy. Progress. We got to rebuild the frame rail flange, but progress. Nice. It's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. That fits pretty good, man. Some of this I'm not exactly sure how we're going to plug weld, but it's okay. It's fine. Spot welding might be the right move. Just because plug welding that flange that goes right there is going to be really difficult. I cut out that whole side weld in a new section. It's okay, that's pretty much where I'm at, dude. We got good metal basically from here forward. And on the other side, we got good metal probably out to about here. Actually, yes, I'm pretty, she's a little pitted back there. But yeah, this is all pretty solid to about here. So I got to redo this side, get that all squared away, and then we'll redo the back. I'll do exactly what I did on the other side. We'll plate it, new piece in there, et cetera, et cetera. But right now we got to rebuild out to here, which, yeah, that's gonna suck. But the crazy thing is that the bottom, the rails, the bottom of this is fine. I want to get my wire wheel in here and clean this all off. I don't have my wire wheel for the angle, grinder, but sorry, slipped again. That's been happening more, and I don't know why. So I'll use the drill with the cup, the wire cup, and we'll just clean this off, and we'll see. We really kind of keep tabs on what we need to cut out, dude. Speaking truths, I meant. For sure, man. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it would burn through. Yeah, for sure. Hey Tessa, what's going on? This is such a stupid angle. I hate this so much. I hate getting at this. I can't do it one-handed, you know. I'm probably gonna have to get in the car and go at it at the back, dude. And if we're gonna scrape off rust and what's left of the undercoating here, I'm gonna get the respirator back on. You're gonna need a tetanus shot. I was up to date with my tetanus shots before I started this project. Don't worry.
Luke, I am your father. La Lola. Now I am the master.
Yeah, this way, believe it or not, is a little bit better.
Yeah, the drill's kind of loud. Sorry about that. What I'm doing now is I'm just trying to clean this up to see where there's good metal, if at all. With the wire wheel, as opposed to the flap disc, the wire wheel doesn't take off as much material. In fact, this doesn't really take off any material except for rust. Unfortunately, the wire wheel on the drill is a big pain in the butt. I'd prefer the wire wheel on the grinder because the grinder spins way faster, but what are you going to do? I don't have any grinding wire wheels left in my grinder. Dude, I'm about to use the tanked wire wheel. This thing sucks compared to that. Like, it sucks. The thing's so bad. Where is the wire wheel? Oh God, I could taste that. That's terrible. I mean, yeah, the wire wheel with the drill doesn't really do much. Like you could see, like, look where I went at it with the grinder. Look at how shiny it is. I don't need flap discs. I have flap discs, dude. I don't have wire wheels. I'm out of wire wheels. I mean, we could hit it with the flap disc. In fact, that'll probably be better at detecting where's good metal and where isn't. So I have the flap wheel right here. Okay. Not bad, not great, not terrible. Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, still pretty solid. It's just kind of uneven right here, and I'm not sure why. I think that's from me bending at it. We can hammer that sucker back, though. It's not a big deal. I really can't get a good angle here, dudes. How's it look over there? Not bad? I mean, there's a lot more good metal than I thought. It's still a lot of bad metal, though. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's great. But see all the pitting that's up there?
Element, it's not a big deal, dude. Don't worry about it. We all good, man. Everything is a-okay. I told them to. We good. We good, bro. I know what I need to do here. No, we're all in agreement. Except for Flaggin. He's an idiot. I mean, hi. Gotta cool off for a second. I'm sweating my balls off here. You're breaking my balls here, Hans. You're breaking my balls. I think it might be high time to get that cutting wheel out, dudes. What do you think? No, I told Takezo to do that, Element. We're good. Takezo, don't mind Element. Element's cool. He remember how I said, like, I don't like it when people are just like, hey, idiot, you're an idiot, you should be doing this? Element's kind of my watchdog on that, dude, you know? Element, Takezo's cool. I told him to. We're good. We're all set, man. Dude. I don't want to cut this short, but I kind of do. But I don't. But I kind of do. Can I see the leaf spring perch in there again, chat? I want to see the new one in there, just because it makes me happy. This is gonna be really cool when it's done. In fact, like, I'm kind of like, man, it's almost a shame to, you know, like, not replace the frame rail, but it's okay. When we get new metal in there, this will all look real good. And this is EDP, so it's already primed, so we don't need to worry about protecting the interior. This should be fine. Good stuff. Oh, that's gonna be mint, dude. It's gonna be so cool. All right, let's get going, figure out what we need to cut. Is Flaggin a mod? No. He's young and naive. He is young and naive, and we give him crap for being young. He's funny. All right. Can't see me, you just ranting over there? Derek would approve of the short modification. You kind of would, yeah. You ain't wrong. All right, let's flip back over. We got more work to do. Keep plugging away. Move my tools out of the way. Okay, so we're pitted up here, but that's okay. It's a little pitted. This is all fine down here, believe it or not. It's fine till about here, the corner. I'm trying to hope like that I can save the corner because it gives me good reference for where I need to plate things. This is all ham, like this, well, not hammed? I don't know. Don't mind me. This is junk. So I think the first thing we'll do is section this. Actually, you know what? You know what would be a good idea? And this is what I should have done before. Cut this freaking thing. Cut off from about here back in one piece. Cut it off from here back in one piece. So when I go to bend stuff, I have at least some reference for how this should, how the frame, what the shape of the frame rail should be, even though this is totally shot. If I cut here, right, we cut all the way around, we get a nice straight cut. So that's what we'll do first. And here's how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna take some advice from Bad Chad, dude. Peter, if you're out there, I told you I'd be doing this. This is a really good idea. The tape shows basically where you need to be. All right, let me get the cutting wheel on the grinder. Get that flap disc off. In fact, if we really wanted to be ace here, we could check and see if we're if that tape mark is plumb. In fact, I kind of want to do that, but yeah, let me get the cutting wheel on first. And okay, got the cutting wheel on. You know what? I'll redo it. We'll redo it and we'll make sure it's plumb. Make sure it's perfectly straight. Straight up and down. Yeah, the end is toast, man. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, this end is shot. There's no way we're saving this. I just want to make, you know what? Let's just cut it. I was gonna say I want to make sure the cut is straight. And maybe that probably matters more on the side that has good metal than the side that doesn't, you know? So I'll make the mark on this side and we'll kind of roll from there. So I'm using the plumb to make sure my tape is perfectly up and down. And the tape just came undone. Because I'm an idiot. Like, when I say it, it's fine. When you say it, Chad, it sounds very negative. Okay?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks for the resub. Or sub, whoever that was. Joji, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see you. You're not fended or no. We're working on the frame rails, not the fenders. You have yellow? I don't have yellow with me, dude, or else I would be using it. Okay. Now we just continue the tape line. It came off. Of course it came off, why wouldn't it? I'm worried about hitting this with the cutoff wheel. This thing's gonna flap all around, dude. So this is probably not gonna help, but I'll get us a little piece of tape, try to prevent this thing from flopping around. It's not gonna do much. Okay, safety glasses, hearing protection, headphone users. This gets loud. Got one side. I gotta move the camera, dudes. I can't see where I'm cutting, and that's usually a big no-no. Yeah, like I said, it didn't hold up on the very end, but it's all right. Tape definitely helps. It definitely helps you make more of a straighter cut. I kind of screwed up on the bottom though. And then yeah, it took that whole thing with it, which we kind of expected. So that's fine. It's fine. But yeah, let's take a look. So in here, you can see good metal, right, by looking at the thickness. This is 16 gauge steel. So Yeah, that's all good. We predicted this right. This is good metal. That's good metal. That's good metal. Yeah, pretty good. Next thing would be to section a little bit of this because we don't have good metal right here. It's pitted, so I'm gonna zip this right here. I'm gonna do a small, I'm going to do a small incision. Right here. It's not bad. This is still shot. This is all shot back here. I'm worried about the, so this piece right here, that piece right there, dudes, is used to keep the frame rail straight. Whatever we put, we'll have to plug weld back to this thing. No problem though. Inside of this thing is a little bit pitted, but it ain't too bad. It's, don't get me wrong, it's rusty. We're gonna need to fix it. I mean, by fix it, I mean rust convert the hell out of it and call it a day. All right, the next thing I'm gonna do is go down here and then probably, let me see. Probably gonna have to cut this whole part out till the next brace over here. Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna have to do. It's too pitted. Like, see all up in here? See all these spots? That's pitting. It's pitted on the back and pitted on the front. No good. This metal down here is fine. See how it's not pitted? It's nice and smooth. That's okay. So we're gonna have to. The pitting kind of goes like this, right? So making an angle like that is going to be a little difficult. So I don't know. I mean, it's pitted here, but it's not. Yeah, there's too much rust there. We gotta section this like right here. Can't see me, you gotta go pay the state mafia dues. All right, yeah. Why not fabricate your own frame rail and cut off the end and weld your parts back on? That's what we did on the other side, Vlak, and this has more damage though. We can't weld to this. You see the pitting? You can't weld to that. I mean, you could try. The welder's just gonna blow through. None of this is really savable, dude. The other side is fine. The other side's perfectly solid. I'm not worried about this side. I'm worried about this side. What happened is water got trapped all up in here. So the trunk floor was here at one point, and the water got trapped, and it dripped through, and it just kind of stayed here because the leaf spring perch was mounted up against this, dude. That's what happened. Like, see, this is, if you can like move the metal around, if you can move the metal around with your hand and it doesn't move the entire frame rail like that, like this is how I know, this is another reason I know this is good metal. See how it's moving the whole thing? That's good metal. But if you sit here, see how I can move it individually of the frame rail? And it doesn't move the entire frame rail, but it moves that? That's bad. That's no good. You can't weld to this. It's way too thin. This is thinner than tinfoil, dude. You know, like another way to know is that, see, I can just bend it with my hands. You should not be able to do that with good metal. This is all roached. It's no good. The good part about this, though, is that the bottom channel of the frame rail is actually quite good. This is okay. All down here is fine. It probably is okay because water just dripped off of it. That's probably why the bottom of this is okay, believe it or not. But yeah, we got to replace basically here back. I'll mark out on tape what I want to cut here. Hey, Sun Temple, early EJ, that's right. Rubbing the frame rail, trying to get the genie inside. Where the upper flange starts to rust, I would cut down to the lower bend and straight across. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Right here. Cut down and then cut over. I'm gonna, here, I'll show you with a marker what I want to section off, Takezo. You tell me if we're in the ballpark here, brother. You're gonna see my bald spot for a second, bud. This. I don't know if you can see the marker. Is the marker showing up? Yeah, it is. Wow, you started early. I don't know why I have these bits, so have them. Work on your bald spot. Mine is the whole head. Oh, yeah. No, believe me, I'm working at it every day. I'm getting better. Eventually, EJ will evolve into old man. And when I evolve into old man, that's when the fun starts, because I could tell people to get off my lawn and stuff. Right now, it's just weird when you do it. When you got bald, you just get off my lawn. But I don't know if you can see the line, but that's what I need. That's what we need to do. Cut along that line should be good. Old EJ will be unchecked. That's right. A little tough from the sheet metal, but let's watch your craft. Yeah. All this kind of stems from me kind of sucking at the metal brake. Doesn't really break right, but that the other thing is that that's a lot of seam welding. That's okay. You ain't gonna get better at it by not practicing. Sorry, you guys got tangled up on the wire there. So, I want to keep this side as best as I can, dude. What I'm going to do is I'll get my level out, and I'll draw a level. We'll tape a level line, so I'll get it nice and flat. That should make this easier if we go level, because then we could just use a straight edge on the sheet metal. I'm thinking that's probably a good idea. Let me get the small level out and we'll go. Get small level. Where's the tape? Where's the tape? You're giving off Les Grossman Tropic Thunder vibes. This is Les Grossman. Who is this? Oh, okay. Flaming Dragon. Frick face. Take a big step back. I'm not doing it. Well said, you need more time on the seam weld. The seam weld is a butt weld, and that's right there with a 90-degree fillet weld. Those two welds will always work for you. Yep, yep. Yeah, okay. Cool. Trying to start the tape on it, but I only have two hands. There we go. Now we'll make a downward line from here. So that line's pretty level. My drawn line was actually pretty close too. I'm no expert, but I think there's some metal that needs to go in there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you're probably right. Coefficient got to head out too. To go monitor shopping, sadly. Have a good one. All right, man. See you, buddy. So, you guys are going to maybe see the bald spot. It's going to come out and play again. So we're cutting on the inside edge of this. Okay, there's only really one good way to get at it because there's a quarter panel in the way, so you guys are just going to have to sit up there and watch. This is going to be tough, man. Headphone users, this is loud. Headphone users, 10 seconds. close. Oh gosh, there's no good way to do this. Almost there. I didn't get all the way through. Over on the other side. I dragged it into the tape a little bit. That's all right. That's okay. Crap. That was a screw up. I screwed that up. There we go. We got into good metal. There's still some spot weld on this thing. It's more rust than anything. But yeah, it's all good metal as predicted. Pretty good. I did go into the tape just a smidge right there. It's because the sparks shot into my face. The sparks were shooting in my face. I couldn't really see where I was going. And whenever you can't see what you're cutting, stop. Keep the blade going and then just pull it away. Thing's still pretty strong. Good. That'll help us that'll give us something to butt up against. Good. Oof. Yeah. Tape definitely helped, though. It definitely helped keep the cut a lot straighter, dudes. That's for sure. All right, let me get my file. We'll get the burr off that thing. It's just such a bad angle, dude, because the quarter is here. I might just cut the quarter out. Might be easier. But, yeah, here, I'll show you. That cut's pretty straight. It's pretty good. It's not my best. But, yeah, given the weird angle, I think we're all right. The back of that thing is definitely scaly, but you saw that Jonathan Joss died yesterday. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks, man. All right, I'll get the files out. Nice job. That was needed. Now let's see if you can craft a replacement. Yep. Once again, weird angle here is doing me no favors. Kind of using the file to dig at the little burrs here. Just one in the corner. There we go. Yeah, see, there's a little indent right there where I screwed up. I know this isn't particularly the right way to use a file. That was some file debauchery, okay? I understand that. Oh man, back of this frame rail. It thins out really badly right here. This is, yeah, it thins out real bad on that corner. We might blow through that. This is exactly why files are made. Why don't you get a deburring tool? Because I'm not smart enough. I think this thing is still pretty strong, but the bottom of it is a little bit rusted. Yeah, it really thins out over here. There's not much left. maybe a 8/1000th of an inch or something. There's not a lot. It's less than a millimeter. I'm trying to get all the burrs off, guys, so I can see the thickness of the metal. The frame rail really thins out basically here back from this captive bolt, which is, I don't know if it's broken off in there or not, but it thins out really bad. Problem is that that's where my brace is. This is where my brace is. My brace is anchored to that, and we're going to have to cut that. We're going to have to cut it out. There's no metal here. The thickness is gone. It's good metal pretty much till here. Let me check on this side. The metal is good basically till about here, where it's from here to here, all the way around. It's gone. There's nothing good there. All right, well. I'm trying to save the corners because the corners are the hard pieces to get right. If we could save the corners and I can butt weld to this and we can build it up, right? All I need to do is basically put a straight plate here, plug weld it to this, seam it here, right? And then you can cut the top off of the plate and then bend the frame rail flange over. Because this flange curves, so that's going to be hard to do in the brake. Yeah, this is still strong, despite how it looks. Yeah, it's not really connected down the bottom there. This metal isn't too bad, but they didn't treat any of this. They just boxed it up and was like, yeah, water will drain out of it. We don't need to worry about rust. Yeah. Let me try to clear out this thingamajigger here. I can't tell if a bolt is stuck in it or if it's undercoating in there or what. No, just undercoating. Hey there, little guy. Are there even threads left here? I don't even know what that bolt is for. Maybe, or what it was for. There's no threads in there, I don't think. I mean, there's enough metal here to retap it, but why? I think that's an exhaust hanger. It's an exhaust hanger for a type of exhaust that this car never had. Because the other side has it as well, and you can actually see the threads on that one, which is pretty cool. See that? That's frame rail. Look at how thin that is. It's paper thin. Damn. Damn, dude. Okay, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do with this fun-loving thing? See, the reason why I cut it the way I did, guys, is because if you take this and you put this back on here, look, see the flange? for this right where my thumb is, that's holding your suspension up. That needs to be on good metal. If it ain't on good metal, gonna have a bad time. But yeah, this is where this needs to live, give or take. Yep, yep. I'm thinking how I want to do this, dudes. Funny way to do it would be to put the tack the leaf spring perch in, tack the stupid thing, right? And then use that as a backing plate to rebuild it. That would be really funny, actually. It's actually not a bad idea. I mean, we could tack screw. We always tack screw the stupid thing in. Or just clamp it. Tell me what you're feeling here. Keep it or cut it. So where my mind's at is this metal is caca. The metal is thick where the leaf spring flange needs to butt up against. This piece is a little rusted out. That one is struggling too, but it's not too bad. That one is still in one piece. This thing is really only being held in by one spot weld right there. The spot welds over here were shot. They weren't even, there's still part of frame, there's still a little bit of frame rail attached to this. This wasn't even welded in place. I'm debating taking this piece off, right, and remaking it. This is 24 gauge steel. That's not 16 gauge. So this shouldn't be too bad. In fact, if we can just this thing around there, that one spot weld is pretty spot welded. I could remake this, right? But the flip side of that is that this is still good. It's just a little rusty down the bottom. I could try to weld it there, but that's not really going to work. But that spot weld isn't going anywhere. When we do our plate, drill 2 holes in the plate, and then plug weld to this thing, and then rosette it, that should be good. I'm not really too worried about bending this flange. Right? It's pretty straightforward stuff. It's just we cut that straight, and this thing kind of goes up. So what I was thinking about doing is getting a plate that I know is tall enough, get the plate in here, tack it in, bend this frame rail flange, right? Undo the tack, drill the holes, and then put it in for real. But the other thing that I'm coming down to is that this metal over here is thin. This is metal that we have to make a new frame rail extension for. Now, I did make a prototype piece for this a long time ago. Right? There it is. But I didn't really get the bends right. It shouldn't be able to fit in there like that. Yeah, see, that's what I mean about trying to preserve this. If we go to weld the extension piece on to that, it's going to blow through. There's no, okay, so look at the difference in thickness here. And in case I know you know this is for everybody else. Look at the difference in thickness there to there. This is junk. This metal's junk. At least, let me look at it from this side. Yeah, it's junk till about here. So we got maybe about 4 or 5 millimeter of poo-poo steel. But there is good steel right here. It's pretty close. But you see the difference? Can you guys see that on camera? See the difference in thickness here to here? Yeah. You can't, well, try to weld to this, it'll blow right through it. It'll just basically ionize the metal and just zap right through the damn thing. So when we go to put the butt piece on, he said butt piece. When we go to put this piece in, right, we're gonna struggle a little bit, but that's why. So let me think, how can we, so the part that we need to cut could potentially compromise our structural bracing that we're using in lieu of not having any of the back of the car here. I have some tube or some square stock right there that's holding the two frame rails together true. Let me think. You get Vivitar Cam. I'm thinking. Yeah, that's Vivitar Cam. That camera sucks. It overexposes everything and there's no way to fix it. And I keep telling it to get rid of all the UI stuff, but it just keeps putting it back. I'm telling you, man, like I could adjust this 1,000 times and it doesn't care. I don't even feel like touching it. Screw that. Okay, so how do we fix this? So we're in a position where we potentially have to cut the bracing out, right? That's the problem here. So how do we build it back? Oh. Okay. Brainwave. Look. The gas tank strap, this thing. If we get this plate off over here, I can weld the new one in. And if we weld the new one in, we can take this brace out. That'll get everything where it needs to go. We can cut our main brace out. We don't need it. And if we cut the brace out, this thing will hold it in place if we weld that back in. Now, if we weld that back in, that is going to restrict access to up here. But we need that in there for the trunk. So let me think about this for a second. The frame rail up there needs to be fixed. We need to patch that. Chicken, meat, egg. Yep. The Vivitar is overexposed, but you can actually see in the darkness in there, which is actually pretty cool because the exposure is so bad. I'm thinking. Got some plate here. This plate is basically going to end up right here. I'm just, what I'm really checking right now, dudes, is can we get this plate in? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could get away with it. This plate isn't tall enough here. Bending the flange is gonna, yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a pain. I don't have enough material on the top of this plate to do that. Okay. We're long enough though, for sure. Okay. I'm gonna use this piece somewhere else. So if we plate this right now, dudes, if we plate this and I drill the holes and we plug weld it to this, we clean this all up, plating this right now is not going to hurt anything. If anything, it'll give us a good thing to extend the frame rail. Like this gives us good metal here. There's only probably about maybe a ½ inch of bad metal right there, and if I do the same thing that I did to that frame rail and we back plate it, if we blow through the metal, not a big deal. Really, it's not a problem. Yeah. Okay. Template time. Yeah, I'm not worried about cutting the bracing out. The reason why, putting the trunk cross member in there. Oh, jeez. Just got dizzy for a second. I need water. Putting the trunk cross member in there hang on, is going to really make it tough to go and repair the frame rail up front where it's got a little hole in it. And it's got a big hole in it. I'm gonna get another bottle of water. Bottle of water. Excuse me. I'm definitely got the old man grunt down. Bear. Mine. No. Cough drop. All right. So, let me think about this. If we do the same thing on that side that we did to the other side, should be okay. Putting in a new plate and doing the flange isn't going to screw us too hard, especially if we only tack it in place. So what we'll do is we put a new plate in up to here, restore structural integrity here, bend the tab over, rebuild the frame rail out to here, and then we do the same thing we did on the other side. We know these edges are more or less flat. Put a plate here, frame rail extension on there, and then we're good. Actually, better idea. Figured out a better way to do this. Put the plate in, flange over, rebuild the frame rail, get it complete up until where my hand is, right? And then we'd have to probably build back probably about 4 inches, give or take, right? What we do after we rebuild structure here is zap the leaf spring perch back into place. If we zap the leaf spring perch back into place, it'll give us an end point. So then we can measure and we know exactly how long this frame rail piece needs to be. And then I can try my metal skills again at bending it with all the tabs that it needs and getting the bends right. I have plenty more plate stock this time around. I bought 3 more plates of the 16 gauge, so we got plenty of steel to practice. Nice. Yeah, okay, cool, sweet, that's what I'm doing. Mine, or I will help you not. No, stay and help you, I will. Find your friend. Oh, Jedi Master Yoda, you seek Yoda. Take you to him, I will. I think I've been inhaling too many welding fumes. But now, come on, let's eat. Come on, let's eat. Okay, CAD time. Better than inhaling glue. Yeah, CAD time. All right, let's do this. We need to break out the cardboard aided design. I'm thinking this old plate could provide us with somewhat of a template. The key really here is getting the flange right. I mean, this can only give us a template so far. We gotta get this part too. But I think I have that piece. What's left of it right here. Man, there really wasn't much of this left, was there? Holy Toledo. Nature had fun. I'm thinking. Okay, I know how we can do this. All right, start taking some measurements. Now, the cool thing is that I did get to section the frame rail off in one piece, so we can see the bends, and I can use this as a template to get the bend right. I should probably lop this piece off, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's take some measurements. Where's the tape measure? I said, where's the tape measure? Damn it, chat. If I say it louder, it'll just appear in front of me. Tape measure. You got to look in the mirror and say 3. Tape measure, tape measure, tape. I found it. See, it worked.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
9 3/4, pretty much on the dot. Yep. 9 3/4 inch. And then I'll get back to you on, well, yeah, up here. Getting that curve is gonna be tough, bro. Who was that subbing in there? Blue Flare, what's up, man? So we'll measure the vertical here at this point, which is to the bend. It's 2 3/8, and then from here, it's 3 3/8. So this thing goes up over an inch. Oh yeah, it goes up over an inch. Okay. Okay, so we have 9 1/4 here, 3 3/8 to the bend. I mean, I did that by accident. Yeah, that was not on purpose. And then over here, it's 2 3/8. Actually, it's closer to 2 1/2 to the bend, to where the bend starts for the flange. If I get this vertical here, that vertical there, we can make the plate, and then I should be able to figure out. I mean, we got to figure out the radius of this thing, but we should be able to figure it out. How much? Like this piece is going to look like a trapezoid, so the bottom edge is going to be flat, top edge is going to go up. And we got to figure out the bend. How do we bend that frame rail? Will I need to put cuts in, relief cuts to bend it correctly? I don't know. We're going to have to find out. Let me clean up my drafting table, quote unquote. My drafting table has a lot of, yep, you guessed it, rust. There's a lot of rust on it. That's weird. What time is it? 12:40. We're making good time, dudes. We got plenty of time. Okay. I didn't want that to fall. That's okay. All right, so this is a drafting table. It's nice. I use it to make templates. See? That's actually, this one might actually be pretty useful for the frame rail. You know what? I want to compare that to the scrap piece. Where's that scrap piece? I'm here. Where's that old boy Swagger? It's pretty close. Pretty close, dude. Yeah, see, I made this for I did that for the other side, for the frame rail on the other side. Okay, I need my square, my framing square here. Here we go. Need the framing square. And we need the T-square. And you guys know how to draft stuff? This is my angular stuff and my protractor. I bought a set because chat was like, you need that for drafting. I'm like, you know what, you're right. All right, cool. We'll make a new template here. I need my T-square. There it is. Got it. Okay. Would you say you're a protractor? Sure. I'm pro spaceflight, actually. I'm pro spaceship. Okay. So I got my T-square. We don't necessarily need the square part of the T-square. I just like using the metal ruler. So I'm just going to take this part and put it over here. Okay, so we need a bracket. We need a plate, for the most part, 9 3/4 long. So let's get our square. We could start right here. Nine 3/4. So we got a nice straight line, right? And I'm using the straight edge of the paper. Now, I just want to double check my measurement here. I'm measuring the upright to the bend. At the front of this piece of frame rail where we cut, we are 2 3/8 to where the rail starts bending upright. So let's get our ruler here. Flip this around, get the side that I actually need. So I'm going to go 2 3/8, which is right here. We draw a line there. Now, on the back side of this, let me measure. Once again, we're measuring to the bend. It's about 3 3/8, dude. It looked like it was 3.5, but it's 3 3/8. So over here, it's not really the way you're supposed to do this, but whatever. 3 3/8 is right here. So now, what we do is we take our 3 3/8 mark, 2 3/8, right? Make a line. There we go. That's the flat part of the frame rail. Done. Windows noises for some reason is enabled over here because, you know. Oh, I have system sounds disabled and it still played it. That's strange. Okay, so here's where I'm kind of like, how the heck are we going to get the bends? And what is this bend going to look like? And how do I take the radius into account? This is the problem I had when we did this before. How do I take the radius and take that into account? Now, how the frame rail was actually made, they did none of this. They put it on a huge stamping press. They put 16 gauge steel in a huge stamping press and stamped the damn thing out, and it just bent it into position. That's how the rails were made originally. Gigantic frigging stamping press. Tooling is cool, man. I'm thinking, guys, go this way with it. Let me just curve it in CAD, then straighten it, or use cardboard. What? I'm drafting out the CAD right now, dude. So Doom, the frame rail flange needs to be on this line. Like I need to, if the metal was here, I'd need to bend it over. Oh. If I square off, tilt it like this. We square it that way, and if we go to bend on that line, we could bend it in the brake, and it'll bend it perfect. Is it that easy? It's that easy, isn't it? It's that easy. Yep, okay. It's that easy. Yeah. How much metal do we need to allocate here for this bend, though? That's the thing. Let me go back over here. And we need to measure from about here. So if I take this, right, we measure up 2 3/8. There's my mark. Now we take the ruler, and we just turn the ruler up. Oh, take the ruler from that mark, turn it on its side. Allocate 1 1/8 inches. Got it. Did you see what I did there? I got our ruler to this proverbial edge, and then I rolled the ruler around the bend and saw what mark it is. It's 1 1/8 inches. Actually, it's 1 1/16 inches, but I'm going to leave 1 1/8 inches. So what we do is get me my protractors, my angles here. So we get the right angle piece, right? Yeah, this will do. It's not really what I want. We need this. Give me this piece. So we take this, right? We measure it to this line. Centimeters. Centimeters. Get this crap off this. Might have to flip this. We get us a line to that, and then we allocate 1 1/8 inches, like that. There we go. Nope, all 3 of those lines are crooked. There we go. That's still a little bit off. Hold on. There we go. So let me mark 1 1/8 inches from here. That's perfect. All right, now we got to do it over there. Got to do the same thing. I'm going to go around the horn here. Cool. Now, all we do is we line up the points here. Line up the points with the dang old ruler. Make sure we're parallel. Oh, I moved it. No good. Erase that. It's crooked. An eraser is just life's undo button. So we put this on the metal, all right? And then we use the template to mark in the break where the frame, where we bend this over, we bend it over, we weld it in. When we bend this down, it should line up. And if we have to subtract some material over here, so be it. This is the frame rail flange. Frame rail side. Okay. I gotta get a razor blade out, and we gotta cut it. Where's my knife? Where's my knife, mate? That's not a knife, mate. That's a knife. I got a railroad spike over here. Does that help? It's actually a pretty straightforward bracket. With the 3D stuff, it just takes a second for you to wrap your head around it. Like that's the big one. It takes a second for you to be like, oh yeah, that's how that works. Okay. I wish I had an X-Acto knife. You know what? I might have an X-Acto knife. Hold on. Let me check with my 3D printing supplies. You guys listen to music today? I always listen to music to start my day, dudes. Nope. Got a lot of 3D printed Raptor parts over here, though. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think I have an X-Acto, though. Plenty of extra wires. All right, I'll get the Leatherman out. It's fine. It's funny watching people do this, how the thought process differs from each individual. Oh, don't say that. Now I think I'm doing something wrong. Nah, it's good, XJ. I know what you mean. There's more than one way to skin a cat, dude. Like, that's how you skin a cat, dog, bird, just print the damn, whatever. Cat. I know. It's a joke. Not going to... No, got to the same point in a completely different way. Yeah. Using the right getting the right answer but using the wrong formula is like the story of my life, dude. That can, if you want to describe EJ in a nutshell, that's it. You use the right formula, you use the wrong formula, but you got the right answer. So, whatevs. Leatherman coming through. So XJ, just out of curiosity, what was your way? Like, dude, believe it or not, I know I'm a 3D artist, like by trade. Sometimes I have trouble picturing 3D stuff in my head. So like, this is one of those things. So like, if I can't get it right in my head, this is the way to do it. I just sit here and I brute force it until I get it right. It's not the most effective way, but it works. All right, I'm gonna move my square off there. You would make it all flat, cut the angle needed. Little wasted material. Ah, yeah, that's definitely a way to do it. Yeah, I get you. I'm picking up what you're laying down, dude. There we go. The Leatherman got most of that edge. Yeah, Leatherman didn't get that edge completely. Just gotta give it a little trimmerooski. There you go. And so we put this on there like that. We're folding this way. Okay. I'm going to put this in the metal brake and we're going to fold it the way that I need it. For practice, you know? So this needs to be, yeah, it's on the back side of the paper. We're on the wrong side. Or we could do this way. So put the sandwich down. Put the sandwich and the cookie down. And then, there we go. There's our piece. Right, now, let's take this back over here and see if your boy is any good at measuring. Okay. So I didn't take into account the radius. That's totally my fault. If we were taking into account the radius of the metal, like, you know, the smart thing to do, That'll line right up. All right, I got to put another bend on this. It's all right. So I got to take into account the radius of the metal bend. So what I'm going to do is put another fold in this thing, 1/8 of an inch in. And then, hey, you got to hold it in place, idiot. Hey, where are you going with those clubs, punk? See, the 2 folds now are going to give me the radius that I need. See? Now let's measure this. Nope. I gotta do another fold. Same distance. Okay, just I'll do that over here. You just bear with me. Okay, 3 folds. Here we go. Yep. So, well, that's good to know now that we need to pretty much allocate about a 1/2 inch for the bend here. That'll help when we go to make the rest of the frame rail. See, I did 3 folds, all 1/8 of an inch apart. 3 folds at 1/8 of an inch apart gives us well, no, yeah, 1/8 of an, yeah, no, those are, oh no, that's not 1/8, that's quarters. I'm an idiot. That's the right fold. And we allocated the right amount of material. It looks like we're not exactly above this. This needs to be like basically right here, and it looks like the frame rail flattens out over here. I can shape the rest of it, dudes. So the frame rail goes up right here, and then it flattens out. I should have taken another point of measurement because it's actually close to flat right here, and then it starts going down basically after this. So yeah, I should have measured here, and we should have angled it right there. I should be able to cut this, and yeah. When we transfer it onto paper, I cut a little angle edge right there. If we transfer it onto paper and I keep this edge straight, that should be fine. That'll work. And then basically what I'll do is I'll just use this as the as a guide, because they're going to be parallel, and then go from there. Now, does this fit on any plate that we already have? No, it doesn't fit in there. That's not something we didn't know. All right, we're going to need to cut a new plate. Yeah, I'll flatten it out with the hammer and dolly, dude. I think this gives me enough material to work with, guys, right? Adding that 1.1 inch, and then if we have to section it to get it to be nice and flat like that, you know, we could section it here, or we could just hammer and dolly it until it's flat. That's what the stamping press did, so. About 1/4 inch. Quarter of an inch for the. We got to take into account 1/4 inch for the radius. That's what we're doing. Cool. Okay. Now I got to transfer this onto our 16 gauge, and then we got to cut that out, and then we got to bend it. So this is our 16 gauge steel. The frame rails are made out of thicker steel than the rest of the car because it's such a structural piece. It's a big structural piece, actually. Put that down right there. So let's use edges that we already have to our advantage, right? When we go to transfer this template, we can use the straight edges. So we got a straight edge here on the metal, we got a straight edge there on the metal. Yeah. Now, what I'm going to do here is just give myself an extra 1/16 of an inch on both axes, because we can always grind some metal away. There, that's where this lives. All right, well, there's the piece. Just got to make sure we took into account that turn in the metal right there. Cool. And once again, I gave myself a little bit of extra. Now we just got to cut this with the grinder. All right, let's hope EJ's eyes are straight. Putting safety glasses on. Mark Fisher, good morning. All 2:30 a.m. and can't sleep. Might as well watch this guy fix the rusty car. There you go. I'm here. All right, let me think about how I want to do this. I go here, right? Then go here, and then try to get at that like that. That's never going to come out straight. Okay, I'm going to go up here. I'm going to leave myself a little bit extra, and I'll just do a straight line. like that. And then I'll just take this thing up against the the bench grinder and get that curve, because that curve is it's not going to transfer very well to the grinder. All right, headphone users, 10 seconds. Angle grinder is superbly loud. I left a lot of material on there, but I did it on purpose because I noticed my line was starting to get a little crooked, so I moved away. So this top edge is not exactly straight, but see, you can see the pencil mark is there, but yeah, I left myself a lot of extra material. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get on the bench grinder over there, and I'm going to grind this thing down to the pencil marks. This is just a little bit more precise to get the piece shaped correctly. I'm going back and forth with it so you don't put too much heat into this. If you just kind of go there and send one piece, like one corner, you're going to overheat the metal and it'll start to warp, and then all that template stuff that you tried doing ain't going to work anymore. All right, that side's good. Just deburr it. There's a lot of material left up top, but you know what? I'll grind that off later. Cool. Let's just see if we're in the ballpark here, dudes. Yeah? Yeah, dude. Sure. I left a lot of material on the edge, but I did that on purpose, so that 1/16 of an inch is showing up when I try to fit this because it's a little bit too long. That's on purpose. All right, now my arch nemesis, the metal brake. Okay, we figured out we need 1/4 of an inch. We need 1/4 of an inch on this bad boy, on the brake, to get the right radius with 16 gauge steel. What is that?
The Eagle has landed.
Who's that?
Did you know Vin Diesel only eats 2 meals a day? Breakfast and breakfurious.
Okay. Clean off all the rust that you can get while it's open like that. Rust converter will do that, dude. Don't worry, I'm not worried about it. I will vacuum it out, though. Yeah. We'll vacuum clean it out. I'm just bending the piece, man. Hi, Geeson. Dominate the metal brake. Dominate. Don't reason with it. Don't argue with it. Dominate it. You're not being the dominant one in the relationship. Give me the chicken. Give me the chicken. Give me the chicken. Give me the chicken. So if we measured this at an 1 1/8, we want to take 1/4 inch off, that gives us to 7/8 of an inch. So 7/8 of an inch here. Now we gotta make sure we're parallel, the top edge is parallel to our brake line at 7/8 of an inch. Okay, now I just got to clamp that. Okay, here we go. Freaking thing keeps moving. I hate this thing. I hate it so much. Okay. Actually, not bad. Hold on. Did we get it? So I really pushed down on this, on the sandwich there. I really pushed down on the brake. Like, I put my whole weight into it. Oh, score! Yes! Look at that! Dude, we got it! Dude, that's almost a perfect radius. And I left a lot of extra material on the side just in case. Dude. We're gonna need to do some hammer work. We're low over here, just like we were with the template. But we said we said that would happen, so not too bad. Yeah, we see the flange is low right here. I gotta kind of bend it up
Go and throttle up.
a little bit. Yeah, once we get this all welded, I'm gonna have to do some work with the dolly here of bending this edge up. But for like 3/4 or well, about 2/3 of this, the bend's perfect. Cool. Now destroy it with your welding skills. Thank you. Dick. See, we dominated it. Don't reason with it. Don't argue with it. Dominate it. Yeah, we gotta... I'll get with the adjustable wrench. We'll bend up here and stuff. Use the, use that little bit of hammer and dolly action. We just got to get this frame rail up probably about 1/4 of an inch. We can bend it up into place. So I'm not worried. It's pretty sick, dude. That braid, yeah, that came out really good. Yeah, you really got to push. I was pushing on the sandwich there, like really, really freaking hard. Like I put all my weight into it. And that really helped. All right, so we're not out of the woods yet with this thing. I want to steel it on the back of this thing. stay. Where's the other magnet? I'm looking for the other welding magnet, which is somehow gone missing. That's good. Yeah, Rarest, it came out all right. You could make a C-clamp bar to replace those quick clamps. Then you could use C-clamps to really lock the die down. A clamp bar. Are you welding indoors? Yeah? Yeah, I'm in my shop with the garage door open, well ventilated, if that's what you're asking. Just tack it? Yeah. I want to put some primer on the back of this, and I also wanted to plug weld to this thing. Now, this thing had 2 plug welds, but we're probably going to blow through it, so... It's a lot of seam welding, man. But we can get it. I really wish I had my other welding magnet here, but that's okay. If I weld this in a little bit up, like that, yeah, bottom down here, I think I left too much of a seam, but that's okay. Before I tack this thing, man, I just want to make sure it's nice and straight. All right, I need my other welding magnet. I gotta find it. Would it be with the welder? No. Why would I put it back where it belongs? That would be the smart thing to do. Why would I do that? Maybe it's on my other desk. Have you worked on cars your whole life? No. I grew up in the city. Didn't really have a lot of room to work on this stuff. I really started working on cars 2008, 2009. Need some sheet metal clamps. I really wish I had my other welding magnet. These welding magnets are super useful. They're Hobart magnets. They're super nice. I just don't know where the frick it went. I hate this. See, summer car, superbly accurate, dudes. Did I drop it? Is it on the floor? It's stuck to the other magnet. Shh, it's hiding. It looks just like that one. It's the 2 gray with the magnet in the center. They're really, really strong magnets. That's weird. I know it's someplace dumb, but what are you gonna do? I have here. I have these. I have butt welding clamps. We can use those. Butt. Did you have it yesterday? Yeah. So I have these butt welding. I have these butt welding clamps that you can basically use to clamp it together. Make sure it's in the right place. See, butt weld clamp. So the frame rail is going to be right here, right? And we tighten this sucker up against it with this piece of metal. Tighten the wing nut, and it'll hold it in place. Check the right side of the frame where you used it yesterday. Oh yeah, I'll check. Nope, it's not there. That might be the clamp that we're using over there, dude. Yeah, but she ain't here. It's okay. We will butt. I should mark where we're going to plug weld. I'm not sure about plug welding to that frickin' thing, dude. All right, so one of the butt welding clamps is in. That's pretty much where I want this thing to live. I'm just worried that the gap down here, because I cut it crooked, is not good enough. I think I have too much of a gap. Get it down just a little bit. There we go. And then, yeah, I can get in here and just bend the rest of this up. Oh, no, damn it! We should really coat this with steel, at least on the inside, and butt up against that. That's the right move. Now that I'm thinking about this, I changed my mind. Or you could just drop it and break it, you know, whatever. So what I want to do, we have some witness marks right there on the back of this to show where this kind of plates up against this, right? But I would prefer it if we plug welded to this piece right here. I don't know if can you see that? I'd prefer if we plug welded it here. So rosette it into the back. So cut a hole in my new frame rail piece and then get up to that. Now in order to do that, I got to clean this metal off, and hopefully there's enough there that we don't blow through. And the plug weld should emulate the spot weld. There would have been 2 spot welds, one here and one down here. Now that's rusted to hell, so I'm just going to put 2 right next to each other. But I got to figure out where these holes are. I'll drill the holes. We got to paint the back side of this. That's going to be butted up against that with steel it, right? Weld which is weld through primer, right? And then this thing needs to be somewhere in this area right here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. The bend is good though. The bend match is perfect, which I'm really happy about. I'm sweating so much the microphone is falling off this. There we go. Scribing, I just put a mark in where I need those 2 the hetzapet, where those 2 plug welds need to be.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Definitely using the welding magnet to scribe. Whatever. It's fine, it works. Now we have to mark where we're going to drill and punch it. Who is that subbing in there? Paganel, 79 months. Thanks. Gonna wire wheel that gusset? Yes, can't see me. Yes, absolutely. So, this matches our scribe mark. So we're gonna do 1 right there, another plug right there. Once again, the other plug weld would have been down here on it somewhere, but there's nothing there. There's no material down there, so we're going to weld to what's good. Now, the next thing we need to do, go in here. I got to clean that edge off because we ain't welded into that. So let me get my safety glasses. Let me get the grinder out. We need the flap disc again. Okay, headphone users. This gets loud, okay? All right, ready? Up. Hey, Titan. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm okay. I wanted to speak to somebody not in CSS for a second.
Oh, okay.
Text align center. Wait.
Is it? No.
Background color red.
Go away.
Display flex.
Are you? My wife has gone bye-bye, chat. What's up?
You were in the middle of something. I just wanted to.
I'll talk to you in a sec, okay?
Alright.
Love you, baby.
Love you. I'm going back in the house, so don't worry.
Oh, okay, bye-bye. You could talk to the dog.
What?
You could talk to the dog.
Dog doesn't respond.
He does not understand CSS, though, so you're good.
That's true.
All right, cool. All right, headphone users again. Yeah, we're not going to be able to weld to that. Such a bad angle again. Good. Good, 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 good. Yeah, we can weld to that. That's fine. Let me hit it with steel it. Jeff, you're working on CSS as you speak? Oh, geez. He's letting you know that even with a saw in your hand, he's not scared of you. A lot of you are working on that stuff too right now. Oh boy. That was too much. It's fine. It's okay, guys. I have a solution to get that paint to dry quickly. This is now a watching paint drying stream. Cool. I just get that to get the paint to flash, so yeah, makes it a little easier. Now, we make sure that the X's that we drew on this thing, right there, line up. Oh yeah, yeah they do. Okay, so now we got to drill 2 holes with the drill press right there. I'm just going to go do that real quick. I already have the bit in for drilling a plug weld that we did previously. So we're just gonna get that done real fast. I got to do it on the opposite side of the flange. Hang on a minute. Okay, so what I just did was I took the ruler and I made the X's on this side and a line based off of where the original X's were. So because I got to put it down on the press and we got to drill it like that. So just, yeah, bear with me for a second. I'll just switch you guys to the high cam here. Get a little bit of the tap magic. Here we go. Okay, press is on. Good, made a mark. Hit it with the tap magic. Okay, that's one. Once again, I don't really have a camera over here just yet, so, you know, just... There we go. Cool. So I put 2 holes in to plug weld through. You found an 8,000 pound lift for 1,500 bucks. Nice. That's not the right camera. Whoop, see? I just drilled 2 holes in it. The thing kind of shook around a little bit, but yeah, that's more than enough. All right, so now the back side here, and yeah, they came out pretty good. They came out, yeah. Let me just double check it. You know, the backside here, I want to hit it with, steel it. Do I want it? I don't have 1,500 bucks, dude. Not right now. I'd love to, goalie, believe me, but I don't have the cash. Guys, what's the maximum gap that you'd want on a butt weld? What's the maximum gap that you'd want? Can you use the magnetic level? The 16th? All right, yeah. I'm trying to see if I can get that frame rail plate, like, move it up a little bit, just a smidge. So it'd be easier to bend that piece, but nah, we're gonna have to really hammer this piece out when we get it in. It's we got 16 gauge, Demon. Say 16th. This is a 16th. Google says an 8th. Go to an 8th to a 16th. Let's not sabotage my own welding efforts, dude. I say let's not go above a 16th of an inch. Let's not do that, because I already suck at welding. Let's give myself the best odds to get it right, you know? So, yeah, exactly. That tighter's gonna be easier. Yeah, that's where I'm at, dude. Okay, all right. I got to steel at the back of this. So let me clean this off. Yeah, we gotta bring it over to our paint booth over there. So hold on, I'll leave this camera here. We gotta gotta go over here. We gotta put it in the paint booth. We have a very special paint booth here. You could add a backer plate, very good for a wide gap weld. I'm already going to, can't see me, on certain parts of it because we still need to extend that frame rail all the way back. I'm going in. It's right by the fan. That's why I didn't wear a respirator that time, dudes. Because the fan is just sucking all the fumes out. Actually, anytime you can add a backer to thin metal, seam welding is a good idea. See the fan, Billy? I know you're not about that thinking thing too much, but okay, let's think of something else that we can do in the meantime. Just got to let that dry before we put that in there. What else could we do? What else could we do? I could drill out the other spot welds for the gas tank strap. Yeah, that's what we can do. Drill out the other ones. Yeah, sweet. Let's get it done. Build the rest of the car. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Remake the whole car. Is that not what we're doing, or was I not clear about that? I mean, we pretty much are at this point, dude. I don't care, whatever. Once again, these frame rails, this part is the toughest, or well, at least one of the toughest. I'd say this is probably the second hardest thing to the rocker panels. The rocker panels and the torsion bar crossmember are really going to give us hell. Actually, the torsion bar crossmember shouldn't be too bad, but that's just more about getting it aligned. We have to make sure it's perfect. In order to take the torsion bars out of the torsion bar crossmember, though, you have to undo the suspension. Use that cross piece as your backer. What do you mean? Cross piece? Question? Oh, that thing? Yeah, maybe. I think I have a little bit of extra steel around here somewhere. Oh, use that as the backer. Yeah. I'm already going to do a backer plate for the frame rail extension part, guys, so just, yeah, bear with me. I'm going to take pictures. We will document everything in the meantime. While the paint's drying. That's actually what I should do. Just a little bit of Spanish Castle magic. Actually, we have old bits of the frame rail that still has some good metal. We could cut out little tabs from this, make that backer plate. It's actually not a bad idea. I'm so happy we figured out how to radius cut. That's super helpful. Don't you wish you could listen to music? Yes. We could make the frame extension too. Yeah. I don't want to make the extension piece yet, can't see me. I'm building up, what I want to do is build up the frame so we can attach the leaf spring perch, get the leaf spring perch plug welded all in, like finalized after we put this plate in, right? If we figure out its exact position based off of the witness marks from where I took the old one off, right? Figure out its exact position, tack it in place. The leaf spring, the back of the leaf spring perch has a flange on it, and that will give me the back location for the cross member. That's the reason why I did this. Okay. Give me one sec.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why was the bird too scared to try something new? He was too chicken.
I really need to figure out what's doing that. Yeah, so can't see me. The whole idea was on the passenger side frame rail, there's still some left. There's still a little bit left of this flange on the right-hand leaf spring perch, right? So, and I still have a little bit of a profile where this slot is. That's for the bumper mount, right? There's a slot there. I still have a little bit of reference for where that is, right? So between the completely shot one over here, right, and this leaf spring in its right spot, we could basically figure out exactly where the cross member goes. And then from there, we can build back. And then on the right side, on the passenger side frame rail, we can build all these tabs and the plate things that we were talking about, all the ears, and all the tabs. See the tab right there? Then we can rebuild all of it. That should be easy. Once again, the reason why I'm kind of jumping around here is because I need to really figure out where that rear cross member goes. The whole back of the car is centered around where that cross member lives. And if it doesn't live in the right spot, if it doesn't live in the exact same spot as the old cross member, none of the panels or the rear fascia or anything is going to line up. So, yeah, with that being said, I'll just drill this now. It's a thing to do. I got Spanish Castle magic stuck in my head, dude. That's not a bad song to get stuck in your head, but. Oh wait, yeah, you can't even hum lyrics. It'll get mad at you. Putting my spot welder bits back in the drill. Let me get my safety glasses. Test fits our thing. Yep. Punch. I knew I forgot something. Dang it, chat. I forgot the punch. I got in there, I'm like, you're gonna get in here, and as soon as you get settled in, you're gonna forget what you need. That's, at least I know myself, I guess. Because that's right, that's what happened. That's right, it goes in the square hole. You can see our paint booth over there. It's pretty cool. Nice. But see the marks with the paint? Now I know exactly where my new one needs to go. I just got to grind this out. We gotta clear these spot welds out. Cool. Yeah, there's still some good metal here. It's not even rusty, like all up in here. Not bad. Cool. Oh God. Okay, back, knees, everything. Okay. All right, I'm good. So what we can do here, just for fun, right now, just for funsies, is we can take the other one. We should be able to, the brand new one, should be able to just line it right up. Let me just clean this. That's where that's going to live eventually. Did you fix the hole in the left side frame rail? No, not yet. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna put that in there for that exact reason, dude. Yeah, the hole is still over there, dude. If we have time, I'll try to get at that today. All right. Let's move you guys back over here. And let's see if this paint is tacked. Or at least, yeah. You know what I mean. Yeah. Cool. Just gonna hit this with a heat gun. Just to get flashed. That's the word that I'm looking for. Nice, visionary, yeah. You know, it turns out that metal is conductive of heat. And if you heat it up, the metal gets hot and burns your hands. Pro tip. Should be good enough. Yeah, it's actually kind of hot. It smells like burning skin. A little burned. It's fine. It's fine. Is water wet too? No. Yes. No. Shut up. All right. I'll hit all in here with rust converter. We don't need to do it right now. I'll just cake it in there later. So let's get out of here, fly. Where's the magnet? Seriously, where's the magnet I just frickin'... There it is. Okay, I found it. Here we go. Yeah, we're really going to have to pull up on this thing. To get that flange to play nice. Okay. All right, so give myself 1/8 of an inch there. Let's get the butt welding clamp. Butt. So you guys want to see something funny? Before, after. This is the piece that was there. Before, after. Yeah, the rest of it's gone. Don't worry about that. Weld clamp it too. Yep. Might take a long straight edge across both rails to get the needed height of the part. That's my idea, can't see me. Once this is in there, I'll put a flat piece here, the dolly on top of that, and then hammer at it to get it right. You know what's really nice? When your nice, fancy, new painted piece decides it wants to fall, because gravity is a butthole, right? And fall right into a big pile of rust and get all dirty and crappy, you know, even though you just took a lot of time to just sit there and get it right and make it nice, you know, now it's just rusty, which is, you know, that's good. It's great. Grab that clamp of yours and put it in the corner. Yeah. I don't know if the Craig will fit in there, but we'll see. Yeah, just fall. Just fall. Whatever. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Not like we're doing anything important here, gravity. All right? Yeah, just fall. It's fine. Yeah, just fall apart. The whole thing. Lovely. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's you know, joke's on you. I wanted that to happen or something. Come on, little key. Come on. Just turn off gravity, 5-head. Yeah. You have a torpedo level. Yeah, I do. Worst, yeah. I was thinking, you mother... I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Try to put the magnet in a slightly different position. Okay, that gap in the center there is a little wide, but if I have to slip in a plate back there, that's not going to be a big deal. Put your magnet at the plug welds to catch the gusset. I don't think it's strong enough to do that. Give me another butt welding clamp. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Come on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, just get out of the way. You know, wasn't like I was using you to, you know, hold something in place or anything, right? Like, and of course, in true fashion, the other one came undone. You know, I'm really growing to not like these. I like the magnets. You know, the magnets are a little bit better, to be honest with you. Man, you really got to spend a lot of time dialing this in, huh? Okay. All right. We're flush. Everything's good. Okay. Weld time. Let me get the welding jacket on. Any objections? They work better on a welding table? Yeah. Yeah. Remove the wetting band before welding. Yep, good call, thank you. I'm gonna go put this in the aux box in the office. There it is. Tack it and then clamp it to the brace. Yeah, good call. That's what I was thinking, dude. At the rate that EJ is going at, we may need to cut another piece. This one might just rust away. Oh, goalie. Well, maybe you could show me how to do it in your fab shop. Oh, wait, you don't have one. Oh. You have to go to your buddy's shop. Where's your fab shop? Oh, wait. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Strange. Oh, wait a minute. Guess that means you need to shut the f up. Oh, yeah, no, they let you run over to your buddy's place. You got to go to your buddy's place. Oh, yeah, buddy's place. Oh, yeah, that's good. It's good. Must be nice having a buddy. That must be nice. Okay, let's do this. It's time. Okay, gas is on. Verify regulator pressure. Gas regulator pressure is working. We are at 10 liters a minute, or what is it? 20 square cubic feet an hour. Okay, grounding strap is on. Verify that we have gas going through this thing. Oh, Shazbot, hold on. Okay, cool. I thought we ran out of wire for a second, but we didn't. All right, gas is working. Change the camera. Will do. Thank you. If only you owned more magnets. I do own more magnets, but the second one seems to have just dropped off the face of the earth. Trying to think where we should get at this thing first. Yeah. Okay, let's try the corner. Ready? And my hand slipped because my helmet got stuck. That's good. I just missed. You know, that's fine. I hate that. That's not fun at all. Some bozo put a quarter panel here. We'll go around to the other side. I'll try to weld it upside down. It's not going to be fun at all. It moved. Frickin' thing moved. I don't know how we're gonna get at this thing. It's moved. I gotta redo the whole thing. All right, let's just get this out of the way so that doesn't hit something. Move the grounding strap so I don't electrocute myself. Everything moved. When I got my head caught, everything moved. It's gonna fall again, isn't it? Okay. All right, she's realigned. I got it. It's tacked. Barely, but it's there. Okay. Now, guys, I don't know how I'm going to do this without, like, I don't think there's a way I can really get at this without, what am I trying to say? I don't think there's a way I can get at this with a good camera angle. So, you guys are going to have to, you're going to have to move. Well, I'll try to go around from the other side, around the outside, around the outside. It's just a leaf spring here, it's fine. This'll work. You guys see okay? Good, great, grand, wonderful. Let me get the corner. Missed. Good. Good. Okay. Freaking clamp won't go. Okay, just gonna do one more tack down the end. Cool. Let's see if I can get one up here. Starting to bridge it together, dudes. I'll get the clamp to get this thing to butt up against this here. Actually, yeah. I should be able to. Let's see if we can get at the plug. It took badly. Looks like I missed. Those are really shitty plug welds. It's such a terrible angle, dude. And I'm trying to do what we practiced before, where we go from the bottom all the way up, but that sucked. There. Okay, cool. Just gotta get at it a little bit more. There. That's not going anywhere. This sucks, dude, because if I lean my neck back, it gets cut by metal. So I kind of got to lean the helmet up against it, which means I'm looking at it weird, you know? These plug welds, once again, aren't very pretty. I pulled one actually pretty well, but yeah. Okay. Seam weld time. Maybe if I move up a little bit like this. There we go. Can I get at it? Can I get at it this way? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna stop for a sec. I always like to go slow with this stuff. Okay. That's not pretty. It's not pretty tack. I mean, the tacks are fine. Those plug welds are kind of crap, but that's because the angle's just terrible. Hey, Sneaky. Welding is good. Careful of warpage. Yeah, article. Yeah, that's what I was trying to be very careful of. I already burnt the top of my head creation. There's no other angle to get at this thing. There's just the quarter panel in the way, which is unfortunate, but that's the way she goes, man. Like, unless you guys can just live over here for a second, I might be able to get at it from over here. Like, the quarter panel is exactly where my head needs to be. I'm going to try to put a seam on here. Do you guys remember when I said it's going to blow through the metal right there? It blew through the metal right there. A little bit, not much. But I can patch it up. I really built up a lot of slack there. I have no choice. We gotta lie on our back. I really don't want to do this, but that's the way it goes, man. Not bad. Not bad. It's still popcorny as hell, but whatever. Oh, man. I freaking knew it. A little bit got on me. That hurt. Didn't burn through, though. I definitely felt it. This sucks. This sucks a lot. All right, here's what we'll do. This way was better. That way I'm not directly underneath the schmutz. And gap got a little wide right there. That's mostly on me though. The pool just keeps falling down. God damn it. Welding sideways like this sucks. This isn't fun at all. But we don't have a rotisserie, so screw it. I just had to, so what I did there was I took the pool up and then I kind of dragged it down, and that seemed to work pretty damn well. Oh, yeah, that worked pretty good. Cool. That actually really worked well. Okay, cool. Figured that one out. That's how you do this. That's not how you do this. I freaking completely missed again. I'm gonna adjust the darkening shield on this, on the helmet. I think it's really hard to see stuff. Oh, that's so bad. It's so slop. Whatever, we're gonna hit it with a grinder anyway. It's pretty bad, but yeah, what are you gonna do? I said I wanted to learn, right? Okay. We're putting a lot of heat into that area. I'm gonna move. Nice. Welding vertically is a little bit easier than trying to do that going across, man. I'll try to get at the back, and I know what you guys are probably saying in chat, probably should use a backing plate. You're right, but we're way past that, Jerry. Not bad. Getting better. I just gotta zap in a little bit right there. Okay, almost. Almost done with this area. Man, I need a lot more practice. But we know this weld's going to hold, so. Go at throttle up. Thank you. Blew through again. And I punched a hole in my glove and my hand's burning. Lovely. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need a backing plate there, but we're putting a backing plate there anyway, so I'll just leave that there for now. Well, that wasn't bad. I missed a little bit at the front, but didn't miss there. Boy, I suck at this. Wow, I need way more practice. It's all right. It's all right. We'll get there. All right, I'm just gonna patch up all the crappy holes that I left. It's so bad, dudes. It's so bad. It's just the welding position, dude. I can't, it's really tough to get at it right and make the right movements. Sorry, there's just an angle grinder mark there. That's a good weld. I have a couple of good ones here. I have a metal plate digging into my back. That sucks. All right, let me just get up here and clean this up. Okay, that area is getting too hot. So let's just... All right. Good sound, the welder's set right. Do you have a filter for the camera? No. Vertical seam weld there like a boss. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. No, when I don't have metal digging into my freaking back, yeah, I can get this done correctly, dude. All right. Let's turn the gas off. Those are god awful seam welds, and I understand that. I'm learning. It'll hold. It'll hold. It's not going anywhere. It's pretty damn strong. Those welds got good pen. I just can't. It was just the angle, dude. How does that look on camera? It doesn't look as bad on the camera. The camera's helping me a little bit there. It looks pretty poo-poo in real life, but whatever. I'm taking 5 dudes. Serious question. Would a 2-post lift have changed how you weld this? No. I mean, no, the right tool here would be a rotisserie. So there's entire jigs, drummer, that you know, auto parts manufacturers make, and you can attach it to the front and rear of the car. You could turn the whole car. If I could turn the car on its side, that would be easy. Doing it having it as a lift, yeah, I could probably stand up and get at it, but yeah. Yeah, they have a rotisserie with Binky, yep. Standing up definitely would have helped, dude. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was just a weird spot, man, and that's why those welds came out so bad. Like, once I got up here, I did a really nice seam weld over there. Here, I'll take you guys in so you can see the abomination. You can see this freak show that's going on in here. I didn't do it over here because we started to blow through. We'll eventually put a backing plate here and here to extend the rest of the frame rail. The plug welds are terrible, but they'll hold. Yeah.
5x5 in Chad. Can anybody hear me?
Where I could actually get a good grip.
Coming through today.
Where I could actually get a good grip.
I don't want to hear. Actually, type
Some of that came out pretty good.
So I'm Roger.
I just
S.
really couldn't. You could see, like, I had good grip there, decent over here,
He's having a bit of a microphone.
good over there. It's just right in this area here. It's just basically spot over dribble, over
can't believe it's only been a
caca.
week since we had Flight 9, so lots to talk
But
about from there. Going
there
on.
it is.
But joining me today to help will be.
Now what we'll
Elsa
do
will be
is
joining after a little bit.
I'll
He's,
try to
got
bend this
something going on, but we have
bend this up so it's
Josh. Hi,
parallel.
Josh. Thanks for joining.
Hey Roger, yeah, it's great to be here. I can't believe it. It's been just about a week now since Flight 9. There's a bit to discuss, so let's get into it.
Raptor side chat. Oh,
Awesome. And we have
man, I really wish they had a
Nathan,
schedule for this so I would
Darcy
know.
Horseman. Thanks for joining, buddy.
They probably
Hey,
do.
thanks
I'm
for
probably
having
just
me.
too stupid to
I'm
figure
from
it out.
Canada. Good to see Starbase.
You guys were here in NASA space flight. Was it Chris B who was on Raptor side today? Definitely improving. Yeah. Well, it's look good from Florida. Thanks, man. Here's an absolutely insane idea. You have a welder, make a rotisserie. Good blacksmiths never buy their own tools. No reasons a mechanic should be any different. I don't have I need 240 out here so we could penetrate the metal correctly. I do not, I only have, my welder's plugged into 110. I'd need 240 out here if we were going to do something like that. That is the big other reason why I didn't bother doing it a frame jig. Doing it a frame jig. That's one of the big reasons why I didn't bother trying to make a frame jig. I can't. I need 240 out here, and I don't feel like waiting on an electrician to do it. It was Roger? Oh, sweet. Roger's the man. I love that guy. Do shops use a rotisserie? Yep. Considering it has fluids, turning it upside down isn't going to end well, surely. You don't put a car on a rotisserie with anything but the shell. You'd take the engine out. You'd take everything out. Can you just plug in 2 extension cords together? Oh, yeah, do that. That's a good idea. So, Caveman, if I had a 240 and I could afford the damn metal, the other reason why I didn't buy the frame jig, the other reason that was very prohibitive is because its frigging metal stock is insane. It's insanely expensive right now. It's every Tuesday and Thursday at 3 p.m. Oh, thanks, Enzo. So they do have a schedule. All right. That pissed me off, dude. Because I knew what I needed to do, and I could do it. And the spots where I could reach, I had it. We did it right. Like, that could have been so much freaking better, damn it. But it's all right. All right, well, let's try bending this up. Looks like you need a swig of water. Looks like you're drinking the wrong water. Doing better than you? Yeah. It'll be fine. No, I know my welds aren't going anywhere, dude. Like, it's not going to break off. That's for sure. It just doesn't look very good. But we have patched our frame rail decently enough. Gatorade. H2O. Gatorade. H2O. So now we just got to bend some of this frame rail up. So let me get my very, very, very advanced metal bending tool here. Just need to adjust some of this bend here. Okay. All right, so the frame rail flattens out right at this perch, right at this piece. That's where she flattens out. So all right, now we got to hammer and dolly the hell out of this thing. Where's the flat stock? There it is. And where's my hammer? Okay. So we have to raise this up so we can use this flat stock here, right, to get it to raise up a little bit. Hang on, let me just Got to go up a little bit more. That wasn't good enough. So we just gotta bend this and get it so it's nice and level. There we go. And then now we take our flat stock, right? And we put the flat stock down. Right? We got to make a bend. So how do you make a bend? We got to go to right about here. So I'm not putting the adjustable wrench like completely in line here. So what I'm doing is I'm changing the radius of this. The first thing I did was bend this sucker all the way up and get it to basically where it's more or less flat, right? We gotta go a little bit higher, and then I pull the wrench out to change the radius of the flange. Now, if we actually over on this side, we gotta go up more. We're getting there, but it's not enough. So we got to put this all the way in, bend it all the way up. So like down here, that part of the bend is just fine. So now we take the adjustable wrench, right? And if we put this up in here like this and then put it halfway on here, Let's see if we can. Is that particular part? Nope. See, if I was a better part fabricator, we wouldn't have to do this. Okay, that's where we need to be. That's pretty damn flat. Let me just dolly it, make sure we're nice. Okay. Please use heat to bend the metal. You're stressing it. It's already hot from welding, dude. I will get a bar. I will get my torch out though if you want. Let me get the flat stock here and the hammer. Let's see if we can just. I need the dolly. I need a thicker metal to hit up against. Okay, I got one of the dolly pieces out. We're getting there, dudes. We're getting there. Need a light? Almost got it. We're close, dudes. Ow! Shoulder just went into the quarter panel. Didn't cut it though. Like I said, if I was a better fabricator, we would have gotten this. This would have been a lot easier to do, but it's all right. It's okay. We're bending it back into position slowly. Give me that flat stock again. Where is it? Where's the flat stock? There it is. I got it. Really trying to push that dolly in and get that thing nice and straight. I got a little bit of a low spot right there. Just a little bit. How am I gonna beam that out? Maybe we could. No, that's not gonna work. Bend it up, and then bend it back. Warm it up. Yeah. It's almost there. I just got a little bit of a low spot in my bend right there. I just need to bring this piece, this part up just a little bit. What type of steel is this? Good steel. It's cold rolled mild steel. Or, yeah, that's basically what it is. It's 16 gauge, pretty mild steel sewer rat. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Bringing the edge up. It was, yeah, I had to bend it up and then re-radius it so it's more or less in line. We're still low over there, which kind of sucks, but if I get in here like this and we really, 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 really bend this up, and then we close the adjustable and move it back a little bit, we can essentially make a new bend. And now we just got to flatten it out again. Let me get the flat stock. Oh, this is a lot of work, man. A lot of work. You know what the messed up part is? This is a lot of work and it's a big pain in the butt. Still easier than replacing the frame rails, like by a pretty significant margin. I'm worried this isn't high enough. It's close, it's damn close, but it's not exact. pretty close. Let me just flatten this thing out. It's not as good as the factory stamping, but it's pretty damn good. Okay, pretty good, man. Not bad. I had to really screw around with that flange. It should be good enough. Let's put the leaf spring perch on, see what it does. See how this fits up. This needs to go up. Yeah, it needs to go up. We're close. It's close, dudes. Very close. We still have work to do. It's definitely better than it was, though. Yeah. The bottom flange really isn't touching. It's very, very close, though. And we might need to bend a little bit of this bracket into position, but... It's not bad, dudes. Really, not bad. You know, I get the we get this weld cleaned up, grind down the plug welds. We got to grind the spot welds off the bottom here, and yeah, pretty good, dude. Is it hot in there? Yes. Yes, extremely. It's the reason why body guys charge a premium. It's tough work, man. It's a lot of work, but it's okay. Pretty good, man. Are you aware of work hardening? It looked like you were fighting that. To clear it by annealing, you have to get it up to a dark cherry red for a couple of seconds. It's yeah, no. Guys, it's bent into position. It's pretty damn close. Might need to just go a smidge higher, but we won't know exactly until I grind down the weld and see how much of my weld's actually penetrated. Looking at it from the back side, it doesn't look like much of it did, which is really not cool. Is there HVAC in your garage? Yeah, the door's open and there's a fan in the door. I'm not sure what we do. I'm starting to get a pretty bad headache anyway, so maybe we should stop for now. Yeah, I didn't really bring that edge up like I really wanted to. I might cut it out and just make a new one. Because this is how all this jives together is super important. But we did burn a new panel in, which is good. Tony, your voice sounds like you need a break. I mean, we've been going, started the stream at what, like 9 a.m.? It's all right. I'm starting to get a headache, dude. I think I'm just dehydrated. Yeah, damn, dude. Like, here's something a bit more lighthearted. Thumbnail reminded me of Machine Control. Nice. That's pretty funny, dude. Drink, shower, and relax? No. Leave me alone. Do I look like a bitch to you? Give me one sec. I'm in the office. I'm just gonna get another cough drop. Doesn't look bad from back here, from where I'm standing. Yeah, it's getting there, dudes. We'll get it. I'm just gonna take 5 for a second. Take 5, get a glass of water. Anyway, Looks fantastic from Nevada. Thanks, man. It's 3:38 right now. Well, so I'm trying to think what we need to do still. We still got to do the frame rail extension, but really got to make sure that the leaf spring perch jives well with this thing. I have to clean up the welds, re-weld any holes, because there definitely is holes. Yeah, I'm going to clean up all those welds. What else? Yeah, cleaning up that dribble is probably what we'll do now. Re-weld anything, and that should get us all the way to 430 for Space News. This stuff takes time. That's what I'm really learning. Like, it's a tedious process, but the end result's going to be worth it. So, yeah, that's really, I said I wanted to learn about this, and yeah, it's a tedious thing. It's just measuring, grinding it down a little bit, measuring more, fitting something, making sure it's perfect, stitching it in, and checking the measurement again, and then bending something. It takes time. It's a very involved thing. That's what I'm learning from this, which is, I don't necessarily mind it, whatever. Would have been nicer to start with a car that had a solid shell though, but hey, it's good. I think this is pretty good content, dudes, right? Like, the last 10% of the project takes 90% of the time. Well, Mercs, yeah, you're not wrong. Dude, the crazy thing is that with this project, I figured when we originally started, starting at the back of the trunk, dude, it's like, okay, we'll just do the trunk pan. It's no big deal. And then I realized there's nothing back there. So it's not just doing the trunk pan, it's doing the entire rear of the car over, which is fine, whatever. But yeah, this is, I don't know if this is like 10% of the project, 90% of the project, but this is definitely a difficult one. This is a tough one getting this right. But it'll be worth it. Doing great. I'm glad you guys like it. Glad you like it, man. You're inspiring me to take on a big dumb project yourself. All right. Body swapping an XR4 Ti to a Fox Body Mustang to make a fun drag car. All right. I know dumb project, but you do a lot of dumb things. I don't think that's dumb. I think that's cool. Yeah. Hey, I gotta chill for a second. I did not get much sleep last night again. The dog keeps kicking me in freaking bed. So Titan Titan has separation anxiety, the dog. He doesn't like being alone. He can do it, but he doesn't like it, right? So he falls asleep on you. That's what he does. And he fell asleep on me last night. I usually don't mind when he falls asleep on me, but sometimes he has bad dreams and he starts running in his sleep. And if I'm lying against the bed and he's right here and he starts running in his sleep, it's like getting whipped. Like, whoosh, oh, you know. So sometimes that's really not cool, you know. So, yeah. He was having bad dreams last night and it kept me up. But that's okay. Such is life. No, it's good, Flankin. I'm just taking 5, dude. We gotta clean up these welds. Which means I gotta get this stupid angle grinder in there. Okay. This flap disc is wasted. I have another one. Ah! Where are you? Yeah. New flap disc. Yeah, new flap disc, new frame rail patch, all fun. All right, safety glasses on. Hearing protection on. Let's go. Hi. Jeez. Okay. Hey, dude, that's actually pretty good pen, man. That's really not bad. Not as bad as I thought. It's hot. I gotta stop for a second. We did get some blow through there. And didn't make it all the way through there. But for the most part, not bad. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's too much heat. How about that, dudes? Too much heat touches it. It ain't bad. Yeah, there's just a couple of things we need to button up over there. But, yeah. Let me get the rest of that plug. There we go. Yeah, we gotta get more with that plug weld. But yeah, it's just, that's the weird spot again. It's pretty seamless. That's not bad, dudes. What do you think? Hey, we got good pen for most of that. It's just the right side. Not too bad. Yeah, Mike, it's coming, dude. It's coming. Yeah. I'm gonna have to, we gotta get a little bit more over here. I have to finish up, we have to fill up those plug welds. But for what we did, it's not bad. Let me get at the top of the rail here. Yeah, pretty seamless. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Not bad. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, that for the most part came in pretty good. We just got to patch up some stuff on the right. And get those plug welds kind of zapped up. You know what? I'll do it now. Let's get it done. Let's get her done, man. I want to finish this. Let's get her done, bruh. Skeeter done, right? That's Skeeter's. Skeeter done. Skeeter's done. All right, welding helmet on. Welder active. Gas open. Flow rate nominal. All right. You know what? I should probably put welding gloves on. Yeah, should probably do that. It's probably a good idea. Looks way better than a few hours ago. You ain't kidding. Okie dokie, make sure we're flowing gas. Oh yeah, we're flowing gas. Guys, you're gonna have to go over there. Sorry. Okay, did we get Pen on the back, dudes? Oh yeah, she's smoking. We did it. We did it. All right, now, there's a little crack right here. See the crack down there? Just gotta... Once again, just atrocious, absolutely atrocious angle here for me, even with the camera there. You know what? Let me just... Yeah. I blew through at the end there. Yeah. Okay, let's try to drag. So the good metal's up here, and we got to build up this bottom metal, but I don't want to build it up. Actually, you don't want to build it up much further than that because we got to still put the plates back here. I don't want to get into a spot where I can't polish it off. Like actually polish it off, you know what I mean. Cool. I think that's pretty much it. That's what we needed to do. I just needed to get the plug welds all squared away. Yeah, I probably could add more material here. Cool. Well, neato burrito. All right, grounding strap off. Shutting the welder, closing the gas. Gas is closed. Grounding strap was tangled up with the tripod. Take a look and judge. Like I said, I didn't want to fill in anything over here because we still need to put a backing plate here for the frame rail extension that we're going to run. So I purposely didn't put anything over there. All right. How does the overall integrity of the frame rail feel now? You wanted to see the back. Got it. Integrity. Way stiffer than it was, pal. Way stiffer than it was. I mean, that's not going anywhere. It's definitely there. All right, we gotta grind this off. I gotta grind these off, and then I want to test fit the leaf spring perch again. Okay. How does it sound? Oh, it sounds great. So, here, that's metal. See how there's no pitch? There's no change in pitch in the noise? It's changing in pitch a little bit over here because it's the very end of the rail. Pretty good, man. All right, let's get the grinding wheel again. You know what just popped into my head? You guys ever seen the Columbia documentary, A Remarkable Flying Machine? It's an old school shuttle documentary. Sunday, April 12th, 1981. Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The space shuttle. 14 stories high, 2,000 tons, poised on the pad for its native flight. No? Yeah? Anybody know that? You know the song from that? Well, many hours went into this thing. Job well done by the shuttle space team. We can't say she's sleek and mean, but I tell you right now, she's a mean machine. The Columbia. Not the kind you smoke. This here's a bird. No? All right, cool. Yeah, the one that I show you all the time. Yes. Dude, those center supports look like you could pull them out with pliers. They're a little scaly, dude, but look. How's that? Now, don't get me wrong, it is rusty as balls down there, dude, no doubt. I'm gonna just hit that with rust converter and that's it. I plug welded up here where there was good metal, but yeah, see, up here, nice and strong. Down there, not so much. Yeah, wounded. When I had this off this morning, I really tested against this, and I tested this metal, and I noticed that these things are actually 24 gauge. They're not 16 gauge steel, they're 24, interestingly enough. But yeah, they look scaly, but they're nice and strong. Now, like I said, down the bottom, she's struggling a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. It's plug welded, it's holding them together. That, coupled with the trunk pin on top and everything, it's gonna be fine. That's not gonna go anywhere. All right, let me get the grinder again. Back to the grinder. Where's the grinder? There we go. Let's flap the rest of this off and get us to the point where we can test fit this perch here. Ready? I missed a little bit with the plug welds, dude. Just a smidge. All right. I missed there's a couple of pinholes here and there with the plug welds, but they're like mostly there. You can barely see where they were. That's also really hot. You shouldn't touch that. So, I'm gonna do the opposite of my advice right there, and we're gonna touch it. We're gonna lick it. Are you happy with it? I wanna fill in those cracks, Article. And Article, I'm gonna do exactly what we did with the other side, and we'll put the backing plates in there after we've, rust converted the hell out of this thing. We'll plug weld backing plates in here and here. Get the frame rail extension after the leaf spring perch is all perched. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Let's check our clearances again this time. Oh, much better. Well, of course it's much better when there's no weld in the way. Nice. Yeah, baby. This will do very nicely. You know what? Give me the Craigs. Hold on. Let me get one of my clamps. Hear me out. Falcon 9 frost shaved ice business. Hell yeah. Please refrain from licking the car. Yeah. That's a good point. Cool. It's pretty good. It's a little bit better than what we started off at the beginning of the day, huh? Cool. Yeah, it's the Craig clamps make it a little crooked. Like that needs to be like right there. All right. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. All right. Not bad. That's pretty good. Dinner's almost done. Tortellini and tomato sauce. All right. Huh. That's actually pretty straight. It's pretty good. We're gonna need to, in the binky terms, we're gonna need to fettle around with this. We're going to need to give it a little fettle. Gotta give it a little fettle. Yeah, from Shropshire. You know, dung 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 dung. Not bad, dudes. EJ's spoiled. Yeah, you're right. Article, I'm pretty happy with what I see on the screen. How about you? You okay? Was you ride around in this? I mean, considering you ain't in any, I mean, I don't know about riding around in a trunk, man. Just kidding. Shropshire is in banjo country. Watch the first episode of Project Binky. In the first episode of Binky, they say, "Welcome to Shropshire," and they play the banjo music. They must think they're in the sticks or something. So, just a little bit of reference here. This is what we started with. And that's what we finished with. That's the same part. This is the same angle from the same part. See, that's supposed to be right there. Yep. See? Yep. Nice, dude. And then the best part is that, you know, we could, you know what? No, we couldn't. We could not. I was going to say, well, we could use this or something. No, this is pretty done. It's pretty tired. But yeah, that's one thing I'm learning, dudes, is that this is a tedious thing. You gotta be patient. You have to be patient. You ain't patient, it's not gonna work. You know, it ain't anything that nobody didn't tell me, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you wanna get into metalwork, you really gotta be patient for that. Yeah. I know. I've put two and two together at this point. EJ Merch Shop, sell old pieces of car. Yeah. I gotta get on making a shirt for this thing. I think what I'm gonna do is, do you guys remember the truck shirt? Do you guys remember the truck shirt from EJ Internock's Excellent Adventure? I think I'll do the same thing, but just car. Is that piece supposed to be so far back? Yeah. Yeah, Hillness, it is. We're missing about 4 inches of frame rail here. We got to do what we did to the other side. Frame rail should end somewhere over here. Yeah, we have to add another section back in here. It's just fine. We can do it. 4 doors for more payload. What would you think about working on a 79 Corvette? I can work on a Corvette. How rusty is the birdcage? So Corvettes have the Corvettes, 79 Corvettes, mostly fiberglass, except for like the cross member and stuff. And then there's a cage that goes around the passenger compartment, Mason. Wait, are you saying like doing body work or what? Because if the birdcage is rusted, the Corvette's basically junk. What does this Corvette need? What motor does it have in it, etc., etc.? It has been stored inside. I think the body's mostly sound. Sounds like it needs engine work. Give me a day. Or radiator work, 2 days. Hey, Sun Temple for the air refresher pine tree. Thanks, man. Didn't they use that horrible crossfire injection in 79? No. That stuff came around 80, 81, 82. Phone tiff on the Corvette, if I'm remembering correctly. But maybe, you might be right. Is it a big block? Oh, no, it wouldn't have been a big block car at that point, Mason. Big block cars stopped. I think they stopped putting big blocks in Corvettes in 74. I don't know, I forget. The crossfire injection. Oh, God. And the throttle body injection. Throttle body injection isn't bad. It's just if it breaks, then you're going to have a bad day. If it breaks, you're kind of screwed. Sun Temple, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I missed it. Did you paint your bare metal? No, I just hung the leaf spring from it, dude. We should probably paint it. Can't see me. Yeah. And I should probably hit it all up in there with rust converter as well. And that's the reason why I painted the back of this thing. I painted the back of that panel because painting it would be a pain in the butt. I just put 2 clamps up and put where the, kind of figured out where the leaf spring lives. Oh, man. It's going to be really nice when there's more shiny parts on the car than rusty parts at this point, at least on this part. Early C3s had a big block option. So the C3 rolled out in 1968, Tessa, and from 68 to 73 or 74, it had a big block in it. It would have had a 427 in it initially, and then a 454. Chevy switched to the 454 in 1970, maybe? 1970, I think. 82 was the final year for the C3. There was no 1983 Corvette. The 83 Corvette got delayed because they put a bunch of computers on it and Chevy didn't have it done in time. So there's no 1983 Corvette. That's impossible, unless it's a late year 1982 car. Yep. It's still premature, but it's from your late big brother who passed from brain cancer last week. He wanted it to be sold, but it was precious to him and he worked on it himself a lot. But it's been sitting in his garage unused for many years. Mason, you bring it here, I'll fix it for free. as long as we can stream it. Yeah, bring it here, I'll fix it for free, dude. Don't worry about it. It's your brother's car. God rest his soul. That sucks, man. But yeah, we'll fix it, dude. You'll tool around in it, bro. It ain't no Tesla. Like, Mason, I'm going to be very clear. It ain't no Tesla, okay? It's a little different experience. Yeah, dude, bring it here. I'll fix it. No problem. Don't worry about labor. I make money off labor. It's fine. 43 pre-production 1983 Corvettes were built for testing and validation purposes. Of those, only one survives today. It's white and is on display in the National Corvette Museum. Oh, there you go, Eutychus. I didn't know that. But yeah, Mason, where are you out of? What state? I got a wedgie. I'm not going to lie. I don't care. It's the shop. So what's next item on the agenda? More rust converter and fuel tank straps. Let me finish with Mason, Dan, and yeah, then we'll go. I can't believe I've never asked you that, Mason. You're in New York, but the Corvette is in Hartford. In Hartford? Dude, frick taking it here. I'll just bring my toolbox with me. A lot easier. Yeah, that's 45 minutes away. No problem. If you want to store it here, that's fine. It's just I'll store it for nothing. You have my word, and I store a lot of cars for nothing. It'd be nice if I got paid, but it's all right. I like having cool cars. What can I say? But yeah, dude, we'll dial it in. No problem. As long as it's got a carburetor on it, I got you. We'll dial it in. I'll get it running great, and yeah, you'll have a cool car to tool around with. Like I said, it ain't no Tesla. Okay, a little bit of a different experience. Still premature. A lot of details are being worked out, but if you're open to it, we can discuss more later. Dude, it would be my honor. I'm serious, man. You've been watching the stream for a damn long time. It's my way of giving back. And that sucks, dude. Losing family members like that is not fun. I've been there. It's not fun. It's awful. So, sure. No problem. Bring it up here. Dude, all right. I'll even go so far. Dude, we could, like, with Corvettes, believe it or not, I'm not a big Corvette guy, but the rest of my family is. Like, there are people in my family that are NCRS judges. So if you want this thing running good, dude, we could get it running as good as a new car with what it's got. Don't worry about that. Hey, Evan, been a minute since I've been around. I see the shed got an upgrade. Yep, damn truck drivers. Yeah, Mason, we could get this thing ace if you really want to. Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. Ernox Camaro and Bluefus is still here. Hey, LS, thanks, man.
The Eagle has landed.
Storage fee.
Storage fee. All right, okay. Yeah, dude. We have AAA. You could probably get it towed to you for free, but yeah, I don't entirely know what work it needs. Whenever you get it sorted out, let me know. Bring it up here. We'll fix it. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry about your brother, dude. That sucks. That sucks complete ass, man. I hate it. I really don't like it when people get taken from us when they're young, when they don't reach their full potential. That really pisses me off. That's like a pet peeve of mine. Like, dude, I don't care if old people die. Like, I mean, you know, like that's, don't read too much into that, okay? Like, when old people die, you know, you celebrate their life and you're good. When young people die, it sucks. It's just fucking sucks. You know? So I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Been there. Not fun. Super sucks. He was the first person I called after IFT1. He wanted to see a launch with you one day. Never. Mason, now we got to drive it to Starbase. Now we got to drive it to Starbase, dude. We get... That was a bit rude. I said don't read too much into what I said. When old people die, like, I'm not saying I don't care, right? You gotta, in the context of the conversation, you know, I celebrate, you know, you celebrate their life. It's not that I don't care. You celebrate them. That's great. They lived a long, healthy life. That's awesome. It still sucks, right? It doesn't bother me as much as like if a young person gets killed. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be ageist or anything. Please don't read into it. Death is not fun. That's uncool. Sorry for any confusion. What's your definition of old? I don't know. Really depends on numbers. I'm just saying because your dad died in March of last year. Hey, RJ, that was not a dig at you. That was not a dig at any particular old person. You know, when old people pass away, you get it. You're old. They're old. Like, nobody lives forever, you know. Got to live a long, healthy life. That's cool, man. That makes me really happy. You know, I get upset. I don't like it when people die young. It sucks. Speaking from personal experience, it's not fun. Anyway, Mason. Sorry, I didn't mean any ill will. Apologies. He had Parkinson's. Oh, that's awful, dude. Mason, we need to drive it to Starbase. You got to drive it to Starbase, dude. When are we adding to that right fender? The bottom section is toasted, right? We're going to need new quarters. I don't have enough money to do it right now. I will, though. You guys have been, actually, a lot of people have been subscribing and supporting the car project. It doesn't get as many viewers as like playing KSP, but people support it, so people want to see it. Yeah, there you go, Cyborg. Been 1 year since you joined the stream? Well, that's good, Trey. Okay. Anyway, started watching after Flight 7. Thanks, man. So here's what we're going to... I haven't really thought too much about quarters. As far as I've gotten in terms of what we need to do... with the quarter panels, I need to buy 2-door quarter panels, and then we're going to have to cut and hack it to... We're going to have to cut and hack it to get it right. That's not going to be fun, but whatever. The quarter panels aren't too much. You can get a patch quarter that's basically from about here down. It's not the full quarter panel because the full quarter panel stamping goes all the way up to here. There's a seam right there that's lead. Worry about the panels after the back end rebuild. Yeah, the ARJ, that's why I haven't really put much thought into it. When we do though, from about here back, it's going to be pretty easy. That's not going to be difficult. What we'll do is I'll put tape on the accent line. We'll put body tape down the accent line here. I'll cut on the accent line, and then we do the same thing with the quarter panel on the ground. We cut that out, and yeah. And then we just start tacking it and basically do what we did with the damn frame rail, start tacking it in place. You know, get all this done. We might need to patch the outer wheelhouse here. Where this is really going to get tricky is right here. There's nothing left over here. It looks like there is, but that's all fiberglass. Yeah, it's all fiberglass. So a lot of the door jamb is rotted out, and the door jamb is not, you cannot buy a replacement part. So our fabrication skills are really going to be put to the test over here. Fortunately, the other side is more or less intact, so I have a good manual on how to. Should be back now. Cool. So I was saying, as far as there should be a seam over here somewhere. As far as I can tell, 2-door and 4-door cars have the same rockers. So there would be a seam here in this thing. There's a seam here on the vehicle where the 2-door car would be. Like that. This is where the door jamb for the 2-door would be. We should be able to get to it. I'm pretty sure it's there. So yeah, it's just the door jamb and stuff. That's gonna really suck to rebuild that. But you know, hopefully by that time we're better with fabrication. Now, in terms, and the door's still shut correctly, so we know the shell isn't moved. See? Perfect. So in terms of what we need to do next, guys, I'm thinking. Got that old school clunk for sure, man. Yep. I think the next thing would be getting fitment on that leaf spring mount. Yeah, getting some fitment on that leaf spring mount, and I don't think we should burn the thing in, but yeah, maybe we should. I got to do more prep work on this. You know, before we get to that point, before we get to the point of putting this back in. So we got a little bit more work to do with that frame rail. Sorry about what I said about old people, guys. I didn't mean that way. I apologize. It's wearing on me now. I apologize. That's not really what I meant, but yeah, that's my fault. Won't happen again. Yeah, we got to shore up this piece. I have to, we got to plate this, and we got to drill the holes for the plug welds. Fortunately, this thing is super strong, so that's not going to happen. So I got to drill the same holes that I did over there for the plugs. Put the 2 plates here and here. Frame rail flange is still a little janky, but it's definitely good. Once we put the plates in, I got to button this up. We got to fix those welds. I should hit this with rust converter now. Let me vacuum it out, dudes, and we'll, yeah, I'm just going to vacuum that out. There's no rust on the new stuff to convert. Yeah, I got to kind of spray it in the side there. I got to kind of get it down in there. I got to vacuum this stuff out, though. There's still a good amount of rust in there. Let's get the vacuum, and we'll vacuum it out. Okay, vacuum makes loud noises. Careful. Okay, so what we'll do is from like here back, we'll hit it with rust converter. My scribed lines for that, for the gas tank thing should be still there. All right, so let me get the reformer out and we'll spray it up. It's really more about the other parts of the frame, like in here. Cool. Shouldn't you put some kind of undercoating on the new metal? The back of this is already painted with Steel It. On the outside flykin, sure. There we go. I could get the outside of this with Steel It if you want right now. We could do that. Let me just clear the tip on the rust converter. This Steel It it's weld through primer. It's weld through primer with steel flakes in it, so you can weld to it. So you don't have to worry about the metal getting all screwed up. But this is an undercoating to be very sure. See? Steal it. Ah, there's a ripple. I sprayed too much. That's okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Let me just clean this, clean the spray can. Cool. All right, man. Not bad. That was a lot of work. Yeah, I sprayed a little too much. See the run? It's okay. It'll dry nicer. Huh? He said your name. Didn't you ask a question? Oh, Flask Flagged. Sorry, it was from far away. I saw the F. I was walking around the shop. I thought you asked a question, Flagged. Never mind. That was Flask that asked it. Sorry about that, guys. Paint, too many paint fumes. Yeah, you really can't see the seam there. We're gonna need to patch that up, and then we got to plate it. But that's okay. We just duplicate what we did over there and call it a day. But I really want to make sure that we got that leaf spring perch in there ready to go. We should drill a couple of holes so we could plug weld it from the back. God dang, that's running really badly. I swear, we'll get to the point where I can hit this car with a hammer and no rust will fall out. We're approaching it, but we're not there yet. Anyway, sorry. Let's just check. Yeah, you hear the burb? Her rust percentage is gradually dropping. But yeah, so the next thing to do, the next thing I really want to do is zap that leaf spring perch in, guys. That's it. Well, I got to clean up the bottom of the, got to clean up the bottom of the frame rail. The spot welds are still there. We got to clean up that. And then I have scribe marks. Remember, we painted it yesterday before we took the brackets off. I have marks where it needs to be. So we can get at it with the grinding wheel. If we're very precise with the grinding wheel, we just grind the spot weld off, and then we use the marks. Because the bracket was attached to the frame rail like this, right? And then I painted it, and then I took the bracket off, and it left an imprint. It left an unpainted part of the frame rail. So we got to get that perch in there. What brand of rust converter? It's Rust-Oleum Rust Reformer. So, yeah, I got to clean up some of the welds on the very back end of this. On the very back end, we got to clean up some of it. I gave myself an extra 1/16 of an inch on the flange, so we got to cut the flange to fit. Yeah, we gotta do some zapping with it to make it look factory. Yeah, so spot welds grounded off the bottom, right? We got to measure, really measure, clamp that perch in, measure it again, clamp it, perch it, measure it, et cetera, et cetera. We really got to make sure it's right. Because the whole reason why I decided to tackle over here, dudes, is because I wanted to get datum points on both sides for where the rear crossmember will end up. And having a mostly intact leaf spring over here and having a fully intact leaf spring over there in the right spots will help me find the it will help me find out where it lives. And then, so leaf spring perch back in, all right, measure that, zap that in, do the frame rail. Actually, from there we clamp the rear cross member back in, and then we figure out exactly how much frame rail we need to take off on this side and exactly how much frame rail we need to add on that side. Once we do that, we make the new frame rail extension pieces. I got to make the tabs for the passenger side, and then I got to make the whole thing on the driver's side. Once we do that, the last thing I need to do before I zap that cross member back in is we need the captive bolts, or the captive nut for the bumper. There's a bumper bolt that picks a bumper bracket that screws in through the bottom of the frame rail behind the cross member. So if this is the back of the car, right, rear cross member's here, frame rail is here, there's a captive nut. We have to make sure that's centered in the frame rail in the exact right spot. Yeah, there. Yeah, then we go. Actually, once we do that, once we get both the captives in place, we zap the cross member in. Once we zap the cross member in, we got to make sure that that's perfectly aligned. I got to remake a flange over here too, but once all the tabs and everything on the rails are remade, we zap the new cross member back in. Then we zap the bumper brackets in. And then we put the bumper brackets on, and then we can remount the bumper. Not that we will. Actually, before we do the bumper brackets, I should probably get the back of the car. Should probably put the back of the car back on. That's probably a good idea. We're going to need, actually from there, yeah, then we need to work on the rear fascia. Once the rear fascia is all fine and dandy, that's before we put the back end of the car on, we drill all the holes in the trunk pan. Oh, we also got to repair the frame rail up there. That's no big deal though. Dude, we could keep going. Maybe we should. Is there any space news? I kind of want to keep going and take a break and just come back. What's the fascia? Oh, it's just the back face of the car, Fleiken. That was Fleiken asking that question, right? Yes, okay. The back of the car. We need this, I think. I second that. All right. CarWorks is preferred over Space News. We can keep going, dudes. I don't have a problem with that. Brimo made tortellini, so I want that. Yeah. Yeah, so then it becomes kind of a chicken and egg scenario. Once the rear cross member is back in, the rear bumper brackets are in. Yeah, like I said, it becomes chicken and the egg. What do I mean by that? So the rear fascia bolts to the trunk pan, or not bolts, it's welded to the trunk pan. We do need to do some repair work on that. Spoiler alert, it's rusty. We could buy a new one. It's $570 plus shipping. It has to be trucked in, so that's $200 freight charge. No, I will repair that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll tell you what we're not doing. We're not doing that. So we'll repair that one. Yeah, that's going to take a little bit. But yeah. Well, Tessa, I don't know if we'll do space news today. There's not much to talk about. I think I talked about everything I needed to talk about yesterday. So maybe I'll just go quickly eat and then just come right back. We'll just keep going. I really want to get that frame rail rot done. I think that's the next thing we should do. There's rot on the frame rail on the where it goes upright by the left front, by the left rear tire. Yeah. Tessa's trying to get me to play Roadcraft. AX4 has been bumped to Tuesday. Thank you for tuning into Space News. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I got a message. Might be important. Okay, I'll go grab something real quick. Creeper, what's there for Space News? Creeper just sent over the links for the Space News. Yeah, nah, I don't want to talk about that. I'm just sending that to Creeper. Yeah, Creeper, not too much? All right, cool. Well, I was just typing I'm going to skip it, and we're going to keep working on the car. So, audio's off, but within Mopar tolerance. All right, well, here. Enjoy the high cam for a second. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, dudes, I'll be back in a moment. When I get back, we'll, I don't know, what's the next thing you want to do? Got plenty of steel. Let's tackle the frame rail. Let's get it done. Yeah, this will not be a long break. Not like the 30-minute break that I usually do. So, here, just watch. Are they still doing Raptor side? Hold on. They're not. Okay. I'm going to put you guys on Starbase Live here for a moment.
All right. Oh, dude, look at that excavator. You could tell they're not playing roadcraft because they have the actual tools for the job. Isn't that weird? Cheeseburger, when is space news? The cycle is super slow today, dude. I'm gonna keep going with working on the vehicle. If you want to talk space news while I'm working, I'm more than happy to. If something's on your mind, you can always ask me a question about space. You know that. Man, you hate that game. No, that game hates itself. All right? I had nothing to do with it. I told you this would be a quick break, dude. Chief, you're going to put pasta in me and that's not going to get eaten quickly? Come on. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, see. I don't know if you guys saw this when I popped in this morning, but we built the car in Beam, right? We built the car in Beam, and I'm like, that's what I want the car to look like, dude. Jared posted on X. Do we know anything we didn't know yesterday? Just Blake Scholl talking about going faster. MLA retweet. The Inspiration 4 training facility at Space Camp USA, funded by Jared Isaacman, is coming along nicely. Yeah, I got you, Paul. I got you. Satisfactory 1.1 release date. Cool. Never forgetty to not break spaghetti. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It goes in the not break hole. I don't see much. All right. Back to work. Want to get at that frame rail? It's gonna be a lot. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Oh, no timeout for joking about breaking spaghetti. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Zapped. Hold on, Kyrie. I believe in you. I'm going through the, just looking around. Oh, if you guys didn't see it last night, the 500th Falcon launch from the Falcon family of rockets was last night. It's pretty cool. It's the 21st flight of a booster, which was rad. That was really cool. Next Falcon is tomorrow, and it's Starlink 11-22. We'll cover that for Space News tomorrow. Yeah, I stayed up. Yeah, 500 Falcon launches. Can you believe that? You think it'll catch up to Soyuz by the end? I think it will. I think Falcon will, by the end of this decade, that Falcon 9 will be the most launched rocket ever in history. Soyuz is at 1,700. Okay, they're maybe not passing that, but you know, hey, X-Wing Dispatch, what's up? Celebrating passing your FAA exam and getting my aviation dispatch license today. Now X-Wing won't spend so much time as an unpaid instructor. AX4 is going to name the new Dragon tray. Okay. So Falcon 9 has flown So the 1122 mission that's tomorrow is SpaceX's 68th mission of this year. Falcon 9 has flown more times this year than the space shuttle did in the first 10. That sucks. That sucks, man. That's not cool. Anyway, X-Wing Dispatch, congrats. That's awesome. Good stuff. Imagine if the shuttle hit that cadence. Aqualux, we were this close. We were this close to greatness. We were this close, man. It's okay. We got Falcon 9 and Starship. Starship will do it. Starship will do it. No doubt in my mind. Look, man. If they could even get Starship running like Falcon, holy schnot. That's amazing. That would be insane. There's more Falcon 9s than shuttles. Yeah. Your X-Wing Dispatcher, you're getting a bunch of GGs over in the Twitch chat. There you go. Do we know if HLS will get an official name like Dragon, HLS Independence? I really hope so, dude. Engineers figured out the poppet seal issues on the show. They did figure out the poppet seals, didn't they? You're not wrong. That's weird. I'm telling you, man. Jury rigged that shuttle to operate remotely and then fly the snot out of that thing. And that would pretty much be it'd be, dude. Low Earth orbit access vehicles? Oh my goodness. Imagine a shuttle building a Starlink network. Imagine the shuttle turning the stack of Starlinks right upright in the payload bay and then doing backflips like the like the rendezvous pitch maneuver and just letting the Starlinks go that way and then easing out and then going back down. That'd be really cool, actually. That would be really cool. I kind of want to see that. Kind of would really like to see that. I want HLS Endeavor or Enterprise. Yeah. NASA should reinstate the shuttle. I don't think NASA could reinstate a hot dog stand at this point, Paul. HLS Intrepid or Mayflower? Intrepid. I like Intrepid. That's good. That's good, man. That's real good. Now, not because they're technically not incompetent, right? No. NASA can do good things. It's just it's really hard for NASA to do good things with no NASA administrator. It's really who knew? It's really difficult. D-Money, I found out I'm going to KSC on August 1st after Disney. Oh, nice, dude. That's my favorite vacation. Disney World and Space Center. And then rope Daytona in and Buc-ee's. Best vacation ever. I could do that every week. Make me happy. I'm not made of money, though, because Disney World gets expensive. Getting the shuttle refly would probably cost more to do to get it fly originally. Clean sheet the design, Jim. Clean sheet the design. There's enough shuttle engineers around where it could happen. But I've always said, dude, you want the shuttle flying? You want it flying again? 10 years, about $30 billion. Yeah, that's probably what it would take. Yeah, about 10 years and about $30 billion to get that thing flying again. If you're good at spending money, maybe 10 to 20. Maybe. Because you're not engineering new hardware technically. In today's money or previous? Today's money would do it, Mason. $19 for a churro. I'll take 2. The shuttle's avionics would need to be a ground up application. It would need to be completely redone from scratch. That's where it would get expensive. Because, dude, if we're remaking the shuttle right now, I'm going to allow it to fly unmanned. And allowing it to fly uncrewed like that requires it a very big upgrade to your guidance, navigation, control systems. Allowing remote function. That's a big one. What about re-engineering the Saturn V? I think re-engineering the Saturn V would actually be easier. Nova, don't get me wrong, these are still monumentally difficult tasks. The tough part of getting the Saturn V working would be getting F1s to work. That would take a long time, but once you got them working, should be good. The F1s like to chug. We know that. They like to pogo. You'd have the same exact problem, just like SpaceX does. In fact, if I had $30 billion, guys, this is going to sound so screwed coming from me. I would probably remake Saturn. Harder parts of the Saturn V to remake would be the CSM and the LEM. Those would be difficult. Those would be very difficult to make. The lander especially. You could probably get some benefits from modern manufacturing techniques with the lander, though, considering the ascent module on the LEM is quite actually some aluminum sheets that have been TIG welded together that are about as thin as paper. Actually, you know, I don't know. If I had the choice, dude... Wouldn't you need new crawlers? If we're remaking the shuttle... God damn bugs. I left the garage door open, so there's bugs in here. Do we want a completely modernized shuttle that gets rid of all the shuttle's problems, or just remake the Saturn V with modern manufacturing techniques? I don't know, man. That's a tough one, dude. That's a tough one. I kind of want the shuttle, but I also kind of want Saturn V. If I had $30 billion to spend, John, I would remake the space shuttle. Okay, why would you remake the space shuttle? Well, first and foremost, that is a hell of a capability. It's a hell of a capability. You're the only one that can bring down a school bus-sized payload. Servicing missions, clearly there's going to be a market for that in the future. Clearly there's a market for it right now. It's almost like the thing that the shuttle service needs to be serviced again, and oh, that's weird. Building space stations, also probably useful. I'm telling you, the robotic arm really makes a difference in dexterity for on-orbit operations. I think the emerging commercial low Earth orbit market could do very well with something like the space shuttle. Jury's still out on using SRBs, though. I think nowadays you could probably make liquid fuel boosters. You could probably make liquid fuel boosters that have enough kick. Won't Starship be able to do everything the shuttle can? Yeah. Hang on. No. I'm just doing some napkin math out. I'm thinking. I'm theory crafting. Here, give me a moment. 2 Falcon 9s isn't good enough, Bob. You'd need 4. Falcon 9 doesn't produce enough thrust. I'm thinking about propellant density here, solid versus methane. Yeah. It's not enough. Falcon 9s wouldn't be able to hold up the external tank in the space shuttle, guys. The SRBs are made of steel. I don't think 4 Falcon 9s would be able to hold it. A big thing here would be scaling your SRB production. You'd need to go to Northrop Grumman and be like, yo, I need a lot of this. And I'm not sure they'd be able to scale. I mean, maybe. It's possible. Saturn Shuttle revisit? No. You can imagine the shuttle on 39 and Starship on 39. Yeah. Yeah. Could a company start up a modernized Saturn V for cheaper than $30 billion since the engineering is mostly done? The hard part about the Saturn V, Trey, is figuring out what the machinist did. You got to remember, it's 1969. A lot of the parts for the Saturn V were machined by hand. So that knowledge on how to make those parts correctly is pretty much gone when they decided to stop making the Saturn V. And there's not many people around that worked on it. Hypergol boosters, not enough propellant density, dude. Could you stack the shuttle on Super Heavy? An external tank and an orbiter on top of Super Heavy could work. Yeah, that'd probably do you right, considering Super Heavy has 15 degrees of thrust vector. Yeah, that'd work. I mean, oh yeah, that would work. Don't get me wrong, extraordinarily complicated, and you'd still be expending your external tank every time. I'm talking about the actual orbit, like something pretty much a modernized version of the shuttle stack. I'd honestly probably stick with SRBs, and I know people don't like that, but I would stick with SRBs. But since the shuttle can operate remotely, not a big deal. That would be my big thing with the shuttle. Get it to fly by itself. Get the shuttle to go up and do once arounds by itself. It basically so you can do Starship style flight tests with it. Yeah. That's what I do. Ditching the ET every time would suck, though. But the ETs are designed to be very, 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 very simply manufactured. They like using autogenous pressurization, like Starship. Very, very simple. Did the shuttle fire its engines to deorbit? The shuttle has 5 engines on the back of the vehicle, LS. 3 of them are the shuttle main engines. So your 3 main engines, they can't fire unless they're attached to the external tank. And you can only light them once. You only light them once on the pad, so they can never restart. Basically, once you're in space and those engines shut down, that's it. Now the shuttle has 2 more engines on top, so you have your 3 engines right here, right? And then there's 2 more on top of them right here. That's the orbiter maneuvering system. Those are, it's going to sound really stupid, but those are basically 2 Apollo command service modules. They're CSMs. They're 2 CSMs that are basically shoehorned onto the side of the back of the shuttle, onto the top side of the back of the orbiter. They're your orbiter maneuvering system. It is very much derived from the Apollo CSM. They use the same engines. It's just 2 CSMs just bolted onto the sides. They're just shuttle shaped. The reaction control systems are a little bit different. They utilize a stinger mechanism, so they're not exactly a CSM, but that's the idea. How is the shuttle heat shield made of? What was the shuttle heat shield made of? Silicate-based tiles. If you use tough rock tiles on the shuttle, it would have a lot better time dealing with the tile problem. I know because the X-37B uses tough rock tiles, and it re-entered from Geo and made it. What is the shuttle's runway length required? 60-ton orbiter, Nader, that glides touchdown speed at above 200 knots. You tell me. 60 tons. What would you do for that? And you have brakes that are about analogous in size to a 737. $15,000 feet, dude. That's what you need. Yeah, you'd want 15K. Well, that's what you need. You need 15K to slow that thing down. In fact, they retrofitted the shuttle with a drogue chute off the back so they didn't cook the freaking brakes every time they tried to land. Shuttle was going to have Tough Rock, but Senator Biggie campaigned against it. Biggie killed Tough Rock. Or did... Alright. Alright, I'll give you that one. That's fine. Pave Texas from side to side. That would be long enough. Why bother with the orbiter when Starship can do it? Because this is kind of a dream scenario where you have $30 billion and you can spend it on something. And I would see, Nova, that's the thing. We're changing the construct of the original question. If I was going to build a rocket, if I had $30 billion to build a rocket to enter the market right now, I'd build a Saturn V. Yeah, I'd build a Saturn V, sure. I think that would be much more useful. Right now, yeah, that would be much more useful. Star Clipper, I've seen that, Nader. Yeah. Shuttle's so cool, though, dudes. Yeah, Saturn V. The shuttle could have landed at Denver if it needed to. You have a 16,000-foot runway. Shuttle would have struggled there, Chris, but it could do it. It would have struggled, though, because of the altitude. The shuttle does not fly very well. What's the estimated cost of Starship thus far? There's no way this isn't a multi-billion dollar program, Big Pooh. There's no way. In fact, at this point, I'd say they're probably 10 to $15 billion deep. Easily 10 to 15. I think all told, they'll probably be about 30 billion deep. Sure. But they don't have to worry about that. Starlink is funding the entire project. That's what Elon said. Starlink's funding the whole damn thing, which is... That is an estimated cost based off of no metrics, Big Pooh. That's just from my assessment from covering space programs for a very long period of time. I mean, dude, look at the hardware. Look at the hardware. There's no way this didn't cost billions of dollars, man. So how about this? I got 4 years of college. I try to remake the F1 engine with a bunch of fellow college students in the Aerospace Club. Have fun with that. A lot of hard problems to solve there, dude. But just like me with my stupid car, which we need to get back working on, if you put your mind to it, go. Bill, he also made this post today. What's he posting about now? Perhaps an interesting milestone. SpaceX commercial revenue from space will exceed the entire budget of NASA. Fuck you. Sorry, I'll time myself out. Read that. Would you rather build Ares 1 or Sea Dragon? Ares 1. Perhaps an interesting milestone. SpaceX commercial review from space will exceed the entire budget of NASA next year. SpaceX revenue this year will be $15.5 billion, of which NASA is $1.1 billion. That is more than SLS per year. Yeah. And on that bombshell, let's get back out to the shop, huh? I don't think we need to worry about Raptor side chat on SBL, so I'll leave the background noise up. I told you, people say SLS is expensive. I told you, man. SLS is not expensive. Building a super heavy launch vehicle is. It's really not that bad comparatively, man. And if you make more of them, then you're going to recoup your cost on spending billions of dollars on making a super heavy launch vehicle. I don't think so, you know. Anyway, let's go out to the shop, dudes.
Hello. Hello, dude. Hello. Hello, dude. Hello, dude. How you doing, dude? All right. I got a full tank of gas. Why is that light off? Hey. Hang on one second. Sorry. All right, here we go. I wanted that light back on. Oh, hey, Mr. Baron von Hey, Mr. Baron von Evil Satan. How's it going, dude? Hey, dude. Sounded like you needed a lozenge. You threatened to eat my children. That's no good, dude. All right. Any more space things we want to talk about before I get back to work? Delay detected. Test. 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 For sure, Tesla Max. Yep, yep. Fixed. All right, we're good. Still got to figure out what's causing that problem, dudes, but whatever. To be honest, if I were entering the market right now, now that reuse is a big deal, I look at more at what Dawn is doing. Somewhere between that and Star Raker. I love me my Venture Star, but being able to operate out of any international airport is too good to pass up. Fair. I got out here, I got situated, and now I have to go to the bathroom. Lovely. I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Enjoy the shop. Oh, it's going to be a rot. All right. Hand sanitizer. All right. Shall we? You did call that. Look at you. What, no shoebox? No, I'm not on the road. We good. All right. So, where are we at? I'm thinking, what should we do? I had a plan road mapped out in my head, and then I got distracted by tortellini. By tortellini. Should we do by tortellini? Yeah. We gotta finish. We gotta do the end of the weld there. I have to do this. We have to get this done. Hopefully, most of the rust converter has words. Yeah, we need the rust converter to words. Yeah, we gotta do that first. Let's start there. Let's get the welder out. Here we go. Is the car finally gaining weight? Dude, we put a huge plate in that thing this morning. Yeah, we added a bunch. You see the back of the frame rail. So we had this cut out all the way over here and up there, and I rebuilt it. It's pretty solid, man. It's not going nowhere. I just got to clean up the very end right there. I've been driving all day, and I've actually seen the repairs that you've done. Looks pretty good. It's all right, man. I got to get better at welding, but we'll get there, man. We'll get there. Yeah. So we got to fill in down there, and then yeah, once we do that, we got to figure out how that leaf spring perch is going to get tacked in there. The real one's spot welded. Huh. Well, huh. Yeah, let's pop up some of those holes right there. Let me get my everything on. That actually looks really good. Well done. Thanks, Rarest. There's a seam there. You can see where the seam is. There's a seam weld that goes this way, and then it goes up to here. Let me show you guys what that looked like. So, just back the camera out a little bit. That's what this looked like before. Actually, it was more kind of like this, maybe a little bit of that. We cut out a lot of scale, man. A lot of scale. Now we still need to do the back part of the frame rail. Like we need to do the same thing that we did on the other side. But that's okay. We got plenty of steel to do it. Yeah, let's have at it, I suppose. First thing I got to do is get that all welded up. Then we'll make the backing plates, and then I don't know what we'll do from there. I kind of want to get that frame rail patched up just completely. I want to get it done. There's still holes in the frame up there. A big one. See it up there? Right there. Yeah. And then we have to prep this thing for mounting the actual leaf spring perch, or at least getting it mocked up. We'll tech screw it into place. Yeah, that's roached up there. You could see the holes from here. Left side of the screen at the front of the frame rail in the shot, you could see there's holes. And I did go at it with the grinding wheel just to see how much of it is gone. We're gonna need to replace about 4 or 5 inches of the bottom of the frame rail there. The sides are okay. The bottom's bad because it trapped moisture against it, and because there was a mouse nest there. So yeah, it's not a big deal. We'll fix it. Ain't no problem. All right, so we want to go tackling that frame rail first, or do we want to do leaf spring perch stuff? We could do either one. I mean, we were working on leaf spring perch stuff, so maybe we should get that done. This car is as old as the moon landings. That's right, dude. Hang on, I'm taking off my keys. I'd vote for the leaf spring perch. Done. All right, let's do it. So to do the leaf spring perch, we'll still get at these welds here. We gotta fill that in. We blew through a little bit. We'll build it back up. What else? We gotta grind the spot welds off the bottom of the frame rail, and then it's start figuring it out. Start figuring out where this thing goes and how we're gonna plug weld it. That's it. I think that's everything, dudes. Couchy, you like it? That's cool. I'm glad you guys dig it, man. It's fun. It's really fun. I'm really enjoying this. A lot, actually. This is a good time. Okay, so this melon farmer needs to be right here. Yeah, we definitely need to patch up some of those welds. And before we go and mount this, we should do the frame rail extension. It's just going to be a little bit weird because we would spot weld this right, and spot weld here. But I don't have a spot welder. Maybe. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to do that. Make or knock, hold it for you. Clamp, drill, and plug it. Yeah, yeah. Plug weld from the inside of the rail. Yeah. Yeah, we need 2 spot welds going this way. The first one we should be able to reach. The second one's going to suck. There's really no good way to get in there. Unless... Huh. Guys, look. So you see the rail, right? Where's the light? Where the heck is my light? Chat, why? Oh, there it is, okay. So, fellas, look. I never noticed this. 2 holes there. 2 holes there. Please tell me the head of the welder fits through there. Please, 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 please. Oh. No way. That must be for the spot welder to get in there. That's what that's for. Same with here. Can we fit? Yep. Dude, no way. Oh, that's easy. That's no joke. That's no problem at all. That's a joke. Easy. Dude, thank you, Mopar. I appreciate you a lot. Yeah, that's what those holes are. Those holes are to get at the flanges for the leaf spring perch. They're most likely to get a spot welder in there, but so those 2 holes line up with that perch. And those 2 holes line up with that perch. And my finger just hit the quarter panel, which is sharp. Okay, so we can just drill through there, drill through there, drill through there, drill through there. Make sure we're centered. We're going to have to really make sure we center punch this right. Light's running out of batteries. You know what I mean? That's fair. It only did this the whole freaking day. All right. Okay, so that's going to make that pretty easy. That solves that problem. Now what else? The bottom spot welds, you got to make sure that it's all nice and flush. And then we got to make sure it's in the right spot. That's all. Hang on, I'm just picking up a little bit of tools that I left out from before break. All right, excellent, cool. Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad at all. All right, so I still need to clean up the welds over here. We got to grind the spot welds off because, yeah, we got to make the bottom of the frame rail nice and flat. Then we clock the rail from there. Take measurements, comparing it to this one over here. Compare it to that. Take measurements. Guys, we're going to zap this rail in today. Chad, I got a question real quick before we go any further. I got a question with workflow. Can you weld through the EDP? So this is the... I just sliced my finger open on that. Nice and meaty. Got to pull that piece of metal out. Yeah, got a nice big slice in my hand. Ow. I picked up a burr. Yeah, see it? Little burr right there, up at the top. Doesn't look like we got into any meat though. Huh. Okay. All right, whatever. I just gotta make sure I got the metal out. All right, give me a Band-Aid. I'll be right back. I just don't want any crap getting into this. So the EDP, fellas, it's electroplated primer. I forget what the D stands for. Don't say it. I'm wondering if you can weld through that, but whatever. Let me get a Band-Aid first. This is gonna hurt. Yep. Yeah, it hurt. Gotta disinfect it somehow, man. Bare metal would be preferable. Couch, you use weld through? Yeah, okay. So don't use the EDP if you're going to paint it, right? But if you need to weld, no. That's a big no? Non-conductive. Okay, cool. What, no scotch to disinfect? That's brake clean. And no, I would use whiskey if you really want to know. You know what's really cool? When the Band-Aid thing doesn't tear open correctly. There we go. Yeah, that's sure. You know what also sucks? Putting the sticky part of the Band-Aid on your fingernail. But I'm gonna do it. Good. All right, so yeah, no welding to EDP. Okay, cool. So we have to do some prep work on this. We got to sand off some of the EDP on and then replace it with steel it on the parts that are going to be butted up against the frame. At least you have a nail to put it on. I'm not going to read any more into that GAW than I should. Okay. Yeah, we'll get this perch burned in. We should be able to do it today. If you've never heard of it like some others, keep a spray bottle of Bactine. Bactine? Should always deburr and clean the metal before welding unless sure you can weld through the coating. I bet that coating is not weld friendly. It's just, yeah, it's not weld through. Cool. All right, so I'm thinking about what I need to do here. We got a couple pinholes over here that we got to get at. And it looks like the frame rail, I may have, yeah, I don't know. Frame rail's a little wavy over there. Should probably try to hammer it out. Anyway, so we got the good weld holes to plug weld the leaf spring perch. That's pretty cool. I'm really happy about that. That's going to make that super strong. We're going to need to drill 2 holes here. Need to drill a hole here, here and here, and then 1 more there, so 3. So we need 2 here and 1 here. And then we got to clean the face here, clean that face up, and clean that face up, and then that's it. Then I think we're good. Bench sticker, nice. Yep. Cool. All right, let's get the welder out. Was the food good? Of course, Space Pub. Yeah, it was great. Just a little bit of Spanish magic. I've had that song stuck in my head all day. All right. The On My Hat song? Ah, my hat! Bagel, 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 bagel. Ah, my hat! Don't DMCA me, Space Pope. All right, so you see that seam there? Seems like we need to fix that. So that's what we'll do. All right, turning the gas on. Gas is on. Do we have pressure? Yep. Welder's on. Okay. What else? Nothing. I think we're good. Gloves. That's what we're missing. I knew I was missing something. Okay, grounding straps in place. Just need to fill up a couple of those pinholes and then we should be good. All right, let's go. Do we have gas flow on this? Oh yeah. Hear the... We have flow. I got my cutter with me just in case we need it. Okay, here we go, chat. Let's fill these back holes. The back holes. Hey, get away from those back holes. Gloves, 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 gloves. I'm about to burn the hell out of my hands. You're missing sunblock. Suggest a good seam at that gusset too when it can be reached. Oh, yeah. Ring is off, Flykin. Okay. Okay, that's plugged. Plugged. Shit. Blew through. It's all right. That happens. It's just old metal. So we're going to have to build up and then work our way down. Okay. We built up. I keep building up the slag, but the wire keeps going through, dudes. Damn it. I'll get it. There we go. I'm just building up weld, building up weld. That's what we're doing. Yeah, there's a little bit of frame rail here where there's not enough, but it thickens out once you get down far enough, so we just gotta keep going. There we go, bridged it. It's also on fire. Got it. I can't see chat right now, hold up. I see you guys are talking though. Give me 1 sec. See, yeah, we got it. Most of it. All right, ready? Freaking welding thing with the hat on doesn't really work. All right. Ready? So what I'm doing is I'm building up a lot of weld. I'm really caking it in there. The reason why is we got to rebuild. We got to make up for the fact that there's not a lot of metal there. This one is going to look boogery, and it's going to look boogery on purpose. So. There we go. Got that plug figured out there. There we go, Bottoes. All right, I just got to keep building it up. Oh man, I sent it pretty hard there, but you made it. Yeah, I bridged it. Not by much, but we did. Got to be careful about heat at this point. So there's a couple of pinholes that I'm just gonna, 1, 2, 3, and we got it. All right. I globbed a lot of it on there. How does it look from the back? We should hit it from the we should hit it from the back. Am I right? Still doing the backer for the extension, right? Would have been nice to weld that all together and weld all that together in one that's in that one spot. Yeah, I kind of resigned myself. Can't see me to putting the plates up high, like just putting the plates a little bit higher, not having them sit in the channels, and yeah, going from there. So that's why I decided to send this like this. Hit it from behind, all right. Like I said, I built up a lot of material here on purpose on both sides, just so we could have something strong there. Nice. I blew through. Not nice. Just trying to patch up a hole over here. We found more stuff that we got to repair. Nice big globby. Hates it. I'm putting in too much heat, dudes. Gotta stop. For here at least. Gotta stop for a second. You see that hole right in the center? Damn it. Damn it! That backing plate would have been good. Can't see me. You're not wrong. I should have done that, but that's okay. That ship sailed already, pal. That's right, it goes in the square hole. When you move too fast, you take the electrode out of the weld puddle and inclusions can form. The idea is to drag the puddle where you want it to go. Yeah. Okay. I know. I'm trying to, I think I pulled it too far trying to bridge that gap, huh? There must be a pitted piece right here, guys, because there's, I keep blowing through. Whatever. The solution, only solution at this point is to just build it up more. Try to fill up the blowout hole with good metal. Almost got it. How's it looking over here? Oh yeah, that's gonna be super strong. It's gonna be really strong. Like, I'm basically rebuilding my frame rail with a welder, which is pretty much not how you're supposed to do this, but you know, whatever. Whatevs. Got it. I got all of it. Are we doing space news? We kind of popped through a really quick space news, Graham. There's not much in the cycle, dude. Like, so much to the point where it's like, I talked about it for about 30 minutes and we ended up theory crafting stuff about shuttles. Anything on your mind particularly, dude? I have no new news about NASA or anything like that. Well, news that's worth sharing, that is. I've almost gotten this filled up. That's what she said. There's just a little, tiny little bit that I just got to spot right there. just blew through it a little bit right here. I'm chasing it, and I probably shouldn't be, but all right. That fixes that problem. That's some boogers, dude, but whatever. It's what needed to be done. I'm just worried when we go to weld to this, it's just gonna burn right through it again, but I think I globbed up enough crap in there to make this work. Now the crappy part is that I have to grind most of this away. You hear a raptor firing? All right. There's still a hole. No. Ah. I see it. I think I got it. Oh no, there's still a couple of pinholes. I hate doing this way, but what are you gonna do? My inexperience is showing in this regard. Yep, we got to get the grinder out. Let me shut the welder off. Gas is off, welder's off. Boy, do I suck at this sometimes. But then again, you know, prep work and the weld is what really matters. That girl is boy. DMCA. Still looks to be gapped further back. It should be okay, dude. I think that's just the lighting. But either way. Just a rookie question. Did you grind your welding surface before welding? Yes. Well, I got to steel it. The primer, the gray primer is weld through primer. So I ground it. I ground it down to bare, hit it with steel it, and then we can weld right to the primer, which is super cool, super handy for not letting things rust. It's nice to know I'm not the only one that taps that song Yeah. Yeah, right? Da, 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 burp. Okay, let me get my flap disc. Hearing protection, eye protection. There we go. Sorry, I'm just worried about putting too much heat into it. Gotta stop for a moment. Yep, I didn't get all of it. I hate doing this way. Remind me to not do this way again. There's just one tiny little freaking pinhole there. Okay. Just a couple little guys here and there. No problem. Let's turn the welder back on. Gas is on, welder's on. Grounding straps there. There we go. Burn my hands, whatever. It's fine. Let's see. There's a couple pinholes, dude. Let me figure it out. Got it. Cool. Good enough. Good enough. All right, so let's take this right here. What do you think? That is just weld. This is where the seam is. I think I got everything. I thought wrong. All right, so we got a couple of pinholes right there. All right, cool. Get the welder back on. I can't see over there, guys. That's the problem. I can't see it because there's a freaking car in the way. This is the problem I had this afternoon. There we go. I got him. I got him that time. Good job. Thanks, dudes. Yeah, I'm getting there. Oh, nice, Aqualex. That's cool. Easy cool down. Neat. Cool. It's not pretty, but it'll do. No one, I mean, yeah, AirJ, when it's under a bunch of undercoating, no one's going to see it anyway. Let me just grind it smooth. Yeah, I found a couple more. I think that's fine, dude. I think we're good. Like, can you... Or ways from this part, I'd recommend going with stainless lines. I got stainless lines on the front brakes, Rarest. I put them in. Stainless all around probably is a good idea. Yeah. Stainless all around is a good idea, dude. For sure. I'm going to put the door up fully, I think. Or at least a little bit higher. It's overexposing everything. Whatever, dog. Whatever. All right, now I got to grind the spot welds off the bottom of the frickin' frame rails, so that's going to be fun. Let me get my hat. Hey. Easy. That wasn't hard at all. Cool. Nice and smooth here and smooth there. Excellent. Excelente. Damn, dude, this frame rail's really come a long way, man. Oh, I see a couple more pinholes. Balls. I'm thinking maybe just undercoat the balls out of it, call it a day. You know what the cool thing is, dudes? We're, after what seems like a lot of just sitting here and measuring a bunch of things, we're actually making some pretty good progress here. I'm pretty happy. We gotta steel it, the bottom of this. Good. I scribed the marks in there, and you can still see them. I was a little worried there for a second because I forgot. I was like, oh no, how am I going to figure out where those go? Are we crowdfunding bit donations now? What? Definitely are. The frame rail is definitely more intact than it was this morning. Yeah, no doubt, man, no doubt. Good stuff. I was worried I lost my scribe marks there for a second, but I didn't. We're good. What's that, Hellfish? Elon deleted all of his posts, everything. Uh-oh. Ah. I'm looking. I see his posts, but they're posts from like 2022. That's weird. Sounds hacky. Yeah. There's a lot of car on the ground. Okay, so the next thing to do, let's check fitment again. It looks like it's X side. All right, cool. So the next thing we got to do is we'll test fitment again. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go, dude. Here we go. Not bad. This thing fits great, man. Killer. All right, well, I got to hit the side with some steel it, and then we have to start prepping this piece. There are still some pinholes, dude, but it's okay. I'm fine with it. Okay, cool. I gotta clean this. Oh, hey there, muscly arms. Oh, hey. How you doing? Gonna get your ticket to the gun show, boy. Oh, yeah. It's your big ticket to the gun show. Yeah. I got Jack Johnson and Tom O'Leary here. Oh, yeah. It's mostly fat, not gonna lie to you. Nice farmer's tan? Oh, thanks, dude. I did it myself. I would fix the frame rail hole before welding that on. Fix the frame rail hole. There's just a little pinhole over here, dude. It's tiny. Like, I'm afraid I'm gonna blow through more stuff, dude, but yeah. No, the big one near the wheel well. Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me think about how we're going to do it. Let me think. Yuck. All right, how are we gonna do this? I haven't really put much thought into it. Are the bends okay? No, they are not. They are absolutely not okay. It's a shame because otherwise these frame rails are very, very clean. It's really nice frame rail. Now on this side, on this side we could just do a backing plate, a small one. The other side though, over here, that's the problem. This is a major structural repair. I'm just not exactly sure how I'm gonna make this. I'm thinking. This piece is rather involved, guys. I keep tripping over things. Too much stuff. All right, let me put some stuff away. Give me 1 second. I hope so, Graham. I feel like this is where hammer forming would be good. Model the thing in 3D, printed in PLA, had a high infill density and thick wall, and then tap, tap, tap. Aqualux, yeah, that's not a bad idea, dude. That's certainly a way to do it. Why not just use the other frame rail to get that shape? Which is okay. Could just use that one. Am I wrong? Like, that's what I was thinking. Freaking clamp a piece of steel and then just hammer it to that shape. Sure, didn't realize it was good. Yeah, no problem, dude, no problem. But that's the same mentality, right? That's the same idea. See, this frame rail's fine, believe it or not. It's a little pitted in there, but it's pretty good, actually. As insane as that is. Now, but with that being said, that's only going to give me, it's not going to give me everything that I want. If you can find good metal, aft and forward, cut 2 straps, cut 2 straps and stitch them top and the bottom. I have a sandblaster, Dan. My father-in-law bought one because automotive parts and restoration equipment is very cheap in Detroit. The problem is it's in Detroit. That's the problem there. I'm thinking, bros. Aqualex, I was thinking about just doing it with a flat sheet and just getting a sheet like this and then cutting out of that sheet what I need, sectioning off the frame rail, stitch welding it, right, and then just making up the difference on the sides. It's not going to look pretty, but it'll work. Bend the curve and cut the wedges out to allow you to fold up the edges. That's another way I was thinking about it, thinking about doing it. Oh, nice, Nova One. What's Vast up to? X signed me out. That's good. Give me 1 moment. Hang on. Can't have sound. Cool. Look at this lady. Look at how happy she is. Look at this window. Damn, nobody's in your DMs. I don't know. Look at how comfortable these people. Look at the science that can be done. Look at the people connected via Starlink. Look at you floating around. This seems like it's AI. Cool. Neato. Look at this legally distinct dragon capsule. AI is hard to spot. Dude, my thing with AI is, you know, whenever you see AI with people in it, you know, you think like, oh, it's hard to spot. No, I always get uncanny valley because the people look soulless. Seriously. Next time you come across some AI footage of a person, right? Some AI generated footage of a person, look into their eyes. I'm serious. Nothing's there. Nothing is there. It's the weirdest freaking thing. That's how I know what's AI and what's not. That has not failed me yet. I mean, could the computer get there someday? Sure, probably. Yeah, it probably will. But right now, oh yeah, that's the one. Your ex is AI generated. I was waiting for someone to say it, Liquid. I was waiting for somebody to say that. I knew it was coming, man. And you know what? I'm all right with it. I mean, people in Hollywood are pretty soulless. No. What I'm trying to tell you is that every like AI generated thing, they have the 1,000-yard stare. Let me show you. I'm super happy about being here today. Oh, this is going to be so good, dudes. Oh, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be really good. I'm going to be really happy about this. See what I mean? That. You see the difference? That was creepy. That's how you can tell. The eyes don't lie. You can tell, dudes, like, I don't know if you guys are good at reading people. You can tell what's on people's mind by looking at their eyes. Doesn't matter if they're smiling. Doesn't matter if they're pissed, smiling, crying, whatever. The eyes don't lie. They never do. Remember that. Eyes don't lie. Yeah, their features do slight shifts like this. It's actually really, really strange, which I was doing, right? Like after I did the 1,000-yard stare. What do you mean, how do you read eyes? The eyes don't lie, dude. If someone's mad, you can tell just by looking at their eyes. It's a dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. People wear their emotions right here. Not here or here so much, right here. Those hips don't lie either. Hey-oh! Yeah, Creeper, we saw it. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. I couldn't watch it with music because, yeah, AI. Yeah, no. So, like, Graham, if someone's stressed out, this. You see the bottom of the whites of their eyes. That's how you can tell someone that has a lot of stress. Very easy to spot. Oh yeah, Aqualex. Yeah, I can't do an impression of that. Right? If you see someone like this, and you can't see the whites at the bottom of their eyes, they're happy. You shouldn't ideally see the top or bottom whites of somebody's eye. Like, don't get me wrong, everybody's different. Everybody has a different face, right? Like, but yeah, the eyes don't lie. If you're having trouble reading somebody next time, look at their eyes. Dead giveaway. I see it in when we watch Mission Control all the time. It's not just hands on face, it's what people's eyes are doing. Look at actors smiling versus smiling. A real smile is when you have genuine joy, right? Like I'm thinking about my car right now. I'm thinking about the space shuttle. That makes me happy, right? A fake smile is this. Yeah, I'm having a good day. See the difference? What's the difference? Eyes. I'm happy right now. This is great. I'm having a great day. Or, I'm having a great day. See the difference? Eyes don't lie. Neither do hips. Whoosh. Yeah, Senpaku eyes. Oh, yeah. The EJ's car and smiling review. Eyes don't lie, Graham. Remember that. Great way to read people, especially for people that don't pick up on stuff. Now, I think you said you don't pick up stuff because you don't pick up on stuff because you got the tism. I don't pick up stuff because I'm a moron. So there's a difference, you know. That we are not the same, bruh. All right, I'm procrastinating. I'm not gonna lie because I have no idea how the frick we're gonna do this. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Procrastinating. You are, of course, exaggerating it for a bit, but exactly, yeah, of course. Can you read Brimo from her eyes? Wouldn't be a good husband if I couldn't. When you live with someone, it's a little easier. When you see them every day, you know, a little bit easier. Blind people must be dead inside. Okay, you got me there, but also, shut up. Okay, you got me there, but also be quiet. My summer car in real life. That's right, dude. You're really good at picking up the feelers from this side of the keyboard, which is hard. It's tough to do. I'm not the best at it, but I can. Something with a lot of horsepower just drove by. Anyway, yeah, it's hard to do that. It's hard to do inflection through text. It's really easy to misjudge it. Hey, Beats, what's going on, man? My summer car in real life, Charles. That's right, dude. That's right. How the butthole are we going to do this? How in the name of Zeus's butthole are we going to do this? You know what? My garage door's open. My neighbors probably just heard that, but that's okay. Name of Zeus's butthole did you get out of your cell? I only ask because it might be pertinent to what we're currently going through. Maybe. Beats, you saw a Falcon, a Ford Falcon earlier today. Black and red, such a cool car. Falcon's a cool car. What year? Oh, well, never mind. Ford Falcon was only made from 1960 to 1968, I think. Kills me. You feel like my buddy next door. You want to jump in and grab? Yeah, wounded. It's all right, man. It's better if I figure it out, man. It's better if I figure it out. Space news and auto car review. We're trying to figure out how to fix that. I'm just trying to understand yeah, I'm just trying to understand. That's really the end of it. I really got to wrap my mind around what we're doing here. Here, I'm gonna move you dudes over here. You guys are coming out there for a second. All right, the reason why I moved the camera over there is because two plates, one on the bottom, one on the side. Yeah, Paul, right? Like, here, let me get in here. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. And my stupid head is getting in the way. There we go. Okay, so good news here. It looks like we're solid before the shock mount, before the shock tower cross member. We're solid. Shock tower cross member goes to right here. So yeah, okay, we're solid before that. And we are not solid till about here. Till this, see this, this hole right here, dudes, that one is from the assembly line. These would have been put in to, when I can't finish sentences, that's a mark of getting tired. Just thought I'd let you know. These would have been put in for the assembly jig to put the frame rail together. To make sure everything was straight. There's a bunch of them throughout the frame rail. Okay, so I'm thinking go from here. She's still solid, pretty much to the rot. So. There was a mouse nest right here. That's why this happened. So Paul, you're saying just plate right here, plate on the side? Yeah. There's a little bit of blow through here on the left. I might be able to bridge that and just weld it up. There's still a lot of material around it. The assembly, it's pitted all the way to the assembly line hole. We're going to have to cut out after it. And then I'm going to have to drill a new hole in the part that we make. That's a it's a 1 inch. I have a 1 inch hole saw. We can get that done. That's no problem. All right, I'm checking chat. Give me a moment. Subframe is shot. Is it a unibody? Yes, James. It's just that part, though, dude. Trust me. It's just this. We've been all through this mother humper. It's the rest of this is actually remarkably solid. The only reason why there's rot right here is because there was a mouse nest. It's just from here to here. And it's just only on this side, which is great. This frame rail, despite everything, is actually super strong. And we've rebuilt most of the structure back into it. This is just the last piece. This and the extension in the back, and that's about it. I'm getting a little bit of mental block here because maybe I sniffed too many paint fumes today. I have to say these shocks are about done. You can push them all the way in and they don't come back. Probably could do with a new set. Sorry guys, I'm just, thinking about how we want to do it. Like, is there any way we can save this? I mean, we're pretty much going to have to cut out from here to here. Like, so I think it might be time to get the grinder out. How are we going to make the curve? I don't have an English wheel or rolling wheel. How are we going to do that? Oh, light ran out. Cut first, think later, Sung? All right, Sunger. All right, let's do it, man. I'm going to need another light. Can't cut without that. There we go. Okay, let's get the cutting wheel out. Cut a piece to fit inside, then hammer it to fit, and then you will have your curve. Okay. I just watched you shape angle. Oh yeah. I mean, can you? All right, here's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask, can you do this way? And they're going to be like, you're going to say, of course you can do it this way, idiot. And I'm going to be like, all right, cool. Cool. Glad we had that conversation. Wait a minute. The apostrophe. The apostrophe. Oh, wait a minute. Score. What the hell is this? Are you guys sending bits? Is that what that is? Personally, I would lay a flat piece in the bottom and then flats on the sides.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Curve isn't that important. 12 Bravo, 61 months with your worm logo. Time flies. Yes, it does, man. The apostrophe will fit. Now, the real question is the apostrophe the right curve? It actually is. Oh my goodness. I never thought I would find a use for this damn thing. Just make sure we don't leave it in there, huh? Yeah, that's basically the curve of the rail that I need. It's actually super freaking close, which is good enough. All right, so I could bend the steel. If I put some of the steel in the vise with the apostrophe, we could bend it and make a curve with the hammer and the dolly, which is good. All right, so we just got to figure out how long of a piece we need to cut out. I'm thinking cut from back here. Cut from here, from about here to about there. We'll re-drill the damn hole. It's not a big deal. Because trying to bridge the hole is gonna, I mean, we're gonna have to drill a hole in the freaking thing anyway. Yeah, you might as well. Just making sure there's not much pitting or anything else over here. All right, let me get my cutting wheel. Bits for the hard work. Thanks, man. Beats bits. Of course, I dropped the piece for the cutoff wheel. Okay. Let me get safety glasses and hearing protection. I'm thinking no cut, no holes, 2 strips. No cut. Combo level achieved, 500, 1250. Is that 1250 bits? Buy new rail, cut off old one. Bionic, I've already repaired most of it. In fact, that's pretty much the last thing that needs to be replaced. You only need to cut out the hole if you want it to look pretty. A couple of strips for lateral stabilization should be all that's needed. I'm thinking no cut, no holes, just 2 strips. So just sleeve, you want me to sleeve the rail? You want me to just sleeve that thing? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused. You lost me, dude. What is this bit combo? I'm so confused. Should I cut out the rust if we're going to sleeve the damn thing? Like, Booster 16 is on a transport stand. Maybe a rollout to pad for a static fire. There's a lot of corrosion in what you're doing. Well, frame rail is beyond my technical expertise here, dude, so we're going to have to live with this. I can't replace a frame rail here. I don't have a jig to do it correctly, and I don't trust myself to get it right. So I'll just sleeve this and call it a day. Yeah, I'm down for just making it strong. It's the underside of the car. It's not a big deal. I will epoxy the snot out of this thing. If we do that, though. I just don't like the idea of leaving that corroded part in there. I might just cut it. What if it's load-bearing corrosion, though? Load-bearing corrosion. Put the sleeve on and then grind the rod out. How? Isn't that the spring hanger area, though? No, the spring hanger area is further down, and we already repaired that, dude. Dude, believe it or not, this suspension is still plumb straight. It's still pretty damn strong. The sidewalls of that frame rail are super strong. Like, dude, it doesn't move. Like, I'm trying to shake it. I'm trying to shake the back of it with my hand right now. It's not moving. She's still structural. I have no idea how, banana, but it is. I can't do a frame rail here. I really can't. I don't want to either. I'd rather just patch this. I know it's kind of taken a little bit of the easy way out. I don't have a frame. I don't have a jig here to really get this right how I want. Yeah, that's really it, dude. The rest of the frame though is good though. It's just that's the one spot, man. That's the one spot. It's between both hangers, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, of course it is. How am I going to cut and grind the rust out from the top, Aqualex? I can't get my cutting wheel in there. Banana, I don't think you're listening to me. I can't replace the frame rail here. I can't do it. I really would love to. That would be really cool. I don't, that's beyond my technical expertise. Like, not that what I do is expertise at all. I got to find a way to patch it. Replacing the rails off the table. I can't do it here. I don't want to do it here. I understand that that's a structural spot. What I'm telling you is that everything is plumb straight. So if it's plumb straight and we reinforce it, then it'll be fine. You're not, for what it's worth, dude, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not incorrect. We should have replaced the entire back of this car. In fact, the frame rail is the only thing we've kept for the most part. Leaf spring perches, I mean, the right side leaf spring perch is fine. But yeah, we have to, I replaced the left leaf spring perch, rear cross member, we got new bumper brackets, I have a bunch of stuff. But, why cut the corroded part out? You're listening. Yeah, no, I know doing the frame rail is the right thing to do. I know. I just really don't trust myself to do it. It wouldn't be right. I wouldn't be able to get it correct. I wouldn't be able to get it all nice and square. I mean, maybe, but without a jig, we're really going to have a tough time. Dude, and I already spent the entire day patching the rest of this damn frame rail, dude. I don't want to undo work, and I don't want to spend more money. The budget's tight on this project as it is. Maybe we should sleep on that. Lay a piece of strap the width of the inner diameter and weld it fast. Two plates top and bottom. Connectivity issues here. Just box the rail on the inside. Just box it on the inside. Oy. So the problem is with that part of the rail, dudes, what thickness plate are you using? 16 gauge. It's 16 gauge from the factory. That's what the stock frame rails are, dude. Yeah, I'm using 16. Pretty thick steel. Honestly, you don't need to cut out the rail. You can fix it. Yeah, Rarest, over in the YouTube chat. Yeah. I think so. Dude, I can't do the rail here. I'd need help. I would need help if we were going to do that. And I don't really have anybody that knows this stuff around me. But that's okay. It's all right. I'm just kind of back to thinking about how to do it. The problem is that part of the frame rail isn't straight. The frame rail is like this. It kind of tapers inward. So getting that right, it's not just like measuring a plate, putting it in there. Strip on the inside, strip on the outside. Yeah. We could sandwich it. No, but I want to learn myself, dude. It's not much different than how you squared the body. It's just cross measuring in an X shape to square it up. Yeah, not so fun. I don't know, man. Do you guys really want to do a frame rail? I already wasted a lot of time getting that thing straight. I mean, we could just plate this. I'm the structural engineer in me says we could plate. I'm pretty sure we could plate that. I really don't think that's a big deal, because the frame rail, it's not just the frame rail, the plated frame rail that's holding it. It's the trunk on top of it that's holding everything together, and then the cross members that also hold everything together. It's going to allow for a little bit of flex, and that's fine. It's unibody. Everything will tie together. So if we plate that, and as long as it mimics the structure of the frame rail, it's fine. It's really not that big of a problem. I just don't want to sleeve it. I don't like leaving rust in there. Just plate it. Yeah, for sure. I agree, it sucks to waste time. If they're cheap, you can have a whole new back end easy. A patch will also work because it's unibody. It just needs to have structure. Yep. We gave our suggestions. Your job is to pick what you think is the best. That's what I'm kind of teeing through. The trunk does box top of the frame, but I would box it too. I want you to pound a beer. I don't have any beer. It's not like you're committing forever. Yeah, Mayor, replacing a frame rail after we put the trunk back in would be pretty much nigh impossible. You'd have to rip the entire car apart. Now would be the time to replace it, but do we really want to do that? I don't want to do that. It's strong. It's fun. We rebuilt it. Like, I rebuilt most of the structure back into this thing. It's really strong. So I'm just going to plate it. Bionic, like, once again, brother, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We should replace it. I'm not saying we shouldn't. My wallet says we shouldn't replace it. With the best method, not the easiest. I hear you, brother. I appreciate the input, man. Yeah, no, you're. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, I ain't disagreeing. My wallet doesn't have the funds for a frame rail. I just, it's not happening. I'll plate the sucker. We'll plate the sucker. I'll over-engineer the hell out of it, and we'll call it a day. What, the no beer? Are you in a she shed? No, the problem is I drank it all. Actually, no. I might. You guys know when your neighbors like bring over beer and it's not necessarily beer that you drink and you just kind of leave it there and then you just It's like, oh yeah, that's there. I have some of that. Hold on. What do we got? This bottle is disgusting. Hold on, let me clean it.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Here is some beer money or car parts.
Thank you, Space Pope. I appreciate it. Yes, the light beer. It stays there till I can give it to the next guy. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, Banana, you ain't wrong, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're absolutely right. I just, frame rail's out of my technical capability. Like, I'm just gonna sandwich it, dude. I know. I mean, I don't know. Part of me wants to, but we already repaired the damn thing, you know? We already repaired it. We already repaired the entire rest. That's the last bit of frame rail that needs to be changed. What the hell? There's like something in this. I'm not drinking this. There's like crap in it, dude. Look. Like, what's this? Screw that. I'm not drinking this. I'll just put that back in the fridge. I'll give it to the next guy. Is that in all of them? That's in all of them. That's disgusting. Oh, no. Those might be headed for the trash. It's supposed to be there. Really hope you guys aren't screwing with me. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's beer. All right. What else were we doing? Stupid frickin' mouse nests. Would you want that kind of repair on Starship or the correct one though? I'm not saying you're wrong, man. Stop making me feel bad. Stop making me feel bad. Damn it. Yeah, no. I mean, with all that being said, you'd be surprised how often they do stuff like this on Starship. But you didn't hear that from me. It's pretty tasty. I will say I've never seen you take the easy way out. You go to my number, feel free to call to talk things through. All right. How much would a jig plus a new rail be? Well, the new rail would be $230 for a new rail. Plus $200 because they got to deliver it via freight. So that means a semi showing up, right? Right? That means a semi truck's going to show up. So that's $430, right? And then I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to get that rail out. We'd have to drill the spot welds on the shock mount cross member, on the rear pan, and then on the rear footwell. See, the problem is that's going to shift funding away. With plating this right now, right? Like, did you finish that ship in Satisfactory? Not really, no. Fix the hole and be done with it. Fellas, that's what I got to do. Yeah. The problem is that $430, I could buy a quarter panel, and we could fix everything up here. You know, I just want it solid. It's not gonna look good, but whatever. It's just it kind of the rail kind of gets wider there, dude. And it's just a weird shape. Can you get sections? It's a good question, dude. Hold on. We might, dude, I wouldn't, so if we wanted to cut that thing, section it out, and replace it, wouldn't have a problem with that. Let's take a look. We all know when it comes to a car build, budget goes out the window on day 1 or 2. That's what you would do? You cut and section out a few frame rail pieces like that? All right, hold on. Let me see. So let's go Classic Industries. Let's see what they got. Well, I don't remember looking this up, but that's the link that it populated with. 1966 through 70, Mopar B-body, rear frame rail cap, rear section, right hand. What's under the hood, Alamander? It's a 318. The 318, 5.2 liter. Yeah, it's just a cap. Yeah. Can you take a Sawzall to the junkyard and salvage a chunk of the stuff? What? I'm going to go find a Mopar B-body in the junkyard? Probably not. I'm not finding an old car junkyard, dude. Not like that. Massachusetts went bananas with the environmental cleanup. So, yeah, there's not many junkyards around. There's a few, but most of them is just late model stuff.
Discovery,
95,
go
95. 63-month resub. You want looks or practical? Well, that frame rail cap would be, we could section that thing out and just sleeve that thing right there. Space Pup, you'll buy what for me? OER parts? Yeah, OER is good. We can go there. Boop. What do you need? No, dude, no. Let's just type frame rail. Let's see what it does. Just patch it in. No one can see it. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, that would be so nice. Space Pup's trying to help. What do I need? I don't necessarily need anything, dude. Like, I need to drink this beer. That's what I need. Don't let it get warm. Yeah. Hello, streamer. How's the fabbing going today? Good, good.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Can't work on my car project, so might as well help yours.
Damn it, Samara Trey. Spacebook Marketplace in Evil Bay. Yeah. I did find a guy in New York on Facebook Marketplace that has a 74-door and a 72-door. And he's selling both of them for 5 Gs. It's enough to make one good car, but I don't need any of that right here, right now. It's still cool. There's another guy out in Western Mass that has a couple parted out. Hey, Predominant, what's up, dude? I watch too much Vice Grip. We've been using the cheek poker all day. We've been using the cheek poker all day, and then the burner right there, the electro burner right there. Oh, the hammer. I've been doing the hammer test already, dude, if you want to see. Yeah, that's already been hammered. Banana, check this out, brother. Look, this is how I know we're good. Like, look. What the hell are you guys doing?
The Eagle has landed.
Are you shitting me?
Ignore the man with the money.
I'm in the office. That's how it's going. I'm sorry, man. Hold up your beer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, you guys pretty much just funded one of the quarter panels, so that's pretty good. Here, let's actually do something for a change. So here, check this out, Bionic. Look, ready? Here, I like using the pointy side of the hammer and dolly. See, it's pretty strong, man. That's why I'm going to plate it. But now people are tipping me all this cash, and I'm not going to use it to buy another frame rail. I'm still going to plate it. Like, you're looking at the absolute worst part of the entire rail. Like, check this out, man. Look at back here. Look. That's not pitting, that's just crap. It's like the rest of the undercoating. This is all totally solid up in here, which is pretty crazy. So I ain't too worried about it. We just got to plate it. Let's just plate it and go. Hammer a license plate around it. Not around that, Wizard. I wouldn't do that. Not around the rail. We need 16 gauge steel. License plates aren't good enough for that. All right. All right, let's go. I'm done procrastinating. You know, there's a little pinhole on this side over here. I want to see if I can seal it up with the welder. It wouldn't hurt, and if we blow through stuff, we're just going to find, it's just more steel that we needed to replace anyway. I think that's where I'll start. Also, beer burp. So, guys, once again, you guys are totally funding this project. I'm still not going to do a frame rail. Turning over a new leaf, GG. I'm just taking all the stuff that we did in Kerbal, making jigs and all that time in the SPH, and I'm using it to make a car instead.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Mopar or no car, let's build this thing.
Well, you funded both the quarter panel replacements, so that's good. Jesus Christ, you guys like this car. Dude, I didn't get this kind of tips when I was working on the truck, but then again, we didn't rip the back of the truck off, did we? People love Mopars, dude. I don't know what, dude, like, I do too. Like, I don't know what the hell that's about. Like, late 60s Chrysler, man. We're just cooking. You weren't around for the truck, Space Pope? I restored a 59 F100 on stream. Yep. It's my truck. That's my truck, man. I got married in that truck. My uncle gave that truck to me. Graduation gift. When I graduated college, in 08. It's pretty cool, man. You saw the end result? It's called pity. Yeah, you're probably right. Die-hard Mopar guy here. Your dream is a 69 Charger. Me too, man. We'll get one, Car Toys. Dude, that's why I'm doing this. Like, I'm doing this so I can learn. So, Car Toys, the idea is that we can go find a 68 or 69 70 Charger, but there's not much difference. The grill and the taillights are the difference between those, right? We go find one, the most roached out Charger that we can find, and then fix it. If we put 10 grand worth of body panels, frame rails, and everything into a 68 Charger, guess what? You know how much a shell for a 68 Charger is going to go for right now? A shell, no rot shell with like a title, dude. That's worth like 50 G's. That's how ridiculous Chargers are. Anyway, Car Toys, thank you so much. And guys, thank you. Like I said, Smart, I know you said no strings attached. Guys, you guys are funding this project. You're funding this project. I'm still going to plate this rail because I want to make forward progress. But you guys basically just funded the quarters. I can do the quarters now, and probably the rocker panels too. Yeah, you just funded all that, so that's pretty cool. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, this is a 318 car, 904 torque flight. It's light duty. It's got a 7 1/4 rear end with 273 gears. It's anemic. It's a piece of junk. But it's our piece of junk, so whatever. Besides, we could... Hey, fellas. Can I go use that money to buy a 440? Or should we use it for body panels for the car? I found one on Marketplace. Please explain 440 in non-car guy terms. In the 60s LS, they had, every auto manufacturer had kind of 3 different types of engines. You had your light duty engine, your medium duty engine, and your heavy duty engine, okay? With Ford, you had the 200 inline 6 for your light duty engine. 200 cubic inch, 6-cylinder. It's a tiny little crappy car. They put it in small cars. Ford had, for their midsize, had a 302. And then Ford, because they're doing Ford, they did Ford things. They had like 3 different types of heavy duty engines. The FE, 385 Cleveland, so the big block. So you had, every auto manufacturer had an inline 6, a small V8, and a big V8. So you had an inline 6, small block is what it's called, and big block. A 440 is a big block. That is basically a truck engine that Mopar decided to put in these things. It's a 7.3 cubic inch engine. It's huge, big motor. And if you get a 727 behind it, it's a heavy duty transmission. Mopar had 2 different types of automatic transmissions at the time. So did everybody else. Like, dude, Ford, Chevy, and Dodge all did kind of the same thing. They just had different names for things. So like with Chevy, you have your transmissions, right? Your transmission is a turbo 350 and a turbo 400. 350 is light duty, 400 is heavy duty, right? With Ford, you had a C4 or a C6. C4 is light duty, C6 is heavy duty. With Mopar, you had a 904, which is light duty, and then you had a 727, which is heavy duty. I don't know why they called them that. I don't know why everybody had their own names. 4-barrel, it would be a 4-barrel, yeah, thermoquad. Will the frame in its current state, even with the repairs, handle a 440? There's no rust on the front of this car, guys. Yeah, I just thought I'd mention it. The rust, and I don't understand why this thing is like this. The rust stops right here. Seriously. I've been underneath this thing. I've looked at the front frame rails. We've monkeyed around with the motor and stuff. Front frame rails are fine. There's no rust from the firewall forward. I have no idea how that's a thing. The rust really starts at the torsion bar cross member, right here, and the floorboards, and then it just gets worse from the way back. Did it leak oil all over them? No. No. I don't know, dude. There are certain parts of this car that are perfect. Like, perfect, like it looks like the stamping was done yesterday. And there are parts of this car that looks like a 56-year-old Mopar.
Discovery.
Hey, Smoking Soldier. 213 sub. Thanks, man. So, Car Toys, I don't know how much you know about, like, B-bodies, dude. So you have pans, right? There's 4 of them, or well, 5. There's 5 pans. There's your front pan, which is where the 2 front seats are, and the footwells, right? The front footwells. So you have your main pan, and then behind them, they did 2 pans on either side, like this. And those are your passenger footwells left and right. So you have your main pan, 2 footwell pans, right? And the 2 footwell pans are where the frame rail starts. And then you have your rear pan. The rear pan is basically where the back seat is. And then you had your trunk pan. So main pan, left, right footwell, rear pan, trunk pan. The trunk pan on this was shot completely, like shot, like Titanic, bad. You guys saw me cut it out. The rear pan is immaculate. The footwells, immaculate. They're fine. They look brand new. The main pan has holes in the footwells, but for the most part, it's pretty good. Which is very strange. The pans are all fine, and then on the sides, you have rockers. The inner and outer rocker is shot over here. Inner and outer rocker, well, they're not shot. They're still there. There's just a lot of patching. Inner and outer rocker. The front torque box is fine. So you have 2 frame rails on the front of the Mopar, right? And then you have your rockers, which is where it transfers the structure. And then you have a torque box and your torsion bar cross member that holds that all together. My torque boxes are fine, but my torsion bar cross member is junk. That's weird. The rockers are okay. Well, the inner rocker is decent on this side. It's okay on both sides. It probably should be patched like that frame rail, right? But the rockers on both sides need patching as well, but they're for the most part there. And then those go through a rear leaf spring perch, which is basically another kind of quote-unquote torque box. The leaf spring perch is fine. I don't know how the rocker can rust out to shit, but the leaf spring perch, which is actually right next to it, is fine. I don't know how that doesn't make any sense to me. And then the rear frame rails are fine except for that hole. That hole in the rail is the only thing we found. That's the only hole in any of the frame rail ever, right? With the exception of the back, which we plated and fixed, right? Like, it's just weird because some parts on this car are cherry and other parts are crap. Like the front fenders. Front fenders rust out at the front trim right there. It's fine. Both of them, left and right. I don't know. The doors are fine. There's no rust on the doors. In fact, the door card is still perfect. I know, I took this all apart yesterday. The other day. I took it apart to fix the glass because the glass wasn't in the tracks. The door is fine, but the rocker's shot. It's just the weirdest thing. The way this car corroded is just so strange to me. But anyway, so what you guys just did is you funded quarter panels. That's the quarters for this project, pretty much good, because this thing needs new quarters. The quarter panel is supposed to go down to here, but it's missing a good part. Maybe at the factory someone was cutting corners. We did find that alamander. That's the reason why the frame rail is struggling on the left-hand side so much, because somebody didn't spot weld the drip rail correctly. We actually figured that out. Somebody didn't spot weld the drip rails correctly at the back of the left-hand back side of the car. They only did 4 spot welds, and it rusted out. Guy on the right side of the line did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 spot welds, and this side of the car didn't rot out. So, yeah, it could be that. The other guy did 6, not 12. Which is strange to me, but that's okay. Whatever. We replaced that piece anyway. I'm procrastinating really hard, aren't I? I could have finished it by now. God dang it. All right, let's get back to work. We can sleeve the rails if we really want to. I don't think we need to. What other big items do you have left to buy? Outer rocker right, outer rocker left, inner rocker left, inner rocker right. So we need inner and outer rockers on both sides as far as I can tell. I haven't really gotten too much into it, but I'm pretty sure that's what we need. Replacing those is going to suck a lot. We need a rear right quarter, rear left quarter, and a torsion bar cross member, and then floor pan. Our main pan is gone. There, you can see through the floor, like you could put your foot through it, on both sides. You know the crazy thing is the vast majority of the main pan is actually still good. It's just the footwells, and the footwells most likely rusted out because the windshield leaks, and water pooled in the footwells, and there's nowhere for it to go, so it just sits there. Another beer we'll make while we make a game plan. Yeah. So some archery, we got a torsion bar cross member needs to be replaced. Inner and outer rockers on both sides. Rear quarters. And then there's probably odds and ends here and there that I'm forgetting, but yeah, that's it for the most part. I need new leaf spring shackles because I couldn't save them. I saved one, but this thing is roached pretty hard. We saved one of them. I don't think we should put this back on. Hey, Bionic Banana, you still here, buddy? You think I should put that back on? I'm not putting that back on. Not too bad. That's right, Samartre. Yeah. Did anything go haywire with that Electron launch yesterday? I never heard anything sussy, but in mission control, it certainly looked like it. Looks mint. So, I'm going to keep it. We're not going to... I'll put this on a car if we need a roller or something, and then go. If you did a 440, would you just sell that 5.7? I don't know, Rarest. Yeah, I don't know. The 440 would be more fun because it would just bolt in. The 5.7 is going to need a lot of modification. But either way. All right. I'm talking too much. Let's get back to work. I'm afraid I might be getting tired, but screw that. We got to go. We have stuff to do. Paul, you wanted to plate it. You still here, brother? You said you wanted to plate it? Should I cut the old stuff out? I kind of want to cut the old stuff out. Cut the crap out. Cake it and steal it and plate the damn thing. According to the social media, it was a flawless launch. What are we doing now? It didn't look good. I got to fix that, Shaw. Nuh-uh. Screw that. We would need a better diff if we want anything other than 175 horsepower. Hop to it. Okay. Don't cut it out. Can't see me. All right, man. I'm trusting your judgment here. So we got to bend that metal. I just farted. I don't care. All right, so, all right. I'm being a bitch about this. It's pissing me off. All right. Okay. So, we can plate it on top, plate it on the bottom. Call it a day. We'll put a plate here. And then I'll put a plate on the inside here. And I'm just worried about welding to stuff in here. How are we going to clean this? Okay, if we are not going to do that, if we're not going to cut any of this stuff out, dude, I'm rust converting the crap out of it. So let's do that. While I'm making the plates, it'll dry. Let me get my rust reformer out. The rust reformer, dude. I gotta get the vacuum cleaner in there. The vacuum cleaner has so much car in it. It's kind of ridiculous. That's some racing lightness. Yep. I agree, it's going to flake and start rusting again. No, dudes, we'll rust reform it, dude. This stuff will seal. It reacts with the iron oxide. It'll seal it up. Here we go. Ready? There we go. That's not going anywhere. Cool. All right. CAD with cardboard templates that fit, no bending needed. Bottom of that rail is only for lateral stability. Okay. Is that undercoating? Still going with new wheel wells? No, the wheelhouses are a little bit shot, but we can replace the bottom. That's not nearly as thick a steel as the, it's not nearly as thick steel as the trunk or the frame rail, or the frame rails, not just the trunk. So guys, that's rust reformer. What that stuff will do, the bottom swillfish is already coated in Steel-It primer. So I'm using the rust reformer on the top, and I already used here this on the bottom. Check this out. This is weld-through primer called Steel-It. Very useful. The bottom of it is already coated in it because I cleaned it up. I cleaned up to figure out where the rot was already. So the rust reformer has chemicals in it. It basically reacts with the iron oxide and seals it. The paint, when it touches iron oxide, it changes color and stuff. It's actually super cool. Yeah, it should keep it nice. That'll seal that up real good. You should make the entire car out of it. Yeah. All right, so the bottom plate we can make should probably wait for that frickin' thing to dry, huh? You painted a Valiant with silver Rust-Oleum? Nice. Have a beer about it? Okay. We gotta wait for that to dry. So what are we gonna do in the meantime? We could work on the leaf spring perch, dude, if we really want to. Or we could just, yeah, we could just make the plate. I just want to cut that out, man. I want to cut out all that crap that has the pitting on it now. Damn it. The frame extension? Yeah. So fellas, I got an idea. How about I take the plate, right? How about, okay, you guys tell me. We take the plate, right? I do a plate on the bottom, right? We plug weld it to the bottom of the car, to the bottom of the frame rail. But I make the plate, I have the plate really, really wide. We make it, I don't know, ½ inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch too wide, right? And then that plate, I take it and I use the hammer and dolly and hammer it up to the sides, right? We heat it up, hammer it up to the sides so it kind of folds around, right? It's going to stress the metal a little bit, no doubt. And then I seam that. Is that a good idea, you think? Basically, just hold that thing in place. So U-shape from the bottom. Yeah, you think that's way more work than it needs to, but you do you. I want it strong, man. Over-engineered. I have the steel to do it, right? Like, you might as well. Cut wedges into it. Yeah, we could do that. So, do you think I could say we use this because that's a good piece for what we're trying to do. Say we do that. So we snip this piece here, and say I drill 2 holes in it. We plug weld that to the bottom of the frame rail. You think if we did the plugs well, right? If I don't suck at what I do, right? I could just bend it. Just bend it up into position, right? Do what you said plus a top plate to box it in. Yes. Time is it? 8:27. I don't know. Grumbling. Old man grumbling. Tack it, heat it, bend it. Think it, dream it, do it. All right. Well, let's get to measuring. No stalling. Let's go. I'm starting to get a headache, dude. That's why. I'm having like talked myself through this 3 or 4 times. Maybe I'll do this in the morning. Yeah. All right. That's what I'll do. We'll do it in the morning. All right. Is there any other simple stuff that we could work on with this thing? Because, yeah, I've wasted a lot of time. But sometimes you got to sit here and think. Make a template to mock up the scab plate covering what you need. I want to sleep on it, dude. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sleeping on replacing the frame rail. I'm sleeping on how I want to do it. Because, yeah, plugging it on one side, plug welding it on one side and going is a good idea. But you know what I would really like to do, guys, I'll be honest with you. What I'd really like to do is try to emulate the bends. And that is really difficult without a stamping press or an English wheel. Yeah, that could work. It's been a long day. We did get a lot done, dude. Look. I replaced that whole frickin' piece of frame rail right there. That's definitely better than it was. This was shot basically from here back. We sectioned it and put a new piece in. That was a lot of work, man. I still don't think I got my flanges exactly right, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. EJ's still working on the car. Isn't this the car from a few years back? Hey, Ace. Yeah, it is. I mean, that's what I mean. I'm starting to get tired, dude. I can't even get the cameras right. All right, guys. Well, that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We'll do the My Summer Car combo. So we'll work on the car in the morning. Space News for sure, because I didn't do it today. Space News for sure, and My Summer Car for after hours, I think. What time did I start today? 9? Oh, crap. I've been going for 11 hours straight. That's probably why I can't think straight. Yeah, I'm going to say that that's probably the reason. Almost 12. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's probably the reason why my brain do not good work do. You know? We'll get this thing done. I'll probably zip it out in an hour tomorrow, which is funny, but. All right. I'm going to plate the shnikes out of that. Yeah, but Ace, this is what I do. We just, this is what I've been up to lately. Since Kerbal went the way of the dodo, I figure take all that technical skill and use it to make cars. Don't get me wrong, we still talk about space. 11 hours is a long time. You'll think about it again tomorrow. Yeah. Guys, thank you from the bottom of my heart, everybody that tipped. Like, once again, you guys are funding this project. You know, you're funding it completely. I would have ran out of money a long time ago. You guys are funding it. I will buy the parts and we will go. Yeah. Thank you. This is really fun. I really enjoy it, and I'm psyched. I'm psyched on learning how to do this. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Wish cars were more like the car from Speed Racer. Booster static fire closer for June 5th, T-minus 2 days. That's another reason why we got to get this done, dude. I might have to go down to Starbase sooner rather than later. You know, we might have to go back down there. So we have the rust converter drying in there. I mean, we're going to cut a lot of it out, but any part that we don't cut out, we're going to convert the snot out of it, which is good. Yeah, actually, you know what? What time is it? It's 8:30. I'm probably going to run down to the hardware store while it's still open, and I'm going to get myself, is the Perch installed yet? No, it is not. We're going to do the frame rail tomorrow, leaf spring perch, and the frame rail extension. So I'm going to see you guys bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 9 a.m. Okie dokie? Convert a KRV into a mobile streaming setup for Starbase stream. Yeah, that'd be cool, Ryan. That'd be cool. Trey, what did I tell you, dude? I told you I don't steer you wrong with this stuff. I told you SpaceX should speed up, if anything, not slow down. Look what happens. You work at Starbase? How is working there? Oh, Ace, no. I don't work at Starbase. I work for NSF. I go down to Starbase to help cover the launches. I help set up cameras, and then I host the cast. I work with NASA Spaceflight, dude. Don't hurt yourself, old man. We are not young anymore. 9 a.m. Okay, see you then. Good work, my dude. Sorry for stalling so much. I needed to get that right in my head. I'm going to go back into the office, all right? Stand by for loss of signal from here as expected.
Okay. I am back over here. Whoa. Just skipped around. All right, dudes. Yeah, sorry about kind of getting everybody's hopes up on doing that rail right now. I ran out of gas. Nothing treats a rusty bumper like Rusty's. Yep. All right. Cool. Well, hey, fellas, thank you very much for watching. I do appreciate it. You guys are the best. Thank you for funding this project. Thank you for bearing with me. I know it's not space stuff. I get it. We'll do another space news tomorrow. We'll talk about stuff. I'm jealous of shop lighting. It was a paint shop. That's why the lighting is so good, Admiral. It's got really powerful LED lights in the ceiling. So yeah, really useful. So thank you everybody that tipped. Smart Tray, Space Pope had stuff in there. Car toys with $200, dude. That's huge. You guys, yeah. MSC is tomorrow night. So tomorrow night we won't stream car stuff the entire day. Kind of. I'm gonna start at 9 again, and we'll do space news, and then we'll finish the day with summer car. Good night. I like this resto project. Thanks, Shy. Thanks, dudes. I'm not sure if everybody, you know, that likes KSP likes this kind of stuff, but I needed to get my mind off things for a while. Doing this is a fun project. You know? Thanks, boys. Thanks for staying with me. I appreciate it. All right, I think that's it. KSP and this are both really good. Thanks, Kaiser. Means a lot coming from the longtime viewers, dude. I feel so bad about like doing a 180 with content and just switching to car stuff, right? Like, but clearly you guys like it. It is pretty good engineering. I'm not too big on cars. You make it fun though. Right on, Ellis. Cool. Cars are fun, dude. It's fun. It's good stuff. Chimp, you have zero interest in cars and you still like watching. Cool, man. And you guys always know that space is still the number one thing here, and it always will be. That's my rule. It's not like you completely ignore space stuff, like at all. No, I love talking about it. Love rockets, man. Rockets are my number one, but cars are the number two. You know what I'm saying? All right. Which cars do you think would be easy to convert to anti-gravity machines? The cars of my dreams. Meaning I'm going to go to sleep. And trains. Oh, I like trains. But I can't restore a train in my garage. If I could, I would be. We could restore a car here, though. You miss Skylines too? Yeah. Ironclad with a $50 super chat. What do you do? Guys. All right. You voted with your wallets, dudes. I get it. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for everybody to tip from the bottom of my heart. This is like, guys, this is one of my bucket list things. I've always wanted to like actually restore a car, like from the ground up. And that's basically what we're doing. Who knows if, go further with this stuff, maybe we'll get a frame jig and maybe we'll do, we'll do it upright. Not this one. Maybe another one. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9. Good night. Thank you.